Thank you. It's beginning to look like Monday.
Welcome, everyone, to the Lincoln City Council meeting for February 8, 2021. In accordance with the LB 898, please be advised that there's a copy of the Open Meeting Act posted in the back northwest corner of the chamber. Let us all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a brief period of silent meditation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, everyone, the order of business of the City Council is as follows. The clerk will call the items listed on the agenda under public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on an item should come forward after the clerk reads that item. The applicant and those in favor should speak first, then those opposed. The applicant then may make one short rebuttal. Each speaker should begin by stating their name, address, and whether you are speaking in favor or opposition to that item. Testimony is limited to 5 minutes per speaker. After all the public hearings, the council will vote on resolutions and items listed under third reading. On the second and last Mondays of the month, tonight, immediately prior to adjournment, anyone may speak on any issue not on the agenda for that date nor planned for a future agenda. Will the clerk please call the first item of business?
A few announcements before our council meeting. Due to the President's Day holiday, City Council will not meet on Monday, February 15th, 2021. If you still wish to appear in person on an item on the agenda, you may come to the County City Building at 555 South 10th Street. Limited seating is available in the council chambers. Testifiers are asked to wait in the Bill Luxford studio or in the hallway until your item is called. Then you can enter the council chambers and come to the podium. After you are finished speaking, you can exit the chambers through the door to the immediate left. If you have concerns and you wish to express to the City Council, you may also email them to councilpacket@lincoln.ne.gov. Our consent agenda is sections 1 and 2.
Okay. Is there anyone wishing to address an item on this agenda, on the consent agenda at this time?
So many choices. Good afternoon, City Council. I'm Mickey Esposito, Senior Policy Advisor to Mayor. And with me today, I have Chelsea Johnson and Carl Eskridge. We are recommending that they be appointed to the LES Board. Chelsea Johnson is the Deputy Director of Conservation Nebraska and Nebraska Conservation Voters. She is a member of the Lower Platte South NRD Board of Directors, where she currently serves as Secretary of the Board. She is the former Director of Civic Engagement Programs at Civic Nebraska and a graduate of Nebraska Wesleyan University. We believe Chelsea's commitment to conservation and sustainability makes her a strong candidate for the LES Board. And then a person who needs no introduction, Mr. Carl Eskridge. It's like a reunion. As you all know, he served on the Lincoln City Council from 2011 to 2019. His professional life has been completely devoted to service. He was a Presbyterian minister from 1979 to 1996. Since 96, until his retirement last year in 2020, Carl served as the State of Nebraska Ombudsman. Carl attended the Austin Presbyterian Theological Seminary as well as the San Francisco Theological Seminary. He received a Bachelor of Arts from St. Andrews University in North Carolina and a Juris Doctorate degree from the University of Nebraska College of Law. We will truly benefit from Carl's wisdom, his relationships, and expertise on the LES Board. Thank you for considering both recommendations to the board.
Thank you.
And they might want to come up.
Yeah, I was going to say, would you like to come up one at a time? Chelsea? Ms. Johnson?
Yay.
Hi, well, I'm Chelsea Johnson, and I just want to thank you so much for considering me for the LES board. Energy issues are something that I've been really passionate about for over a decade now, all over Nebraska, and so I'm excited about the opportunity to serve on the LES board here in Lincoln, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Ms. Johnson? No, thank you for serving. Appreciate it.
Yay.
State your name, address, phone number.
Carl Eskridge, 128 North 13th Street, number 1007, Lincoln, Nebraska.
5 minutes.
Yeah. It's really good to see you. And, you know, serving on city council, there are many things that you get involved in and interested in, particularly, and wish you had more time to focus on. And LES is one of them for me. And I really look forward to focusing on LES. The three things that are most important, I think, for our electrical system is, first of all, reliability. How many degrees below zero this morning? You're really glad that it was working today. Mm-hmm. And in August, the same thing. I mean, just having that system that works all the time. Then, also that it's important that we continue to keep our rates down. And that's something we're known for. That's something that's important to our vitality as an economic community, helps the less privileged people in our community as well as businesses. And then the third thing, which is becoming increasingly important, is the issue of sustainability. And the LES board last November took steps to really bold steps to make sure that we are carbon neutral by 2040. And I look forward to working with the board and the administration and making sure that can happen. Thank you for this opportunity to serve.
And thank you for agreeing to come back and
Yes.
help Lincoln.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes. Any
Questions?
councilperson Ward?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No questions for either nominee, but I just want to extend my gratitude, and I would be remiss not to with my predecessor, Councilman Carl Eskridge for District Number 4 in Lincoln. Thank you for stepping up, and also to Ms. Chelsea Johnson, who I know passionately cares about the environment and public power. Thank you also, Chelsea, for stepping forward. So
Thank you.
that's what I would say today. Thank you both.
Yes. Thank you.
Councilperson Raybold?
Carl, well, I'm one of the people that truly misses your wisdom and your advice on city council. And I think the Lincoln Electric system will benefit tremendously from all the experience that you bring. And they are all the more lucky for that you'll be leading Lincoln into the future on great policies. And I know Chelsea will do the same. I think it's great to see a younger generation take leadership in this area. It's your future. We apologize if we haven't been good stewards of the environment. I know many, if not every single person up here is committed to making sure that we are all better stewards of our environment. So, and I can't think of two better people to be on the Lincoln Electric System board than you two. So go get them.
Thank you. Okay.
Any
Thank you
other
very much.
questions? Thank you very much. Thank you both. Is there anybody else who'd like to come forward on item on the consent agenda?
Can't follow rules, can he?
Good afternoon, David Carey with the Planning Department. I am pleased to be here to introduce to you Dan Worth, the person that has been nominated to be a member of our Historic Preservation Commission.
Yay.
It's pretty clear that Dan will bring an enormous amount of experience and knowledge to the Historic Preservation Commission, and I would like to just have him come up and introduce himself, and then you could have any questions that you might have for him. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good
Great to see
afternoon.
you. Yeah. My name is Dan Worth, and I'm very honored to be nominated for this opportunity. So, David said I should be brief in my comments, but I have, probably over 42 years of experience with historic preservation. My career started in Omaha, actually helping the Omaha City Council and the Planning Department set up their Historic Preservation Commission, joined BVH Architecture in 1985, and just retired at the beginning of this year. So have a few extra hours. So I'm looking forward to helping impart whatever knowledge and experience I can to the commission. So with that, I'll answer any questions that you
Do we have any questions for Mr. Worth? Yes, Sandra?
Dan, I don't have any questions for you, but I was thrilled to see your name as a nominee for this board, and I know that your years of experience will do very well for this commission, and
Thank you.
it's nice to see you again in yet another format.
Yay.
Yeah, thank you, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilperson.
This is a very tough question. No, actually, I don't have any question, but I just have to say thank you, Dan, for bringing your expertise to this position. And, you know, when I look back on the people that have come before us and their willingness to serve our city and our community, and by the generosity of their knowledge, I'm overwhelmed that we are so fortunate to have so many amazing people willing to give up their precious time, even though you are retired. But it's amazing. So I just want to say thank you very much for your willingness to serve, as we are so lucky as a community.
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions? Again, just echo, thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
For doing this.
Come this way.
Anybody else to come forward on any of the items on the consent agenda? Okay, seeing none. Any comments from our council members? Seeing none, we can vote on the consent agenda. Go ahead.
Item 1A is appointing Chelsea Johnson to the Lincoln Electric System Administrative Board for a term to expire December 31st, 2021, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any comments? Seeing none, call the roll.
Bowers,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes,
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1B is appointing Carl Eskridge to the Lincoln Electric System Administrative Board for a term to expire December 31st, 2023, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any comments? Please call the roll.
Washington,
yes,
Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Wish I'd said, oh, yeah.
Item 1C is approving a contract between the City of Lincoln and Spees Lewis Engineers, Inc. for an on-call construction engineering services task order agreement for the 27th Fairfield and West O Street bridges, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any comments? Please call the roll.
Ward,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Washington,
yes,
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1D is approving the on-call professional task order agreement between the city and Olson to provide environmental services for the Fletcher Landmark Trail, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
second,
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen.
No, that was her.
Councilperson Washington. I was just getting kind of in a habit there.
That was not good.
Councilperson.
Yeah.
Washington.
I'll try to speak in a lower tone of voice.
Please call the roll.
Washington,
yes,
Christensen,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1E is approving the on-call professional services task order agreement between the city and Olson to provide preliminary engineering services for the Fletcher Landmark Trail project, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
second,
Been moved and seconded by Councilperson Washington. Any comments? Please call the roll.
Bowers,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Washington,
yes,
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 1F is appointing Dan Worth to the Historic Preservation Commission for a term to expire April 15th, 2023, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second?
Been moved and seconded by Councilperson Ward. Any comments? Questions? Proud I got that right. Go ahead, please call the roll.
Bowers,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Okay, that ends our consent agenda. We can move to section 4, which is our public hearing liquor resolutions. I'll be calling items 4A and 4B together. Application of Haas Inc., doing business as Bagels and Joe for a Class I liquor license, and the related manager application of Jonathan W. Haas, located at 215 North 14th Street.
Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak on 4A or 4B? Seeing none, we can move on.
Items 4C and 4D I'll call together. Application of Charm LLC, doing business as Charm Boutique and Bar for a Class I liquor license, and the related manager application of Lindsay A. Teeterman, located at 2001 N Street, apartment 101.
Is there anybody who'd like to come forward to speak on this item? Seeing none, let's move on.
Calling items 4E and 4F together. Application of Wing Life LLC, doing business as the Watering Hole West for a Class C liquor license, and the related manager application of Barbara L. Johnson, located at 1550 South Coddington Avenue.
Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak on this item? Seeing none,
Mr. Chair, I move approval of items 4A through F.
Second.
been moved and seconded by Councilperson Raybold. Any comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, please call the roll.
Washington,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Okay, that ends our public hearing liquor resolutions. We move on to section 5, our public hearing resolutions. Item 5A is approving the labor contract between the City of Lincoln and the Amalgamated, thank you very much, Transit Union for a term effective August 20th, 2020 through August 31st of 2021.
Good afternoon, Council. Doug McDaniel, Human Resources. This labor contract has been completed and ready for your review and vote next week. I did give you a summary, but I will again review. There's no increase to the pay plan. There was a one-time lump sum payment in the amount of 1% of the employee's effective annualized wage payment. We removed the cap on family sick leave, and it's a one-year duration.
Do we have any questions for Mr. McDaniel? Okay, seeing none, you want to just stay there and we'll go through these other ones?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead and call the next one.
Item 5B is approving the labor contract between the City of Lincoln and the Public Association of Government Employees for a term effective August 20th, 2020 through August 31st, 2021.
Similarly, this contract with Page, as it's known, no increase to the pay plan, a lump sum payment, 1%, removed cap on family sick leave, and a one-year duration.
Do we have any questions on 5B? Is there anybody else who'd like to come forward to speak on 5B? Seeing none, we can move on.
Item 5C is approving an energy services contract between the city and Schneider Electric in the amount of $6,267,553 for the Water Resource Recovery Facility Smart Aeration System Project.
Good afternoon, council members. I'm Donna Garden. I'm the Assistant Director of Utilities for Lincoln Transportation Utilities. And I am here today to talk about a really exciting project for both of our water resource recovery facilities. It increases efficiency, energy consumption reduction, and improves our water quality. And it's called the WRF, that's what our water resource recovery facilities are called, the WRF Smart Aeration Project. I also have members of the team with me here today that can answer questions. I believe John Carlson is here from our mayor's office, Chris Connolly from law, And Peter Hinkle from Schneider Electric is also here today. I want to talk a little bit about the project. Part of the process to treat wastewater at our Teresa Street and Northeast plants uses microorganisms. You can call it bacteria, you can call it bugs, but when you have biology involved, you need oxygen. And those microorganisms require oxygen, and we increase the efficiency of the process by aerating the wastewater to ensure good oxygen distribution. The smart aeration system replaces over 20,000 air diffusers between the two plants and the associated supply system to improve oxygen transfer efficiency. And if you look at the picture that I'm showing right here, these are the diffusers. And they're in a kind of dirty state here. This is there before they were cleaned, so they look pretty bad right here in the picture. Increasing efficiency is good for operations and increases water quality, necessary to continue to meet more stringent state and federal environmental requirements. We have made this project even more efficient by doing real-time monitoring. So we can actually look at the wastewater that's coming in and make adjustments to our air compression at that time, instead of waiting for it to be using too much air during that process. So we only use as much air as we actually need to treat the wastewater. The aeration blower control system currently in both of these plants is at the end of their life and must be replaced. Adding the additional smart controls gives better performance and saves on energy costs. And I want to assure you, like other big wastewater projects or water projects, we have programmed our budget for several years in anticipation of these upgrades. The project does not require new funding. So, we would like to use an energy savings contract or an ESCO for this project to save energy, time, and money. And that's why we're here today. We're seeking approval of this project in accordance with Resolution 90985. So, why use an ESCO contract? Well, we're guaranteed energy savings, we're guaranteed maximum costs which will not be exceeded. It helps speed up our design and construction. And by combining the audits, design, construction, and management of the project into one master contract, we save time and administrative costs needed for project management. The project provides real-time monitoring and analysis that increases water quality and decreases energy cost. Similar to professional service contracts, ESCO projects require specific expertise. They are not bid the same way that vehicles and office chairs are. Instead, we pre-qualify engineering firms in order to be certain that they have the expertise to be ESCO projects. A request for qualification process was used to evaluate potential ESCO companies for the City of Lincoln. 5 were selected as qualified with expertise to perform this work, and Schneider Electric was one of them. These companies evaluate our capital improvement programs and propose potential energy savings on projects. If these proposals appear to have merit, we can hire the qualified firm to perform an investment-grade audit. In the case of the smart aeration system, we hired Schneider Electric to do the IGA. The investment-grade audit cost $135,000 and was verified by a third party to represent real savings. And this picture shows nice, clean diffusers in the bottom of our wastewater facilities. So we also wanted to add something special to make sure that subcontractors were notified around the city and throughout the state. Subcontractors were notified through the city and the e-bid system of the potential project work and invited to get information and submitted these bids to the project manager, which was Schneider in this case. Per the agreement, the project manager must submit a list of bidders for work that is subcontracted out, and this system helps us ensure that multiple subcontractors have the opportunity to be involved in this construction. And finally, the really good news, the payback period. Our payback period is approximately 12 years. It includes the energy savings. It includes operations and maintenance savings because we are using different types of diffusers. And of course, our system is being upgraded for the motor controls as well. And we have capital cost avoidance. And obviously the benefit is we get to control the system real time as the wastewater comes in. We improve our efficiency and we improve the water quality of our water that's being discharged to Salt Creek. With that, I'd like to take this time to have Peter Hinkle from Schneider Electric come up and say a few words about this project. And then we're here happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Donna. I'm Peter Hinkle with Schneider Electric. I see some familiar faces, some new faces, but it's always an honor to be here in front of the City Council in Lincoln. And Donna said it best. I think this project is really about both an efficiency gain in terms of the systems that are being installed, but it's also an effluent and really improving that effluent quality kind of down the stream in terms of this aeration process and these changes that we're looking to make. So with that, we're ready, just like the other projects that we've done with you on the streetlights and with the libraries projects as well, to get started. And hopefully by this spring, we'll have equipment in and we'll start being able to see some real results. So if there are any questions for either one of us, please let us know.
Yes, Councilperson Rabel.
Could you talk a little bit about the timeline of, I guess, all the improvements and the changes that are going to be made? What is the timeline?
Peter, I may let you take that
Yeah,
one.
not a problem. So we've got a little bit of design just to finish up. Like most construction projects, we've taken this to a certain percentage to get the price, and now there's some final design and engineering that needs to go into this. But construction should start in late spring, and it's about a 12 to 18 month turnaround on the construction side. And a lot of that has to do with when you can actually install the diffusers that you saw that were underwater. You don't want to do it on a day like today, because as you can imagine, water and water and ice don't always mix. This, even in the wastewater world, that holds true. And so we're going to stage this to do a lot of it during the more warmer months, and then to wrap up in earlier, I guess, middle of 2022.
And I guess one other thing I was going to mention is that effluent quality has to be maintained throughout this. So obviously we can't have large parts of the system down at one time. So we'll take it in stages and make sure we get it done properly and meeting our effluent requirements.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Peter, the smart diffusers, and maybe this is a Donna question, were they part of a upgrade that you were planning on doing for the smart diffusers?
We knew that we were going to have to do an upgrade to our diffusers. That system it continually has some problems with it now that we're dealing with, especially with this cold weather that we have. So we knew this project was coming. This is just a way for us to take advantage of the energy savings and everything else to go along with it.
So we basically upgrading to smart diffusers over what we would have probably put in otherwise?
Yeah, right now they're ceramic diffusers, and these are going to be new membrane diffusers. The membranes are, from an operations and maintenance perspective, a lot easier for those guys to be able to clean and maintain over the life of the project, not just the initial install.
Okay. And I know this is more of a management system, electronic management system that we wouldn't have had if we went with our regular diffusers, or?
Well, the real-time controls, which is really the smarts, and that's how you basically regulate through those diffusers the amount of air that comes out through those controllers. And so when we're talking about real-time control, we're really looking at what's called dissolved oxygen actually in the space, and make sure that that's matched up to the actual nutrients. And as Donna put it, making sure that the bugs are fed properly. You put too much air in there, it's a bad thing, but there's not enough air, it's also a bad thing. So this real-time controls is going to be able to balance all that out and do it in a way in combination with the new diffusers that would be installed, do it very efficiently as well.
Is the $6 million the upgrade, or is it the total cost of the would we have had a $4 million project just to do diffusers without doing the smart upgrade?
I don't know what we would have had for a total cost, but we would have had to done a project to upgrade the diffusers. And this added addition in terms of actually having smart controls on it is actually much more efficient for us over the long run. So that is really why we're doing the whole entire project.
Kind of figured as much. Kind of like building management systems.
That's a great analogy, yeah.
Where you can manage the airflow. Any other questions? Okay. And then maybe one for Chris. Or I have a question.
Chris Connolly, City Law Department.
Yeah, doing an ESCO for me, this is the first one I think I've been involved in. And the contract will say they're guaranteeing us a savings.
Correct.
Is that correct? No matter what the rates do or how LAS costs, or?
Well, they're going to be measuring energy, and on a project like this, I'm not sure all the verification and measurement methods. and this is a Peter question also, but that's essentially how the savings are calculated. There's a projection that gets made on something like this as well, and I think there's more opportunities for a little bit of variance on a project like this as opposed to doing the streetlights, for example.
That were pretty cut and dry.
It was pretty cut and dried, but Peter, I think, can explain the rest of it from there.
Yeah, so basically how this guarantee works and how it was developed is your aeration basin and controlling from a cost perspective across the entire plant, it's about 50% of your energy use. So that's where a lot of your costs are generally come from. So we'll sub-meter, and actually you've already got sub-meters in place to be able to know what level of energy you're using inside just your different aeration basins across both plants. And so what we do is we take that, build out a model that says, new equipment, new controls, this is what we anticipated saving. And then on the back end, we'll actually come back in and verify that through those meters that are in place to see, hey, have we seen the amount of energy that we said we were going to save? And how does that translate out into, the cost savings that are obviously most important?
Okay, over the next 12 years, it looks like, right?
Yeah, it's a guaranteed term of up to 12, well, up to 15 years. I
Up
think
to
by statute,
15, but you're hoping to have the payback in 12. Are you taking into account the cost of energy going up or down, or?
Yeah, we take into a cost of energy and escalation factor, just like we've done on the previous projects. I think it's around 2.5% or 3%. Don't quote me on that totally, per year, yeah.
Okay. Okay. And then we don't bond or we don't do anything.
They will provide a bond that will cover what the savings are supposed to be in the event that it doesn't meet those expectations.
But it's their capital that's being put up, right?
Correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay. Thank you for explaining a lot. Thank you, Peter.
No problem.
Any other questions? Yes.
Donna, we've done a few of these in the past. None of them have come to the end, right?
Are you talking an ESCO project?
ESCO projects.
We have not in utilities. We've done a few of them in the city,
Right.
streetlights being one. I think we did some for libraries.
The libraries and the parking lot, or parks and recs lighting.
But we haven't seen, those haven't gone long enough to be, the project being ended, have they?
In terms of the measurement and verification on the streetlights, for example, there is in fact a bond that goes out over the course of 15 years, but since the usage of power for streetlights is so consistent and doesn't vary much, it was agreed that we only needed to do the measurement and verification after the first year.
That's what I remembered, yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
And then for parks and for libraries, it's largely the same thing because it's a lot of lights. When you get into projects that deal with a lot of HVAC systems and maybe wastewater like this, that's where there's possibility for more variation. But in any case, we always start out with the 15-year measurement period, but whether or not we actually do the measurements for all 15 years is something that we will be looking at on a case-by-case basis.
So is it safe to say these other ESCOs that we just talked about, they're verified that they are on track to make the savings that we had hoped?
After the first year, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
So there are annual audits. ESCO, annual audits.
Yes.
Yeah, on the libraries project, just to give you kind of an update, that I think is in year 1.5, almost a little after year 1, I believe, just off the top of my head. And we're seeing good savings there, and I think we provided a report last fall sometime, and certainly it's something we can provide to you all if needed, but I think it was provided to the folks in the libraries department, and we're still tracking on great savings there. So I just don't have it off the top of my head. I apologize.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to come forward on this item? John, is there anybody out there? Okay. I think we can move on.
Item 5D is approving an agreement between the City of Lincoln on behalf of the Lincoln-Lancaster County Health Department and the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services for access to the electronic registration system for a term effective January 1st, 2021 through December 31st, 2025.
Director Lopez.
Good afternoon again. I know that most of you probably know, but our department is responsible for processing death certificates and validations for the state of Nebraska. It's an assignment, and this agreement is just allowing the exchange of information back and forth. Douglas County and Lancaster County are the only two counties in the state that complete this information.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Is there anybody else yes, Councilperson Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Lopez, I have a question, because as I was reading through this, I thought, well, this sounds like it's very responsible, it sounds reasonable, but I didn't see a cost associated with this.
There isn't a cost associated. It's an agreement for us to be able to perform the activity to put that in. So it's really merely validating that we have the permission to go back and forth.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I noticed that Director Lopez has item 5F as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did we want to go a little bit out of order?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Okay.
You want to read is there anybody else that'd like to come forward on 5D? Okay, let's move on to 5F.
Okay. 5F is approving a service agreement between the Lincoln-Lancaster County Health Department and UNMC College of Dentistry for field and clinical experiences in public health and dentistry for dental hygiene students for a 3-year term beginning January 1st, 2021 and expiring December 31st, 2023.
So with each of the colleges, we have a variety of agreements to provide a student experience so that there's a scope of services and responsibility, and this is a 3-year contract. So we actually bring the students in and they are able to work side by side with our staff in the clinic and also have field experience that they wouldn't be able to access during their other education as a department. It's been in place for a long time, been very successful, and actually has helped us recruit some staff to be able to assist in providing services in the community.
Any other questions, comments? Is there anyone back there who'd like to come forward to speak on item 5F? Seeing none, thank you. Director Lopez. We can go back to 5E.
Item 5E is accepting and approving the report of new and pending claims against the city for January 1st through January 15th, 2021.
Is there anybody out there here to speak on pending claims with the city? Nobody coming in, so we can go on ahead and vote on the resolutions.
Item 5A is approving the labor contract between the City of Lincoln and the Amalgamated, I did write a note, Amalgamated Transit Union for a term effective August 20th, 2020 through August 31st, 2021, introduced by Raybold.
Moved.
Second.
And moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any comments, questions? Please call the roll.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 5B is approving the labor contract between the City of Lincoln and the Public Association of Government Employees for a term effective August 20th, 2020 through August 31st, 2021, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilman Christensen. Any comments or questions? Please call the roll.
Ward,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 5C is approving the energy services contract between the city and Schneider Electric in the amount of $6,267,553 for the Water Resource Recovery Facility Smart Aeration System Project, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilperson Washington. Any comments or questions? Okay, please call the roll.
Ward,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Good thing.
Yeah.
Item 5D is approving an agreement between the City of Lincoln on behalf of Lincoln-Lancaster County Health Department and the Nebraska Department of Health and Human Services for access to the electronic registration system for a term effective January 1st, 2021 to December 31st, 2025, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilperson Christensen. Any comments or questions? Please call the roll.
Washington,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 5E is accepting and approving the report of new and pending claims against the city for January 1st through January 15th, 2021, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilperson Christensen. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Bowers,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 5F is approving a service agreement between the Lincoln-Lancaster County Health Department and UNMC College of Dentistry for field and clinical experiences in public health dentistry for dental hygiene students for a 3-year term beginning January 1st, 2021 and expiring on December 31st, 2023, introduced by Raybold.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilperson Christensen. Any comments?
Another good thing.
Please call the roll.
Schob,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. We can move on to public hearing for ordinances.
I'll be calling items 6A, 6B, and 6C together. Annexation 20015, application of Derek Matter, doing business as Camping World to annex approximately 2.70 acres. And the related development and conditional zoning agreement between City and Camping World to annex approximately 2.70 acres.
Good
Change of
afternoon.
zone.
Hello.
20037 for the Camping World from AG Agriculture District to H4 General Commercial District on property generally located at North 64th Street and Arbor Road.
Okay.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I'm Philip Lewis. I represent Camping World Interest. Philip Lewis Engineering, we're a consulting engineering firm, but the entire design of the project's under my venue. So we're here to present. We got passed through on consent agenda with the Planning Commission. It's a new 35,000 plus square foot building, a new Camping World dealership, RVs, fifth wheels, and et cetera, accessories. It's immediately east of the Peterbilt facility on between Arbor Road and I-80, and hence on the east edge of town appears. So we're annexing a portion of this that was not already in the city limits. So anyway, hopefully pretty straightforward. We've been actively working through your planning folks on specifics about the site and the building plans are currently under review with Mr. Burton. So we're trying to move it forward. We're excited. They're excited about getting here. We're working on 2 more of these currently, 3. Texas, Sydney, Nebraska, Cheyenne, Wyoming, and they're so we're excited to get all these going. So that's my spiel. So
Any questions for Mr. Lewis at this time? Couple quick ones.
yes, sir.
What's the timing on the project?
The timing, ideally, we'll be breaking ground in sometime in April is the plan. They're planning on having the store open by September. I don't know what specific date, but that's what's been promised to the ownership group. So that is what we're on track to make happen, we trust.
And you are needing to, well, I can talk to our planner. Okay.
Yeah, we got a few issues we're still working through, primarily the widening of the street for the turn lanes of Arbor Road. Big issue, big cost consideration. Yes. And also the impact fee situation, which is significant. We kind of found out a little late in the game. It's a big deal because the way the ownership group of Camping World works, they map these things out a year ahead of time, designate a budget, everybody's got to try to hit it. So we're working through all that, trying to get that resolved and worked out. So anyway, beyond that, we hope it's a great project for your city. And a little chilly here, a little colder than Arkansas. It was 35 when we flew out of Little Rock this morning, but hey, hey, I'm not frozen, so we're good. So
Haven't been to Cheyenne yet.
oh no, I'm telling you.
I almost mentioned that it sounds like you're not from someplace cold.
I was going to say, can you guess I'm not from here? Yes, we're a little south of the Mason-Dixon line. So anyway, but we're glad to be here.
Oh,
So.
appreciate you coming to Lincoln.
Yes, sir. Very much. They're glad, they're excited to get here. I think this is their priority of all the ones I mentioned, to get open quickly. The ownership group's excited about getting here, so anyway.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Carey,
warm.
could you come forward?
I'm sorry.
Next stage left.
I'm trying to figure out what I'm saying. I'm from Bowling Green, Kentucky, so I know what you're talking about.
We're doing a huge apartment project there
Yes.
right now. Yes, sir. We're about to start doing that. We're all over.
Camp World headquarters.
It's windier in Sydney.
David, was there any opposition during planning?
No, there has been no voiced opposition to this. As was just stated, I think we're just still working through some final details. So we have the annexation and the change of zone and the agreement that's on your agenda for today. So we're prepared to kind of keep moving things forward.
I was involved in a property out there, and we had to annex our part of the frontage along the interstate because I think the federal highway had owned or actually taken part of it, but they gave it back? Or how's the, so he needs to annex all the way to the federal highway systems line?
Yeah, the annexation will bring it up to that right-of-way line. So it'll be, in effect, kind of cleaned up in that way so that it won't be.
Most of the lot
unnatural.
is already annexed, right?
Correct.
Just that last so many feet.
Right.
Okay. And he was talking, there's issues in the roadway, as we all know.
Yeah, and my understanding is that that's being worked out. It's not really a concern. I think it was more of a getting it done and making sure everybody's on the same page.
Okay. Any other questions?
I was just curious, David, if there are any other issues besides the road that is still in discussion in the redevelopment agreement?
To my knowledge, there are no other issues. I think that we're getting through the details of the turn lanes as well as the access and making sure that that's cleared up straightforward. And from our perspective, things that are fairly typical, I think we just need to make sure we got everybody, like I said, on the same page.
Okay, well, those turn lanes are going to be very important, especially for people who aren't familiar with driving those kinds of.
That's a good point, yeah.
You've seen those over the years, haven't you?
I have. I've seen them get stuck.
This is not a TIF project, correct?
Okay, I didn't understand.
TIF. This is not a TIF
No, it's
project.
not.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you for coming up. Is there anybody else who'd like to come forward to speak on this item at this time? Seeing none, we can move on.
I'll be calling items 6D and 6E together. Change of zone 20034, application of Professors Row Estates LLC from R2 Residential District to R2 Residential Landmark Designation. And the related special permit 20045, application of Professors Row Estates LLC to allow for a basement apartment on property generally located at 3637 Holdridge Street.
Is there anybody who'd like to come forward? Good afternoon. Thank you for coming down.
My name is Mary Belka. I live at 1420 North 37th Street, right across the street from the property in question. And I'm here to speak in support of the request, and I'm one of the owners of the corporation. And also, we went through the historic preservation process and the planning process, and there was no opposition. And in fact, I think there has been a lot of support for our project. Some people have written. And we're requesting the designation of the property as a historic landmark and a special permit for the historic preservation to allow a basement apartment at the location. And no doubt you've read the reams of paper and all of that, so I will just give some brief highlights. The original permit for the house was pulled in 1924, but the house was actually built, it is thought, in 1928. And the detached garage was just a few months later. I think they did a separate permit for that. And it's a Tudor revival style home with a lot of description, steep hipped roof, gables and dormers. And in fact, I chased down the autobiography that the builder wrote a year before he died in 1955. And it's the only house that he built that is pictured in the book other than his own home, which was at 40th and Holdridge. And in fact, he fell in love with Tudor-style homes, and the later homes that he built in the neighborhood were Tudor. And so this particular home, also I've researched the brick, which is aristocrat written on the back of it, and the brick is actually from a special quarry in Illinois, and they're actually looking for homes that have been built with this brick. They're kind of chasing it down. It has since closed, and they're making a museum and a camp out of these kills. And so it has really unusual color of brick. It's very pretty. And actually the outside of the house looks very similar to when the picture was taken in the 50s, except Holdridge Street is all brick, of course. So anyway, we've also replaced all the windows in the original style as recommended by the Historic Preservation Commission when we first started the project and submitted for our permit. And the house was one of the last ones built by Henry Carl Luckey, who was a farmer, lawyer, real estate developer, and congressman, very interesting guy, who served from 1934 to 38 in Congress. And he was responsible for building 80 homes in the East Campus area, including the home that I live in across the street, which is a Prairie Arts and Crafts. And he held this home as a rental himself for 15 years and rented it mostly to doctors until it was sold to Charles Pelican and his wife in about 1944 or so. And anyway, 37th Street was also originally named Lucky Avenue, and 38th Street was Farm Avenue, but it was Lucky Avenue, and then that home was right on the corner. So a lot of history. Also, a lot of the boards in our renovation have his name on them because they were specified for that particular home. So it's kind of interesting to see these things in the bones of the house. In any event, the waivers needed for the special permit portion of the request are due to the lot area. And a duplex of 2 units in R2 is required to have 5,000 square feet per unit. And we're a little bit short, about 1,520 square feet short of that. And this waiver would allow then about 8,400 square feet for the 2 units. So a waiver also for the west and the south side yard reduction from 10 feet to 5 feet are required because these homes were, a lot of them, built right on the property line. And so we have to have that as well. However, the AGR fraternity, which owns the property to the west, has actually written a letter in support of the project, and the neighbor to the south also supports the project, as do other neighbors. We've also already requested and received a deviation request from the access management policy to keep the Holdridge Street driveway, because when you ask for zoning changes, then they want to reduce access, understandably, to arterials. But that was kind of an interesting surprise. But we've worked that out and have a deviation, and we're excited, and that helps keep the architectural character and integrity of the home as well. And it's also a through-and-through driveway, so very few people would be backing out onto Holdridge Street. We've arranged so they can go through the garage and exit on 37th Street. And the house originally had a basement apartment. In fact, I played with the little boy, Tony, because I grew up across the street, and he lived in the basement apartment, so I did know that it was an apartment then. But it has recently fallen into disrepair, had not been used for some time. And the city had first suggested an R4 zoning change, but I was very worried living in the neighborhood and also asking for support of neighbors that somebody could just mow it down at some point and build a fourplex. And that really kind of bothered me from an integrity standpoint on the corner and everything. I just didn't think it would fit. So we went a different route. It's a little more complicated, costs a little more money, but we've been willing to do it. The house next door did have that fate where it was a bungalow that they needed it to do the rebuild of the AGR home 7-8 years ago. So they paid double for it and took it down immediately. And we just didn't want this house to have the same fate. It's just too beautiful. So anyway, It will retain the look of a single-family home, which is in keeping with most of the other homes in the neighborhood. It's an entry to the neighborhood, so it's kind of an anchor property that helps other people feel like, hey, I'd like to live here. And the renovation is designed to help to maintain the character of that historic East Campus neighborhood. And the property's proximity to Holdridge Street means it's unlikely that a family would purchase it because it has a pretty small yard. The lot is relatively small, and because of the through-and-through driveway, it's really very exposed. And so, and in fact, the last owners built a fence which was very unattractive and very not in keeping. I understood why they did it. In fact, helped her to talk with Ed Zimmer about being able to do it, but never really liked it from a standpoint architecturally. But in any event, there are very few single-family homes remaining on Holdridge Street between 33rd and 48th. In fact, this is the first one. When you go up 33rd Street, everything else is either apartment complexes, mixed use, fraternity, Valentino's certainly, Cultiva, some of these other places. So this is where you suddenly see about 3 out of 4 or 5 of the homes suddenly becoming single-family homes where people have been pretty brave. In any event, the extent and the scope of the renovation is really major. I'm hoping that my husband won't divorce me over it because this was my idea, but by the time we're done, I can tell you that we will have spent between $400,000 and $500,000 in a home that could never be sold for maybe even half of that, somewhere in there, or maybe 2/3. It really is beautiful. We're getting furnaces hooked up today so we can finish the drywall, which is very exciting in this weather. But the extent has been major. We are more than devoted. We have put the skin in. I personally, I just got my 2 fingers back kind of, but I personally pulled the plaster and lath off of at least 2/3 of the, we took it down to the sticks, nothing left, and replaced everything. The lot has little room for privacy, so some families would also find this limiting, and we wanted to avoid this becoming a potentially neglected, non-resident owned landlord situation, which often happens close to campus. And also the university is very supportive. They want the neighborhood to stay nice, for students. So we live directly across the street in the home in which I grew up. I actually babysat at this place 40 years ago. So I found a door in the basement. I knew exactly what it was the porch that had been changed. So we are restoring the porch. I've restored the door. I'm about to get it from Ben Swingers, but we have the original handset, the original door. I had 84 Lumber built a strike, and Gold Edge built a strike plate for me. So we're actually being able to use some architectural, historical touches, even though it is a rental. People keep saying to me, it's a rental. I said, well, it's across the street from my home, so that's the way it goes. So as resident landlords, we are dedicated to preserving this home, not just for now, but for future. Let's give it another 95 or 100 years and give it that chance. So any questions? I'm open for that.
Do we have any questions? Yes, Councilman Bowers.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to say that you are always a wealth of experience and knowledge of the Echo neighborhood, and really honored to have you in Northeast Lincoln.
Oh, thank you, Councilman Bowers. We feel the same about you. Thank you very much.
Any other? Yes, Councilperson Washington.
I'm enthused by your enthusiasm for this project. I love old houses, and thank you. You have single-handedly done the 1% buy local, all those companies that you listed, helping you to restore this house. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. We've been very fortunate to find amazing contractors, and they've been more than friendly to us. We really appreciate it. I will also say, for the first time in 19 years, the walks are shoveled and the yard is raked. So, and believe me, the shoveling thing, it'll either kill me or keep me in shape. These are the 2 shapes. We're looking for a snowblower soon, but anyway.
We go.
Yeah, I think we need to. I think my husband's like, we need the snowblower.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you. Thank you for your passion.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that would like to come forward on these 2 items? Seeing none, we can move on.
Item 6F is LMC 8.14 Child Care Programs, temporarily extending the term of Certificate of Compliance.
Is there anybody that would like to come forward on this item? Director Lopez, I see you brought Mr. Holmes with you, too.
This is very simple. Given everything that's been happening with the pandemic and the impact on the child care centers, we want to extend the time frame for them to have their certificate of compliance placed to ease some of the burden on them. But in order to do that, we had to come before the council.
Any questions or comments? Nope. Thank you for coming down.
Yeah.
Do you have any comments you would like to?
Nope, she covered it perfect.
Okay. Is there anybody else back there that would like to come forward on this item? Seeing none, we can move on.
Let's take care of all three of those, right?
Pardon me? Yeah, cottage
Cottage
food,
food?
so you're
Okay.
staying for that, right? Okay.
Item 6G is amending Chapter 8.20 of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to the Lincoln Food Code by amending Sections 8.20.020, 8.20.030, 8.20.080, 8.20.090, 8.20.100, also 110, 120, 135, 150, 160, 8.20.191, and 8.20.260, 261, 264, 280, 320, and 330 to modify existing regulations for cottage food operations and farmers market vendors, clarifying the registration process, registration requirements, and the inspection process for cottage foods operations and farmers markets vendors by adding a new section numbered 8.20.085 entitled Cottage Food Operation Registration Required by adding a new section numbered 8.20.095 entitled Cottage Food Operation Registration Process, and repealing sections 8.20.020, 030, 0.080, 0.090, 100, 110, 120, 135, 150, 160, 191, 260, 261, 264, 280, and 320, and 8.20.330 of the Lincoln Municipal Code is here to existing.
Yes.
Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Scott Holmes. I manage the Environmental Health Division with the Lancaster County Health Department. Hopefully SUNY's introduction is longer than my presentation. As you can see, the term cottage foods is embedded throughout the code, and to modify the statute required a lot of very small changes throughout the entire code. Primary reason we're changing the ordinance is to harmonize it better with the state regulations on cottage foods, and I'll touch on just a couple of examples of that. 030 is just definitions, and those needed to be updated and modified. So that's quite a long section, but it's fairly short. On page 5, you come to the permit requirement, and that's probably the biggest change in the ordinance. We will no longer be requiring a permit be issued for a cottage foods operation. It will simply be a registration, and that is then addressed in the next section. Section 095 is a very long section. It looks all new. All that is all the same language that previously was under the permit language, put in the registration language, and simply applying for a registration. Section 100 is removal of cottage foods from the permit section, so you see multiple changes simply taking cottage foods out of that. Section 110 is again addressing how permits and registrations will happen and how long they last for. Going on, each of the next changes are quite minimal and address again the concept of registration versus permitting. If you go all the way back to point 191, which is on page 12 of your documents, probably one of the more important changes is a change in a training that's been developed by the University of Nebraska Extension Service for cottage foods operations. We felt that very important to add that in there because it's an excellent training and it is an approved training that we are very comfortable with. That was one of our key issues with cottage food operations, ensuring that they had good training so that there is protection of public health to start with. And then finally, as you get toward the end, you are seeing sections which relate to both cottage foods and vendors at farmers markets. Those of you that were on the council at the time remember that that was a lot of the conversation, is having those quite similar, and this still retains that. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Holmes? Yes. Mr. Christensen.
The cost for registration
It remains the exact same as it was before, and that's $30.
and lasts for 1 year?
It does, yes. And that's the same as a farmer's market permit.
Any other questions at this time? I have a couple. And I didn't get into cottage food, but does it have to be something that is processed or cooked, or I'm thinking about items that maybe, I say process. Let's take honey. You take honey and you may add something to it and jar it and put it out there. Is that a cottage food?
Possibly, it depends what you're adding to that, Mr. McGinnis. Particularly, the most common items are baked items, as you can imagine. So honey itself is a product which is sold through most farmers markets and is not really regulated as a processed foods. Honey is regulated through the State Department of Agriculture. But a product like a cookie or bread or something like that is probably the most common. We have about 25 cottage food operators right now licensed and soon to be registered instead. And so that's the most common item. So there can be multiple different types of ingredients that go into that, and obviously the cooking process is pretty typical with most baked goods.
So it could be. I mean, someone
Yes.
may need to have a process to sell their honey or...
Well, if they're going to make something that's a true processed foods, they'd actually have to have a processor's permit through the state. So like if you're making canned beans or something like that, or salsa that has a low acid food, that type of thing would have to have a process approved through State Department of Agriculture and probably the Food Processing Center at UNL. The intent of the cottage food permit is really for very simple foods that can simply be made and provided to the public.
Would pickles, I mean, because you do, would that be
And
considered
that's a
cottage
canning
food?
process typically, so it would have to go through an approval process, the
And then you
canning
said
process.
the class that would be required, or do they can do a food handler permit and or the class?
They can, and they can also attend our vendors, farmers market vendors class as well. And this year that
Okay,
will
is
be
there a
Zoom.
fee for any of those?
For our classes, there are fees for the food handler permits because you'd also have a permit, but for the farmers market vendor, there's no fee. And then for this UNL class, that depends on what they're doing at the time. Yeah.
I'm sure there is. Okay. Any other questions? Nope. Thank you.
Great. Thanks a lot.
Is there anybody else who'd like to come forward on this item?
Wait, I think I do have a question.
Yeah.
So this was passed previously, this is replacing the current ordinance?
Yes.
Correct?
Mm-hmm.
And, okay, that's what I need to know.
Okay.
Any other comments, questions? Okay. Not on this item. Okay. We can move on?
Item 6H, amending sections 2.62.020, 2.62.150, 2.65.020, 2.65150, 2.66.020, and 2.66110 of the Lincoln Municipal Code related to dual receipts of payments under Workers' Compensation Act and pension benefits of members killed in the line of duty, and repealing sections 2.62.020, 2.62150, 2.65020, 2.65150, and 2.66.020, and 2.66110 as hereto existing.
Good afternoon, Johansi Christie, City Attorney. This that is before you today has to do with an offset. The offset language is actually from, I think, state statute 1947. It got carried over to the Lincoln Municipal Code. It deals with if someone has a disability, then there's an offset between the workers' comp payment and the pension payment. Councilperson Ward brought it to everyone's attention that this offset also applied to police officers, firefighters that were killed in the line of duty. And so what this does before you is that it gets rid of the offset that is in place currently in that situation for firefighters and police officers that are killed in the line of duty going forward. And I'd be happy to attempt to answer any questions that you may have.
Any questions? Yes.
Could you just describe the practical result of passing this?
So the practical result would be, and it might be easier for me to explain it, right? How it works right now is that if someone is killed in the line of duty, they are entitled to their workers' comp, and then the pension, they're not eligible for that. There's an offset if it goes over the amount. And so it's kind of the idea so that they're not getting the workers' comp and their pension. Workers' comp, the idea is that you're still, working, you're entitled to those benefits, and then the pension is for, when you retire. So there's a calculation. But what this will do is get rid of that offset that is currently in place right now, only for when someone is killed in the line of duty.
We all have questions.
Okay. Councilperson Washington.
I want to say something.
Oh, I know.
I've introduced it. Do you want
Do you want to introduce it? Okay.
I'll let Tammy go first.
Mhm.
Thank
I'll hold my
you.
caption.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank our city attorney for all of his work and for that explanation. And certainly we want to answer questions, but I do want to thank also especially Lincoln Attorney Vince Powers, who's with us today, for bringing this to my attention. I was not aware that this was not current in our city code, and it needs to be for clear reasons. I obviously support these changes that we need to make, that our city attorney has explained what they are and what they will do. So thank you for asking that question, Councilman Christensen. I'm really honored to have introduced this, but it is a lift for this entire council to respond to. So I just want to thank, again, city attorney and their staff, and especially Mr. Powers, who will be speaking next, I believe, after. We may want to hear his testimony, Mr. Chair, before we have questions. That's up to you, but that may help answer some questions, so as well. So that's my thanks and gratitude today. So thank you.
If anybody had any questions for Mr. Christie? If not, then we can.
At this time, we may call him back later.
I'll still be available.
We may call him back later.
We may come back. One of the mics.
In this direction. There.
Thanks.
You bet.
Hey, thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Vince Powers. I'm a lawyer here in Lincoln. A foreseeable risk of performing the essential functions of the job duty of a police officer and a firefighter is the risk of death. There aren't many occupations that have that risk. Now, all the men and women who will be going in harm's way for us and have gone in harm's way for us, they accept that risk, they understand that risk. What they also do, like all of us, is if a tragedy occurs, they want to make certain their family's taken care of. In this particular incident, investigator Mario Herrera, as we all know, was tragically murdered in the line of duty. For over 24 years, he contributed to the pension. And in the whirlwind of events that occurred, Carrie Herrera, my client, learned that those pension benefits would be offset by the comp benefits. And so as a practical matter, it means $2,812 a month that she does not receive because her husband was murdered. And so when I heard about this, and when I met with Carrie Herrera and her brother and other officers, I was struck by her dignity, her quiet dignity, where her main concern was not the money, but she said to me, there are officers who are younger than me, who have young families, and this money matters. Now, we all know that the money will never fill the hole in her heart, but it'll pay the bills. It'll improve the quality of life for her and her family. And while you're referred to officially as city council members, you are, in fact, the conscience of this community. And as the conscience of this community, I'm asking that this be amended. There were two ways to go at this. One would be in an adversarial way. I make my living in the courtroom. However, I thought, and Ms. Herrera does not want to be adverse with the city. This means she will not get back benefits. But going forward, I've been assured by the city attorney that her benefits will now, she'll get the full measure of what her husband wanted. And frankly, I think almost every police officer and firefighter was unaware of this. But that's where we are today. And so it's my hope that you will look upon this and you will see that it's just fairness. And so I will answer any questions you have, but the practical matter is at $2,812 a month.
Thank you. Any questions? No?
Oh.
Yes.
I still have a question.
Sure.
Thank you. Welcome. I am curious about this this ordinance in particular. I understand the serious weakness that needs to be rectified for officers and firefighters killed in the line of duty. I am curious about whether or not this also extends to other city employees who may lose their life in doing their jobs.
I do not believe it does, and I'm sure that the city attorney, who, by the way, I also want to thank, also like to thank Don Tott, who's another city attorney who was very helpful in giving me the information. Mm-hmm. And I believe it's under the pension plan that covers only firefighters and police officers. I am not familiar with the other provisions for other city employees. Okay. And there's a separate pension plan and whatnot. And so maybe Mr. Christie can answer that, but that's my understanding. I especially want to thank Councilwoman Ward for, I called her, and I've just been very impressed by her willingness and her desire to get this done and to help, and it's just a good thing. Yes, sir.
I see what this is doing, and it's a very good thing. Have we addressed in any way the ongoing cost of health insurance benefits?
Let me answer that question this way. Mm-hmm. There is an issue that I think can be addressed separately. Mm-hmm. I do know under COBRA, and I'm not an expert, but under the COBRA law, what Ms. Herrera was able to do, thanks to our former police chief and the city attorney's office and the pension, I can't pronounce his last name, I apologize. What they did is through COBRA, they were able to keep it low for, I believe, at least 3 years. To keep it, now after 3 years, I think it goes up, but that's an issue that should be addressed, and I appreciate you bringing it up. I think one of the things that all of us who've looked at this understand is we have been so fortunate as a community that this just hasn't come up, this type of a tragedy. And I think sometimes when you have an ordinance or a law or a statute, it's on paper and you read it and you look at it and you don't realize what really happens. And the reality of what this is that Ms. Herrera, she needs to get compensated. And I know that she's not comfortable being here. She is here, and she shouldn't have to be here. But I know that you all will do the right thing, because everyone in Lincoln understands the idea of contributing to a pension and not getting it back. Because we all want to make sure that our family's taken care of, and certainly Mario Herrera. That's why he paid in for over 24 years.
Yes.
Well, I'd like to say thank you to Mrs. Herrera for being here. In my discussions with her, I walked away with a profound sadness that what happened in the aftermath was a lot of people telling her, well, this just hasn't happened in so long, we don't know what to do. And so I would ask you as her representative to help this council through a process of identifying all those things that should have happened but didn't happen because nobody knew what to do.
Well, I can say this. One thing that did happen was an overwhelming response of love and output for the Herrera family, for which she is deeply grateful. One thing that did not happen was the full benefits, and we're going through that, and same with the health insurance. And I think there are things to look at, and I hope you would understand, Councilman Christensen, that rational people just don't think like this. When these men and women sign up to go in harm's way, the last thing they're thinking about is having to go to some lawyer's office to ask for help to get their benefits. And so I will get back to you on that. I think it's a great point. But an awful lot of things went right. And I think with this will go right too. And we have good men and women who work for us, and we just have to let them know that we have their back too.
You're here.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. Anybody else like to come forward to speak at this time? Is there anybody else out there that would like to come forward on this item?
Thank you.
Okay, seeing none, we shall move on.
I'll be calling items 6I, 6J, and 6K together. Approving the Revolution Wraps redevelopment agreement between 401 Investment Group LLC and the City of Lincoln relating to the redevelopment of property generally located at North 19th and Cornhusker Highway, and the related fiscal year 2021 CIP to authorize and appropriate $426,000 in TIF funds for the Revolution Wraps redevelopment agreement, and also the related tax allocation bonds for the Revolution Wraps redevelopment project in the amount not to exceed $426,000.
Is there anybody that'd like to come forward to speak on this item? I don't think there is somebody who would like to come forward to speak on the. Good afternoon.
Hello, Samuel Lyon, Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm here to bring to your attention a dangerous situation that's happening in the hallway. There's over 100 people that are crammed in the hallway outside. I just assume you're not aware of it, so I wanted to bring it to your attention. There's no opportunity for social distancing. Everyone's just crammed in there, and they're trying to do as best as they can, but it's just crammed, and I noticed in here it's just completely empty, and I was thinking if some of them could sit in here, that would allow for some social distancing to happen. I asked for Pat Lopez to come out and address the situation, and she declined.
Thanks, Sam. Are you here to speak on these items?
Yes,
that are on our agenda?
no, not on this one. I just wanted to make sure, because I asked for someone to come and address it, and it is a dangerous situation going on in the
Point
hallway
of
that I knew
order, Mr.
that I knew
Chair,
you'd
point
want
of
to know
order.
about.
This is not appropriate right
thank
now.
you. Are you here, would you like to speak on these items?
I would like to speak on an item here, and I would like a place that I could be,
Okay.
that I can social distance, and I know there's over 100 people outside that also would like a place that they could social distance, and I just wanted to bring that to your attention because I assumed you were not aware of it.
Thank you. Okay.
I thought you might want to take a recess to take a look, or somehow it.
We've got our.
Perhaps we could just finish this item, because we're just about 30
Sure,
seconds
yes,
away
yeah,
from
and
this.
I don't want
Sam,
to
thanks.
impose on your meeting. I knew you would want to
Too
know.
late. It's point
Thank
of
you.
order.
Okay.
What I'm planning on doing is getting through this item and the next few, which shouldn't take us very long, and then take a break before we get to 6U.
I just.
That'll put us up close to the 5. Okay, Abby.
Hi, good afternoon. Abby Luttrell from the City Attorney's Office. And there was some communication earlier this week on these 3 items. A request to put on the pending no date certain list. We're working on the plan amendment, which you heard last week, some changes that need to be made, so we're kind of waiting just for things to catch up. So it's been at the request of the developer and urban development to put these 3 items on pending, no date certain.
And I'd like to make that motion.
Is there anybody else who'd like to come forward to speak on this item? Probably not. Do you, Ms. Washington?
Yeah, I'd like to make the motion to move 6I, J, and K, all 3 items dealing with the...
No, that's not K.
J.
I guess it is
and
K,
K.
yeah.
It is K.
It is K.
I, J, and K, to pending, no date certain.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilperson Rabel. Okay. Any comments about moving this to pending, no date certain? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ward,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Bowers, McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Let's move to the next
Thank you, Abby.
3 items, or 3 callable items, and then we'll take a break before 6U.
Item 6L, change of zone 20040, application of American Nebraska Limited Partnership from R2 Residential District to B1 Local Business District on property generally located at 3930 South Street.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marshall.
Unmask here. Good afternoon, council members. I'm here on the behalf of the owner of this property. This is kind of simply a cleanup deal. South 40th and South Street, when we started investigating this property, it is a property they wanted to go up for sale on, and identified a couple of things that were kind of odd about the property, and one is particularly the zoning. It just happens. It's probably just the way the parcels were laid out long time ago, and then it was developed, and it never really kind of caused a problem. But we are here to basically ask for the residential zoning to be changed to the B1 surrounding zoning that the rest of the property is in. So it's pretty straightforward, I think. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Marshall? Okay. Did we have another person who'd like to testify at this point? Okay.
Thank you. I must stay right here because I'm up on the next one.
Okay. I was wondering why you weren't moving very
Item
quick.
6M.
Yeah, those are the ones you want to run away from.
Oh, I'm sorry, can I move on?
Ralph Edwards Productions.
May I read the next item?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I just wanted
I'm
to
sorry.
make sure, sorry. Change of zone 15016B, application of Lincoln Federal Bank Corp., Inc. to amend the Wilderness Creek Planned Unit Development by revising the site plan to add multifamily housing and change of zone from R3 Residential District to R5 Residential District on property generally located at 33rd Street and Wilderness Hills Boulevard.
Mr. Marshall.
Thank you again. So I'm here for this item for the landowner, which is Lincoln Federal Bancorp. This PUD goes back to 2015, which we came forward with a plan at the time, and I'm going to show you just a little bit of history on the property. It may or may not have been in the staff report, but just going to give you the big picture here. Originally, the PUD had commercial and multifamily and townhome attached single-family homes. So this is the map, and I've highlighted in red or kind of pink as it shows up on the map the area that's really changing within the PUD area. So I'll concentrate on this. So originally there was multifamily, there was attached single-family that was part of this overall plan. And in 2018 we came forward and changed the plan. Overall, we added an R5 area, and moved the R5 to another area within the PUD and contiguous to the property to the south, single family, and we thought that was a good plan at the time. So fast forward to today in this application, kind of coming full circle. We are asking for the change of the zoning on that particular area to be changed from R3 to R5, which would allow multifamily dwelling units to be placed upon that. Kind of, like I said, full circle, going back to the original plan where there was partially multifamily shown on that. This is expanding that basically from the south 33rd to the drainage way to the east side. Baxter, Toyota to the north, and undeveloped area to the south. This aerial image is a pretty good representation of what it does look like today, this 2020 aerial, and not much has changed from this, this area. We did hold a Zoom meeting with residents. We sent out invitations. There were 2 HOA members from the Wilderness Hills area, which is the area to the south, and 1 adjacent landowner to the east across in one of the duplex lots that attended that meeting. And we have not heard any additional commentary from any of those individuals or anybody else that had not been to that meeting itself. We are asking for 1 waiver to be extended to this area that is already granted to the R5 area, high permit. Yeah, this is not the first time I've said that for R5. It's kind of been the standard change, if you will, to some of the higher density areas to allow 3 to 4 story buildings to be comfortably constructed in this area. So within the 1 mile area, I think we provided some information to planning staff that does show apartment complexes have been granted the same waiver. Most notably, on this map, you can see just kind of off the corner to the southeast, apartment complex that does have the height waiver as well. You can kind of tell that there's these apartments in the Wilderness Hills commercial area that were approved a couple of years and now constructed, the Aventine apartments, and then the area that we are proposing now. The density that we have proposed is about 480 units over this property. The calculations would allow a density up to 677 units. So we're asking about 70% of the allowable, and that's all that we are asking in the application. So that would be what was granted within the PUD. With that, I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Marshall? Yes, Councilperson Raybold.
Can you tell us a little bit of, is it going to be market rate housing? Are you going to have some affordable housing included in this project?
I would call it market rate.
Okay.
Councilperson Washington.
Just so I get a bit of the understanding now that I'm looking at the aerial, you said that there was a height waiver given in 2 different directions adjacent to this proposal. Are those height waivers at 50, 55 as well, or are they shorter, lower?
It's a good question. I think 55 in the area is a pretty standard request that we've been going with. WH Flats, I believe, was up to 55, and I forget the name. Mark Bosek was the builder here. That was up to 55. The Aristo Apartments, which is right here, were granted up to 55. Chateau on Yankee Hill Golf Course and so forth.
That's a little bit further because you're at 34.
That is a little bit further,
so
yes.
The areas that are just directly east and then southwest, are those single family or townhomes?
They are, so east, they're attached. So
attached, okay.
I call them, duplexes, or so they're two units on separate lots to the east. There's approximately 50 units over there. And then to the southwest, these are all single family.
Okay.
Did I say detached to the east? I meant attached.
Attached. Single family.
I have to correct myself,
And
sorry.
if
And then
I'm-
these are detached, they're single family homes. And then to the south, I should have done I should have painted the picture a little bit better. But the plan is there's approved preliminary plat there as well. So these will be single family homes.
Okay.
And then the school property that sits in here.
Elementary, right?
Elementary planned, yes.
Yes, Councilperson Raybold.
So because of the height waiver to allow you to build up to 55 feet, does that mean you have to have a setback of 27.5 feet?
It would, yes.
Would.
There was a motion to change one of the notes that we had talked to planning about and Parks and Rec. There is a planned trail that would go from the Cavett Trail that ends today at Yankee Hill Road. It comes through the property and meanders down the drainage way. On the west side, adjacent to this property that we're talking about, there will be a trail. So Parks had some concerns about the height of the building, and particularly days like today, where you have blowing snow and low sun, sunlight hitting those trails. They did have concern about the trails thawing and freezing and so forth. And so they had asked for an increased setback for the east side. And so we had worked with them about that setback. And so if it is above 35 feet above the normal height that is allowed for this zoning, we will go to 1/2 the height of that structure for the setback. So if it's under 35 feet, the setback's 10 feet, and if it's over 35, we'll go 1/2. If we go up to that 55 feet, it will be 27.5 foot for that setback.
On the east side?
On the east side of the property, yep. Okay. So that was the give and take, I think. I think we got to a reasonable, and planning staff had presented that motion to amend that note with their support that the increased setback alleviated their concerns about the proximity of the buildings to the trail.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah. I can imagine the trail will be well used.
It will be.
With the elementary school there.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay.
Be exciting to get something there. I know all of the residents in the area would be excited, or will be excited.
That was interesting. Any other question? I got one. Is there any special rules about putting an apartment complex next to a school?
Not that I know of.
Okay.
So there are schools with apartment complexes adjacent to them. Most notably to the
Adams,
which has.
I was there when we agreed to that one. Yeah.
So it's not unheard of, but I know that I work with Scott Wieskemper of LLPS, and they do like to have more lots around them surrounding the sites, but it does happen for apartment complexes to be adjacent to school sites.
Okay. And it was interesting, you said that the city would like to do further setbacks for taller buildings. Maybe they could do that. Maybe they could do that for roads too, and not make us build all the way up against the road.
Yeah, I talked about it. The original staff report had an increased setback, and so we did talk through their concern on that. So there are other complexes that are adjacent to trails, not on the east side of it, where I think that's the primary concern about how much sun that these trails are actually receiving during the day.
Okay.
Just the way that this property sits in elevation and so forth. We ended up looking at it and were agreeable to it.
Any other comments for Mr. Marshall? Yes.
Chairman, since you mentioned the fact that elementary school and you asked your question, I have one more question, and that is, what's the clientele, your desired clientele in your apartment complex? What are the size of the apartments? Are these for families? Are these for young professionals, singles?
I'm not sure if I can answer that question.
What size are the apartments?
Like
are they studios,
One bedroom?
ones, twos, 3 bedrooms?
I think there will be a mix of all. Yeah. Yeah.
It'll be an interesting neighborhood.
Are
they planning on trying to come out of the ground right away with this project?
I do believe it would go pretty quickly. This would, from the development side, again, I'm here more as opposed to the buyer of the property, so I don't know all of the the intricacies of the apartments themselves. I will note that they will have to come forward to planning and have to work out those details of site, drainage, some of those planning details that have to do those through administrative amendment. And right now, today, there's no through road with Wilderness Hills Boulevard going all the way to 40th. That infrastructure would actually go in as part of preparing this property for sale and going to and allowing building permits that we would foreseeably see this summer.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay. Thank you. Is there anybody else out there that'd like to come forward on this item? Okay.
Thank you.
Seeing none, we'll move on. We're going to call the next few together. Is that correct, Sony?
We'll be calling items 6N through 6T together.
Is there anybody that would like to come forward on 6N? Mr. McDaniels.
Should I read all items to record? Amending the pay schedule for the employee group whose classifications are assigned to a pay range prefixed by the letter C, creating the classification of one-call technician. 6O is amending the pay schedule for employee group whose classifications are assigned prefixed letter A, creating the classification of right-of-way superintendent. 6P is amending the pay schedule for the employee group whose classifications are assigned pay range prefixed by the letter N, creating the classification of utility locate technician. 6Q is amending the employee group whose classifications are assigned to pay range prefixed by the letter A, to change the title of assistant city auditor to assistant city controller. 6R is amending the employee group whose classifications are assigned pay range which prefix letter M, to change title of superintendent of water pollution control facilities to superintendent of water resource recovery facilities. 6S is amending a pay schedule for employee group classification title letter N by deleting the classification for barricade worker. And 6T is amending the pay schedule for employee group classifications prefixed by the letter A by deleting the classification for assistant superintendent of operations water pollution control.
Mr. McDaniels.
Doug McDaniel, Human Resources. I'll run through these quickly, and if you have questions, I'll just wait to hear and try to respond. So, 6N, creating classification for one-call technician. It's a classification that is responsible for receiving and responding to calls and dispatching personnel to locate requests. We currently have 2 employees doing this in different classifications. This is to bring the jobs together and accurately describe the work being done for one call. 6O, the right-of-way superintendent will oversee city's public right-of-ways. Lincoln Transportation Utilities Department asks that we create a specific right-of-way classification as the amount of work in this area has increased. 6P, utility locate technician is being created to reflect the current situation. We have several employees performing this work, but they're in different classifications in different areas. So LTU has asked us to prepare this classification, move forward with the locate work. It's now somewhat plateaued after Allo's work has been pretty much completed. And it's clear these duties will continue to be performed. So again, it's trying to unify the classification into one classification instead of several. So those are 3 new classifications. There's no budgetary impact. We chose pay ranges for all 3 of the classifications to be the same, and that's what the incumbents have currently. 6Q, we're requesting to change the title of Assistant City Auditor to Assistant City Controller. We have a City Controller currently, but not an auditor, so we're updating the title of the assistant in that role to be consistent with the person they report to. 6R, Superintendent of Water Pollution Control Facilities being updated to Superintendent of Water Resource Recovery Facilities. Again, LTU has requested we change this as the terminology is changing. They want to update the title to be in concert with the current language.
One quick question on that. Is that in the wastewater department?
Yes.
Okay.
6S and T are eliminations of classifications that are no longer being utilized, barricade worker and assistant superintendent of operations. So those are vacant and they'll be deleted.
Any questions for Mr. McDaniels? Sounds good.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else out there that would like to come forward at this point on this item? Okay, seeing none, I believe our next item may be a long item. And so what I would like to do is take a quick break, take a 15-minute break, and then start up instead of breaking in the middle of testimony. If everyone's agreeable to that, we'll take a 15-minute recess.
Oh, it's 4 degrees, and it feels like 9 below.
Oh, gee.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We're back in session with the Lincoln City Council for February 8th, 2021. We are going to start with item 6V as in Victor, and then go back to 6U. So, Sony, would you like to read 6V?
Item 6V, amending Chapter 2.18 of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to the purchasing division by amending Sections 2.18.020 and 2.18.030 to allow city departments to make purchases under $10,000 to be called micro purchases without soliciting competitive quotations under certain circumstances as specified therein, and repealing Sections 2.18.020 and 2.18.030 of the Lincoln Municipal Code as hereto existing.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Ms. Bowles.
Good evening. I'm Kate Bowles, and maybe out of habit, I have to say that's Katebolz. I'm the new mayoral aide for economic development, and I am grateful for your understanding of public servants everywhere and allowing us to adjust the agenda this evening. I bring to you a micro purchasing ordinance that is a recommendation of the Economic Recovery Task Force. And it's rooted in the idea that $1 spent locally results in $1.50 in economic activity through jobs, capital, and supply purchases. Over 87% of Nebraska businesses were negatively impacted by the coronavirus pandemic. And in response to that, the Economic Recovery Task Force is bringing forward this recommendation to create micro purchasing for purchasers when they are purchasing products under $10,000, and those purchases must be of reasonable cost, but they would not be subject to the bid requirement. If they're not subject to the bid requirement, it allows the mayor's office to put forward an administrative regulation encouraging those purchasers to make those smaller purchases locally, having a positive impact on our local business and on our local economy. A review of P-card purchases found that there are a significant number of these small purchases, especially in the last year. Last year was a little bit out of ordinary because of PPE purchases, but we had $1.4 million of purchases through the P-card program. You would have an impact of over $1 million if you indicated the economic multiplier effect. So I will stop there and let my colleague Bob Walla chime in with any additional details about this ordinance that we are proposing.
Mr. Walla.
Thank you. Bob Walla, city purchasing agent. First of all, the term micro purchase is not something that we made up. It is the standard of federal procurement for purchases under a certain dollar amount. So that's where the idea came from in order for us to get to this point where we are requesting this approval. We currently have the process where individuals for purchases under $10,000 are required to get 3 quotes, and then they buy from the lowest quote. The premise for the micro purchase is to allow for the purchases in that category, $0 to $10,000, to be spread out among more vendors in order to give more business to them, to spread out the government funds that we have, but still to purchase at a fair and reasonable cost. And we've kind of come up with the definition of that, once again, based on the federal requirements that we have in our federal procurement manual. But basically it says that if a product costs $25 from, say, an Amazon or something like that on a website, and it costs $27 here in Lincoln, it'd be much better for us to purchase that $27 item in order to encourage local businesses and to do the 1.5 times that Kate just got done talking about. So we have a number of things that we've been working on over the last several months. We initially started working with Alyssa on this before Kate took the position. And we believe that we can do some things individually in the purchasing department and working with the departments in order to spread that work out and spread that money out among the local businesses.
Well, thank you. Any questions for Mr. Walla? Yes.
Well, whoever wants to answer this one, why only $10,000?
So we recently changed the code back in, let's see, it would have been late last year. We changed the thresholds. They originally were $3,000. So when the County Purchasing Act changed their thresholds to 10,000 and 50,000, then we changed the city codes to be the same. And so 10,000 is the number that's used across the board for that.
And if I may, Councilman, the other line to walk is that if you start putting forth too much preference for local purchasing, then you get into a tit for tat with other local communities. And the point isn't to compete with Seward or Malcolm or what have you for local purchasing. It is more to try to make sure that our small businesses and our local businesses succeed. So we don't want to create, we put this ordinance forth, and so you have to do one. And by keeping it under the $10,000 mark, we have less of a chance of doing that.
Okay, Councilperson Washington.
I think this is a great idea, a way to lift local businesses, but I have a question, and I think it came up when you mentioned that you follow federal procurement guidelines, and I was just curious, in purchasing something at below $10,000 and perhaps using multiple local vendors, are you going to be accused of splitting up purchases unnecessarily in order to stay beneath some limits? So if a business wanted to buy, I don't know, $3,500 worth of face masks from one vendor, and then they spend another $3,500 on face masks from a second vendor locally, is that allowable? Is that what I think we're trying to encourage that, but is that allowable under federal procurement?
Actually, it's not. It's not allowable to split.
Okay.
But I think some of the things that we've been talking about, first of all, we do have contracts in place for a number of items that amount to a lot larger amount, even though they're small. Like we have an office supply contract where we buy $10 box of pens, but we spend over $1 million per year.
Okay.
So we will keep those policies in place to use our contracts when we do have them, but also we do make a point of saying do not split purchases in order to fall under the $10,000 threshold.
Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
I have a quick question. You're saying that there's going to be administrative regulations that will follow. Have those been written, or are those available to look at this point? Go ahead.
That's a great question. I would say first, the existing transparency and accountability applies, so still subject to auditing requirements, still subject to conflict of interest. Those types of things still apply, but we've got of course, the draft of the ordinance is in front of you, and we have an administrative regulation that has been drafted, and I've got a copy in my packet if you'd like to see it now.
Oh, that'd be great. Well, you can send it to me.
Sure.
We're not voting on it tonight anyway.
We'll make sure the council gets it.
And that can be changed at any time by the mayor, correct? So if the mayor wanted to say whatever, they can at this point, or is it kind of left up to the purchasing agent to be involved, or do you know? Well, I'll look at
the ordinance would not change the limit in terms of the $10,000 or auditing requirements, or those processes and procedures couldn't change for the administrative regulation. The administrative regulation is really just the step that we couldn't take in the ordinance, which is the mayor's direction that the purpose of utilizing micro-purchasing should be to encourage local business spending. So it's really that really last piece is what the mayor is directing the purchasing agents to do.
And I have been going through the AR with the mayor's office as they put this together, and the things that are in there are going to work very well for this code change.
Okay. Any other questions? That'd be great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to come forward to speak on this item?
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to be here to speak tonight. My name is Bud Seinhorst, President and CEO of the Lincoln Independent Business Association, 620 North 48th Street. I'm very excited to be here tonight to support this ordinance that's been proposed. As a member, as you all may recall, last summer I was part of the Mayor's Economic Recovery Task Force, and in the business recovery subgroup that we talked over several different issues that we felt could help our local businesses. And I'm proud to say that this was an idea I brought to the committee. So to be here to say, yes, let's do this is very exciting for me. I think it's very important, as Ms. Bowles was mentioning, what this can do for local businesses, because the philosophy behind this when we discussed it in the committee was really, what better way for the city to say we support our local businesses than to say we're going to spend money and we're going to make sure we find a way to invest our resources in our local businesses. And so, Councilman Christensen, I know you mentioned, or you asked the question about the $10,000 threshold. I know there are some other ways that it can be done with other higher thresholds, so hopefully we can have that conversation in the future. And also one of the things I pointed out with that committee was that the city of Omaha actually has a program like this where it's for small local women and minority-owned businesses, which I think is a great program where there are actually preferred vendors in place. So if a department head needed a project done, it was within a certain threshold, I could go to vendor A, vendor B, vendor C, or whomever it might be directly, and it helps kind of expedite the process. They've already been vetted as vendors. So I think it's a great opportunity for us as a city to say to our local businesses, we're here to support you. So I urge and encourage your support of this ordinance and appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Seinhorst?
Thank you for coming
Thank you all
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you for coming down on a beautiful Lincoln, Nebraska night.
Very good.
Is there anybody else back there that'd like to come forward on this item?
Yes.
Okay. Seeing none, we can move on to item 6U. You want to read that?
Yes. Item 6U, amending Title 11 of the Lincoln Municipal Code to incorporate the Youth Mental Health Protection Ordinance, prohibiting conversion therapy for minors which seeks to change the minor's sexual orientation or gender identity.
Mr. Councilman?
Chairman McGinnis and members of the council, thank you for allowing me to bring forward this ordinance to protect youth mental health in our city by banning an outdated, discredited, and denounced practice called conversion therapy. Conversion therapy is the intervention of attempting to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity, for example, from transgender to or non-binary to cisgender. And every single major medical and mental health association has supported the life-saving regulations that we will be talking about and hearing public comment on today. This ordinance has been crafted to follow ordinances that have been upheld by multiple federal circuit court of appeals. Conversion therapy does not have to include electroshock to be harmful. Techniques for conversion therapy include rejection, isolation, and shame. Often, the tool used to accomplish this is talk therapy, a medically evidence-based intervention, not simply a conversation. The Trevor Project and the American Journal of Public Health found that LGBTQ youth who underwent conversion therapy were more than twice as likely to report having attempted suicide and more than 2.5 times as likely to report multiple suicide attempts in the past year. Over 25 leaders, founders, and practitioners of conversion therapy have joined together and wrote a letter in opposition to conversion therapy. And I want to read a short passage from that. They said that together we represent more than a half a century of experience. So few people are more knowledgeable about the ineffectiveness and harm of conversion therapy. We know firsthand that the terrible emotional and spiritual damage it can cause, especially for LGBT youth. We grew up with the repetitive message that LGBT people were not enough, not straight enough, not Christian enough, not manly enough, not womanly enough, not faithful enough, not praying enough, never ever enough. Toxic probably sums it up best. That message is poison to the soul, especially a child's soul. It can take a lifetime to get rid of that old programming and replace it with healthy, non-toxic views of yourself. Recovery from conversion therapy is difficult at best. Some remain scarred, emotionally and spiritually, forever. Conversion therapy reinforces internalized homophobia, anxiety, guilt, and depression. It leads to self-loathing and emotional and psychological harm when change doesn't happen. Regrettably, too many will choose suicide as a result of their sense of failure. In light of this, we now stand united in our conviction that conversion therapy is not therapy, but is instead both ineffective and harmful. That letter was written by 25 leaders, practitioners, and founders of this type of work. Today we will hear from survivors, mental health experts, and our community about the impact of conversion therapy. This public hearing is something that I would have watched myself while I was in the closet as a teenager. There will be people watching who are still struggling with their identity, struggling not because of what their heart tells them, but because of the fear imposed on them by society. To those watching this alone, in secret, trying to reconcile their shame and doubt, as I once would have, listen to the messages of the survivors who bravely share their stories to show you it does get better. Listen to the therapists and mental health experts that will echo what research tells us, and that is you do not need to be cured and that there is nothing to fix. And to our neighbors that will demonstrate that there is a community here for you by showing their love and acceptance. As someone who has been in your shoes, my message to my brothers, sisters, and siblings still in the closet, please know we will fight for you while you are in the closet, and we will be here to love you when you decide it's time to come out.
Thank you, Councilman Bowers. Okay, we can start our public hearings with those that are in favor of the ordinance. If you want to start coming forward, please do. And good evening.
Good evening to you as well. My name is Victoria Miyashiro, and I'm here to testify on behalf of the National Association of Social Workers, the Nebraska chapter. The practice of conversion therapy, also known as reparative therapy, gender-critical therapy, ex-gay ministries, sexual orientation, and gender identity change efforts, goes directly against the NASW Code of Ethics. Firstly, conversion therapy impedes upon individuals' right to self-determination and the understanding of each individual's competence regarding their personal situation. When conversion therapy is enforced upon Nebraska's youth, serious repercussions are seen as a result. According to a study done by Hine and Matthews in 2010, these impacts include, but are not limited to, the loss of self-worth, the loss of trust in Christianity, and the destruction of relationships. Secondly, conversion therapy does not reflect cultural competence and the understanding of social diversity. NASW strongly encourages care providers to move from coercive and shaming practices to providing culturally competent services that LGBT youth and adults can benefit from. Hunter et al. From 2003 state that this change requires a shift from reparative to affirmative practices and interventions. NASW takes a strong stance on fighting cultural discrimination. The NASW Code of Ethics 1.05 states that social workers should strive to understand the culture and its function in human behavior and our society, recognizing the strengths that exist in all cultures. The NASW Code of Ethics also asserts that social workers should not practice, condone, facilitate, or collaborate with any form of discrimination based on race, ethnicity, national origin, color, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity or expression, age, marital status, political belief, religion, immigration status, or mental or physical ability. In conclusion, the NASW promotes LGBTQ rights and is committed to advancing policies and practices that will improve the status and well-being of all people. The LGBT+ community is entitled to all rights, privileges, and responsibilities that are granted to heterosexual people. NASW reaffirms its stance against reparative therapies and treatments designed to change the sexual orientation and against referring clients and practitioners or programs that claim to do so. Are there any questions from the committee?
Any questions? No. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Next up.
Hello, I have some copies of testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Marlee, Marlee, and I am a student and worker here in Lincoln, but sadly no longer a resident, but here to read a survivor story with permission from a Lincoln resident, Aaron Opperl. I am a survivor of this inhumane practice. Oh, just to verify, he's a proponent for this bill, or the ordinance. I am a survivor of this humane practice. One of the things I struggle with today as a result of this so-called therapy is called arrested emotional development. This is defined as the inability to mentally and emotionally develop past a certain age because of mental and emotional abuse. Since my time in conversion therapy, I still feel a need to ask for validation in every decision that I make because I desperately need approval from not only my family but also my peers. As a child, I had a verbally abusive father. When I was 15 years old, I remember my father saying two phrases that should have never been uttered from a parent. Quote, "I wish you were never born," or even a phrase more troubling for me, "You'll never amount to anything." Every single day I have to combat these phrases. When I was 18, my father passed away of cancer, but before he did, I mustered up the courage to forgive him. He told me he would have 15 sons like me just one day before his passing. 1 year later, I went to Love in Action, the most popular conversion therapy program at the time. The program aimed to fix people of their sexual sins, so I thought it would help. However, Love in Action only perpetuated and amplified the hatred that I'd already had for myself, as well as extenuating the verbal abuse from my father. It was this belief that I would never be good enough so long as I stayed gay. When I was in Love in Action, they staged a mock funeral for me in which they shamed me for having an affair from a man from work. According to the leader, I had a history of destructive behavior. As I laid on the table with my eyes closed, other clients approached and expressed eulogies of anger, shame, or disappointment. I was told after the funeral that if I returned home, I would most certainly die. And if I decided to attend a gay-affirming church, that I would be creating my own brand of religion so that I would be accepted by God. It amazes me to this day that suicide was never an option to me. It was ruined my relationship with God or any higher power. I have been seeing a therapist to combat depression, mild to moderate PTSD, self-hatred, and addiction that I still deal with today. I'll conclude with an excerpt from my friend's book, Boy Erased by Garrett Conley, that explains the collapse of my faith in so many of my friends who went through this psychological torture. And God, I will not call on God at any point during this decade-long struggle, not because I want to keep God out of my life, but because his voice is no longer there. What happened to me has made it impossible to speak with God, to believe in a version of him that isn't charged with self-loathing. My ex-gay therapist took him away from me, and no matter how many different churches I attend, I will feel the pang of a deep love now absent from my life. Perhaps one day I will hear his voice again, perhaps not. It's a sadness I deal with on a daily basis. Aaron was not able to attend today, but thank you so much for listening to his story.
Thank you, Marlee. Appreciate it. Any questions? No? Thank you.
Yep, thank you all.
Good evening.
Good evening or afternoon or whatever this is. My name is Stephen Griffith, S-T-E-P-H-E-N, Griffith, G-R-I-F-F-I-T-H. I live at 128 North 13th Street, Suite 607, and I'm here to support this ordinance. I'm a retired minister. I am presently serving a congregation as an interim pastor, but I'm speaking today on my own behalf and not representing any congregation or organization. I urge your support for this ordinance classifying conversion therapy as a discriminatory practice. It's well documented that such abusive efforts to change a person have serious harmful effects. Minors especially are vulnerable. I will leave it to qualified mental health providers to detail these effects and these risks, and to others to speak from their personal experiences with this type of abusive therapy, so-called therapy. I want to say a brief word from a religious perspective. As a pastor, I frequently find myself visiting with youth and their parents and with adults who are asking for faith guidance as they seek to understand their sexuality. I have heard from a young adult who told me of attempting suicide twice. I sat in my office with, as a middle schooler, asked, "Why does God hate me?" No one should have to experience that. I tell them, I believe God created them as they are and loves them as they are. They don't have to change who they are in order to be loved by God. Now, this isn't a Sunday school class, I realize that, or a time for religious instruction or theological debate. I'm not here to tell you what you should believe. I can say that many Christian individuals and congregations and denominations hold the same view as I. Some of these have adopted statements specifically opposing conversion therapy. Others have more general statements supporting the civil rights and human dignity of LGBT persons. The ordinance before you relates to a serious mental health and public health concern. I'm sure some will testify this evening opposing this ordinance on moral grounds. I'm supporting it on moral grounds. There's nothing in the ordinance that dictates belief or that restricts a person's religious practice. I don't see anything in the ordinance that will prevent me or any pastor or religious leader from advising congregants on matters of faith or belief, or affect the way I do that, or call on me to force me to violate clergy confidentiality. This ordinance does address a matter of public policy in a community that includes people of many different religions and various beliefs, including no religion at all. I want you to know that many people who do hold deep religious beliefs oppose conversion therapy and do so because of their faith. So I urge your support for this ordinance.
Thank you. Any questions? No, thank you for coming down. I'd also like to remind everyone that we are taking testimony in support of the ordinance first, and then we'll take testimony against. And yes. Yeah. So everyone just state if you're in support or oppose the ordinance.
I have copies. Good afternoon. My name is Adam Whitty, and I have lived in Omaha since 1992. I come to you as a gay survivor of conversion therapy here in Nebraska to speak in support of this ordinance for two reasons. First, conversion therapy ranges from damaging to barbaric, and second, it is ineffectual. I sought this treatment myself beginning in the summer of 1998 when I was 16 years of age and terrified of disappointing or angering my parents and church community by coming out as gay. My earnestness and genuine fear of discovery must have won over the receptionist at the treatment facility because she waived the parental authorization form so that I could proceed. Afraid of my parents asking questions about my afternoon activities, I scheduled my sessions in the facility's overnight hours, so while many high school students will admit to having sneaked out of their houses to cause trouble, I did so twice a week to subject myself to electric shock aversion therapy. This went on for a little over 15 months. Though I am happy to note that such monstrous physical abuse in the form of shock therapy is no longer commonplace, the mental wounds from the so-called counseling involved linger as well. After those 15 months, I did not feel any less same-sex attraction, just more concomitant fear and shame. If those two feelings could ever have been enough to change my orientation, I would not have felt I needed to seek treatment in the first place. I was the poster child for the kind of youth this treatment should have worked on. While my circumstances and specific experiences may be different from others, my outcome is not. Having met and contacted many other people who have also gone through some form of conversion therapy, I have yet to encounter anyone whose orientation has been changed. You will hear today from providers and virtually every professional association that this treatment does not work and in fact causes harm. Even the United Nations has encouraged a global ban on the practice. I understand personally the very human, righteous desire to protect one's children. Indeed, I sought conversion therapy myself out of a sense of self-preservation. If it actually did what it is purported to do, I might advocate for its continued existence and practice, despite personal moral objections. However, it's not only harmful, it also doesn't produce results. Parents who are afraid for their children's safety, afraid of the difficulties and real dangers associated with growing up LGBTQ+ in Nebraska, and whatever social stigma is associated with them for raising an LGBTQ+ child, are being preyed upon and taken advantage of by providers who know that they are taking money for a treatment that has been disavowed and disproven time and time again. I would encourage you to note the lack of testimony from survivors of this treatment during public comment today, because there aren't any who live the rest of their lives espousing this as a treatment that has helped them. It is too late to save my 16-year-old self from embarking on that trip through hell with nothing to show for it but scars, but your actions today could help save other families' fear from being preyed upon. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Any questions or comments? Thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Thank you, council members, for the opportunity to provide testimony. My name is Abby Swatsworth, ABBISWATSWORTH. I'm representing Out Nebraska at 211 North 14th, Lincoln, Nebraska 68508. Out Nebraska stands in support of the Protecting Youth Mental Health Ordinance to protect minors from so-called conversion therapy practices within Lincoln city limits. From a collaborative report by the Substance Abuse and Mental Health Services Administration and the American Psychological Association, quote, "Sexuality occurs across a spectrum. Same-gender attraction and relationships are normal variations of human sexuality. Sexual minority adolescents face the same developmental tasks that accompany adolescence for all youth, including sexual orientation development. Gender development begins in infancy and continues progressively throughout childhood. Gender diversity may emerge as early as a child's preschool years or as late as adolescence. Many gender minority children will develop a cisgender identity in adolescence or adulthood. A majority of these children will identify as lesbian, gay, or bisexual in adulthood. Other gender minority children will experience worsening gender dysphoria with the physical changes of adolescence. These youth generally identify as transgender in adolescence and adulthood. There is evidence that parental behaviors and attitudes have a significant effect on the mental health and well-being of sexual and gender minority children and adolescents. Conversion therapy amplifies the shame and stigma so many LGBTQ+ young people already experience. Parents who attempt to change their child's sexual orientation or gender identity instill feelings of family rejection and risk, which can fracture their relationship with their child. Research on the issue of family acceptance of LGBTQ youth conducted at San Francisco State University found that, quote, compared with LGBTQ young people who were not rejected or who were only a little rejected by their parents and caregivers, highly rejected LGBTQ young people were more than 8 times more likely to have attempted suicide, nearly 6 times as likely to report high levels of depression, more than 3 times more likely to use illegal drugs, more than 3 times as likely to be at high risk for HIV or other STDs. There is limited research on conversion therapy efforts among children and adolescents. However, none of the existing research supports the premise that mental or behavioral health interventions can alter gender identity or sexual orientation at any age. Conversion therapy practices aimed at a fixed outcome, such as gender conformity or heterosexual orientation, including those aimed at changing gender identity, gender expression, and sexual orientation, are coercive, harmful, and should not be part of the behavioral health treatment. As an organization that strives to ensure the well-being of LGBTQ+ people, we hold this ordinance close to our hearts. Conversion therapy compounds the dangers of social and family rejection and undermines the very existence of LGBTQ+ people. We believe that Lincoln should value and honor the lives of all young people. This ordinance will curb damaging practices known to produce lifelong harm for youth who are subjected to them, and will help to ensure the overall health and safety of all youth. 85 municipalities have banned conversion therapy through similar ordinance. It's time to add Lincoln to this list because we want all young people to be safe and have every opportunity to thrive in our city. I encourage you to advance this ordinance and to make the statement to Lincoln's LGBTQ youth that they do not need to be cured. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby. Any questions or comments? No, thank you very much for coming down.
Thank you.
I also have copies. Hi, my name is Evan McCracken, and I'm here representing the Nebraska Psychological Association. I guess before I actually get into what I had planned to say, just on a personal note, as a gay man who is I'm originally from Indiana, a very conservative state. I have a very conservative family. This is an emotional issue for me and a lot of people who are here and providing their stories of having gone through this. I never have, but I empathize and sympathize with those people. And I just could not imagine someone trying to alter my life. I am happy and proud of who I am. I have never needed to be cured. No one here needs to be cured. My boyfriend who's outside, I'm proud of who he is and proud of where I am today, and I would not be where I am if someone tried to change that. So thank you. On point, the Nebraska Psychological Association supports this ordinance to prohibit the use in minors of therapy intended to alter sexual orientation. The American Psychological Association, in agreement with the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry, American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Association for Marriage and Family Therapy, American College of Physicians, American Counseling Association, the American Medical Association, the American Psychiatric Association, American Psychoanalytic Association, American School Counselor Association, the American School Health Association, the National Association of Social Workers, the World Psychiatric Association, and the Federal Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration opposes the practice of therapies intended to change sexual orientation from gay, lesbian, or bisexual to heterosexual because such therapies are not needed. There's no credible evidence that they work, and there is a significant potential that they could actually cause harm to those participants. In 1973, the American Psychiatric Association, due to mounting research evidence that having same-gender sexual orientation is not inherently pathological, decreed that homosexuality is not a mental illness. While gay, lesbian, and bisexual individuals are actually more likely than their heterosexual counterparts to suffer from depression, anxiety, and thoughts of suicide, a significant body of research actually shows that these mental health issues are the direct result of the discrimination that LGBT individuals experience and face in society, and not stemming from their sexual orientation. To further support this point, a growing body of research indicates that when communities are accepting and supportive of LGBT individuals, they are less likely to experience mental health issues than their heterosexual neighbors or counterparts. In 2009, the American Psychological Association, after conducting a comprehensive literature review, concluded that there is little evidence that therapies attempting to change sexual orientation can be successful. This is not surprising, given that decades of research have suggested that sexual orientation, like handedness, is not a characteristic that can be altered therapeutically. Our final concern is that therapies designed to change or alter sexual orientation are likely to cause harm to participants. Being required to change one's sexual orientation communicates that this aspect of the self is undesirable, which logically could lead to self-hatred, depression, and suicide, which I'm sure many people here will reiterate. In addition, such therapies often include inaccurate and very pejorative information about sexual orientation. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Adam. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oops. Hello, my name is Amy Barker, and I am a board-certified child and adolescent psychiatrist. I went to medical school at UNMC and completed all of my general psychiatry and pediatric psychiatry training at the combined residency program at UNMC in Creighton. I was raised in California by a Nebraskan mother and a Californian father. I came to Nebraska because I wanted to explore my mother's home state, and I wanted to see for myself if all the West Coasters were right about all the negative things they said about the Midwest, about how it would reject me as a minority. Well, they were wrong. Nebraska for me has been a place of acceptance and opportunity. I am here today because I want to fight for what I believe is best for all Nebraskans. As a pediatric psychiatrist working in an acute care hospital setting, I attended to the psychiatric needs of youths in crisis. I worked for 7.5 years at Bryan West on the Child and Adolescent Psychiatric Unit. The treatment team that I led treated many suicidal youths. In fact, our admissions were overwhelmingly related to suicidal thoughts or suicide attempts. Gay, lesbian, bisexual, and gender nonconforming youth were overrepresented in youth admissions on the adolescent unit. They often felt isolated and struggled with low self-esteem and severe depression due to a general atmosphere of rejection and non-acceptance. How can we help these distressed and despondent youth? Science can help us. As the previous speaker stated, here's one scientific fact: homosexuality is not a disorder. It was removed from the Psychiatric Diagnostic Statistical Manual in 1973. Scientific research continues to expand evidence that homosexuality is a normal variant of human sexuality. Gender identity disorder is no longer part of the DSM. Gender dysphoria, distress arising from the incongruence between a person's felt gender and assigned gender, is now part of DSM-5. It refers to the distress experienced by the individual rather than defining gender identity issues as disorders. Unfortunately, there are organizations and therapists who continue to advocate treatments based on the premise that being gay is a mental disorder. According to all major psychiatric and psychological organizations, as very nicely listed by the previous speaker, this conversion treatment has the potential to cause more distress and harm. The American Psychological Association concluded that efforts to change sexual orientation are unlikely to be successful and more likely to cause harm. My alma mater, UCLA, has a Williams Institute that determined that efforts to change someone's sexual orientation or gender identity are associated with poor mental health and suicidality, which I saw daily on the youth unit at Bryan. The American Psychiatric Association does not believe that same-sex orientation should or needs to be changed, and efforts to do so represent a significant risk of harm by subjecting individuals to forms of treatment which have not been scientifically validated and by undermining self-esteem when sexual orientation fails to change. No credible evidence exists that any mental health intervention can reliably and safely change sexual orientation, nor, from a mental health perspective, does sexual orientation need to be changed. The American Academy of Pediatrics stated therapy directed at specifically changing sexual orientation is contraindicated, and it can provoke guilt and anxiety while having little or no potential for achieving change in orientation. The academic and professional resource associated with my own subspecialty, the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatrists, ACAP, finds no evidence to support the application of any therapeutic intervention operating under the premise that a specific sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression is pathological. ACAP asserts that such conversion therapies lack scientific credibility and clinical utility. As a result, conversion therapies should never be part of any behavioral health treatment. I make a personal and professional plea to you to ban all conversion therapy. I have seen the enormous and potentially deadly toll that distress, rejection, and hopelessness can have on LGBTQ youth. Please affirm and support gay, lesbian, and gender nonconforming Nebraskans by banning all sexual orientation change efforts, including conversion therapy. In doing so, you will save lives and promote the kind of Nebraska that my California friends doubted, but the one that I have discovered and believe in and love.
Thank you, Amy. Appreciate it.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Natalie Weiss, N-A-T-A-L-I-E-W-E-I-S-S. I'm a citizen of Lincoln. I reside at 4630 Layton Avenue. I'm appearing today in front of you as a private citizen in support of this proposed change to Title 11 of the City Council, or City Charter, with some caveats. Section 11.01.010 would change the definition of provider in this title to any licensed mental health professional. There is at least one licensed mental health professional in the city right now who's advertising conversion therapy services, but the grossest abusers of conversion therapy in the city of Lincoln and in the nation are religious affiliated organizations, and this title does not do anything to address the most egregious offenders of this, the most egregious practitioners of this very harmful practice. I think it's important that the council understand that, and that the city of Lincoln understand that this is a narrow definition that doesn't tackle the most egregious offenders of this particular issue. Furthermore, I think it's important to point out that the proposed amendment as written does recognize that conversion therapy has been thoroughly debunked by all professional medical health practitioners and licensing professionals in the United States. This is an extremely harmful practice, and thank you, Councilmember Bowers, for including that language in this particular proposed amendment. It is important for the council to understand that this is harmful, that doesn't work, and that mental health professionals and their licensing practitioners in this country understand that fact. And I think that's important for the public to understand and for the city council to appreciate. I do have one other problem with the language as written. Section 11.09.040, subsection 1 states, in case of failure to eliminate the unlawful practice of sexual orientation or gender identity change efforts by informal methods of conciliation or persuasion, and then it goes on to describe the enforcement mechanism. I'm not certain that language, it seems to me, the way that I'm reading that language, it seems to me that this would allow a provider of conversion therapy in the city of Lincoln to escape the penalty that is provisioned under this proposed amendment if conciliatory efforts were successful in proving that unlawful practice of sexual orientation or gender identity had been eliminated at that practice. I might be misinterpreting the way that language is written right now, but it does seem to me that the way that it is written, it will allow someone who is practicing conversion therapy to continue practice or to escape penalty for practicing that if conciliatory efforts were successful in eliminating that practice. I wanted to bring that concern in front of the council. Thank you all so much for allowing the city of Lincoln to continue to testify publicly in front of you during this time. I know that this is stressful, and I wanted to say thank you for that. Are there any questions that any of you may have for me?
Any questions for Natalie? No? Thank you
again
for coming down.
Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman McGinnis, council members. I'm Carl Eskridge, 128 North 13th Street, number 1007. It's good to be with you this evening, and I want to thank Councilmember Bowers for your introduction of this important provision for our community. We've heard, and you will hear more from others who have talked about how youth in particular are vulnerable to the practices of conversion therapy. It's very concerning for a community. You know, 9 years ago, when I was in your seat, don't remember which one, introduced the fairness ordinance, and we had, I think, over 100 people testify that night. You're probably getting off easy tonight. And in the process of that hearing, both before, after, during, there were many, many conversations that I heard with people in our community, troubling conversations, individuals whose identity, their sexual identity became apparent to them. They went to their families, they went to their churches, they went to people to help, and they were thrown out. They were not loved. This ordinance is to provide protection for individuals from the people that are there to help them. People in the helping professions. You know, psychologists, and James, you can make sure this is right, but one of the ethical requirements is that you do no harm. And in this instance, with these practices with conversion therapy, harm is happening. Terrible harm is happening, and you've heard some, and you'll unfortunately hear more. I think our community is wanting to be the kind of place to prevent harm wherever we see it. We want to build a community that's here to do good, to help people. I appreciate your consideration of this. Happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Estridge?
Thank you.
None? Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alora Ralston. It's spelled ALLURARALSTON. I live at 5611 Abbey Court, Apartment 6 in Lincoln. I'm coming to you today as a representative of the National Organization of Gay and Lesbian Scientists and Technical Professionals, as well as a therapist within the Rainbow Clinic at UNL. I am a graduate student currently obtaining my PhD in clinical psychology. So, council members, the National Organization of Gay and Lesbian Scientists and Technical Professionals at the University of Nebraska-Lincoln is in full support of Mr. Bauer's proposed ordinance to prohibit conversion therapy for minors as a method of altering sexual orientation or gender identity. Our stance is in line with current evidence-based practices, and in fact, professional organizations such as the American Psychological Association, the American Psychiatric Association, and the American Medical Association, among numerous others, have stated open opposition to and highlighted harmful outcomes of such practices for decades. Briefly, the evidence suggests that as many as 75%, or 3 out of every 4 participants in conversion therapy, are likely to experience negative outcomes such as depression or anxiety, lowered self-esteem, and internalized blame. Other research has linked conversion therapy practices in youth to higher rates of suicidal ideation and attempts, as well as reduced educational achievement and weekly income, demonstrating the widespread threat this purported therapy contributes to youth's mental, socioeconomic, and physical well-being. We feel strongly that minors should be protected from such a risky and unsupported practice, especially considering a lack of evidence for positive outcomes, and that clinicians endanger their clients through harmful practices should be reprimanded. As a clinician providing mental health services primarily to clients who identify as members of the LGBT community, I have seen firsthand what an unsupportive and hostile environment can mean for the mental health of these clients. I have heard accounts from clients about the fear of being forced to be someone they are not, and the thought of this has had significant impact on their mental health, with some even disclosing thoughts of suicide or suicide attempts. I also come to you as a woman, a cisgender woman who also identifies as bisexual, from a very conservative area in Pennsylvania. As someone who has experienced a lot of internalized stigma and internalized blame about my sexual orientation, Some of the reasons why I did not disclose this sexual orientation when I was younger was related to fear of being subjected to something such as this. It has taken me a long time to come to the point to feel comfortable enough to come out as a bisexual woman. And I know that I have been incredibly privileged to not experience some of the negative ramifications of coming out. So to conclude, as a group of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics students at the state's top research university, we pride ourselves in being on the cutting edge of our field. As more states and municipalities across the country move to ban conversion therapy in response to the preponderance of evidence against its use, we feel that it is important that the Lincoln City Council pass this measure swiftly. Passing this measure not only protects some of the most vulnerable of our population, children, but also serves as a message that Lincoln is with the times and invested in supporting the well-being of its diverse population. Thank you for your time and consideration of this testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Any questions? Okay, thank you. No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
My name is Lily Shagru, LILYSUGHROUE, and I live at 3064 Puritan Avenue.
Thank you.
And before I begin my testimony in support of the Youth Mental Health Protection Ordinance introduced by Mr. Bowers, I did want to say thank you all for your servant leadership throughout this pandemic. I am grateful for the leaders in Lincoln like you that have done their best in keeping us as safe as possible through this public health crisis. I am testifying today with the knowledge that as a white, cisgendered female in a heterosexual marriage, that I have an exorbitant amount of privilege. With that privilege, I have a responsibility to speak on behalf of the youth that I care so deeply about in this community, and for the friends that I have met as a teenager and now are adults from the LGBTQ community that I have watched grapple with coming out to family and friends. I have watched LGBTQ teens of close family friends struggle intensely with mental health issues even after coming out to supportive parents. I have listened to the youth in a variety of community organizations that I work with talk about the internal conflict they experience with their identity. I support the Youth Mental Health Protection Ordinance that Mr. Bowers introduced to this council not too long ago. I support it because according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, suicide is the second leading cause of death in adolescence. And according to a study by the Trevor Project, LGBTQ youth are 4 times more likely to seriously consider suicide, to make a plan for suicide, and to attempt suicide than their peers. The numbers are staggering and extremely disturbing, and this means that 1.2 million LGBTQ youth aged 13 to 18 in the U.S. seriously consider suicide every year. On top of the disturbing statistics of suicide occurring among LGBTQ youth, a peer-reviewed study published by the Trevor Project in the American Journal of Public Health found that LGBTQ youth who underwent conversion therapy were more than twice as likely to report having attempted suicide and more than 2.5 times likely to report multiple suicide attempts in the past year. We know conversion therapy is an abusive practice. We know that the American Psychological Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the American School Counselor Association, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Medical Association, and the American Psychological Associations, all who are experts in the fields of youth, health, and mental health, all oppose the use of conversion therapy on LGBTQ youth. Being lesbian, gay, bi, trans, these are not mental health disorders. We have to protect our youth, and we have to protect all of our youth. They need to know they live in a city that believes in them, that cares for their well-being, and wants them to stay here. We have a serious national youth mental health crisis on our hands, and in this state, we have a workforce development emergency. Every year, we watch our young people leave for other states and other cities with greener pastures because they offer protection and inclusiveness for folks from the LGBTQ community. I want any youth that are out in Lincoln that are watching this to know that there are other adults like me in the community that love them and will support them. And we can do better, and it starts with the Youth Mental Health Protection Ordinance. Conversion therapy is dangerous and harmful to our youth. Please support this ordinance. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Any questions for Mr. Grew? Seeing none, thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lady Shapiro.
Hello, my name is Erica Scholz, ErikaScholz. I'm at 6145 Northwest 2nd Circle, apartment 174. I'm here to show my support for the conversion therapy ban. I am a proud queer person. I came out and began living truly as myself about a year ago. When I did come out, I received a response that was hurtful and unaccepting from some. Luckily, I received love and support from others. I am lucky. I have begun to find my community and have access to affirmative and supportive therapy where I am reminded that not only who I am is okay, but good and deserving of respect, deserving of love. I am lucky. My journey could have looked very different, as it does for many people. But however different a person's journey looks, it should be definitive that their journey does not include conversion therapy. I'm here for those that are told that who they are is inherently wrong. How can they accept themselves, love themselves, and allow others to love them as well when they are told that who they are is wrong, that who they are needs to be changed, that what they feel inside is a mistake to be corrected? When being told this not only by peers, but by adults and those who provide conversion therapy, how can someone believe that they are deserving of good and ultimately deserving of life? The damage inflicted is immeasurable. I am lucky, but it shouldn't be up to luck. All ages are deserving of acceptance and the right to be who they are, completely. In my job, I work with teenagers, youth who have experienced difficult lives. The world can be unkind. We can make it better, and it is our responsibility to do so. The LGBTQ+ community is one I am proud to be a part of, one that has a rich history of fighting for the right to exist exactly as who they are. Every LGBTQ+ youth has the right to this community, the right to this history, the right to exist. I'm here to support those who have survived conversion therapy and to do what I can to help defend those who are vulnerable to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. Any comments, questions? Thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Erica.
Hello. My name is Adrian Pazlowski, Adriann Paslawski. I live at 3301 South 44th here in Lincoln. I was born and raised in Nebraska. I moved away for a short time in my late teens, early 20s, but when my husband and I decided to start a family, I knew it was time to come home. I wouldn't want my kids growing up in any other place. Nebraska was in my blood, and I wanted it to be in their blood too. I'm a queer Jewish woman raising a queer Jewish child. When our synagogue was vandalized last winter, I watched as an entire community rose up to encircle my family, my friends, my fellow Jewish people in protection and love. And I knew, as I had always known, that Nebraska was my home and my heart. I've been blessed to live in a community where my religion is not only allowed, but honored. So when the question of other religious practices comes up, I would generally fight for their freedom to practice as they see fit. As with all things, there are exceptions to that. That exception is when that practice endangers a child. Science says conversion therapy doesn't work. Science says that children that undergo conversion therapy are more likely to suffer from depression and anxiety. Science says that children that undergo conversion therapy are more likely to commit suicide. clearly this isn't an issue about science. As a mom, when I held my babies for the first time, I imagined what their lives would be like. I wished for them to live lives that were free from strife and bigotry, but I'm a woman, I'm Jewish, and I'm queer. I knew that it was an impossible wish. So when my daughter came out to her father and I was scared. I knew that there would be people, family even, that would despise her for what she was, a queer Jewish woman. I'm asking you to ban conversion therapy. I'm asking you for every queer kid that can't. I'm asking you for every parent that's ever held their babies and imagined a life free from strife and bigotry. I'm asking you because faith should be the shield that protects us and not the sword that we use to hurt somebody else. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian.
Thank you, Adrian.
Good evening, council members. My name is Meg Mikolajczak, M-E-G, M-I-K-O-L-A-J-C-Z-Y-K. You can sing it to the Mickey Mouse song. Anyway, I'm the Deputy Director and Legal Counsel at Planned Parenthood North Central States, and I'm here on behalf of them. The address is 5631 South 48th Street, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68516. Central to our mission is the conviction that all people deserve to live in communities where sexual and reproductive rights are recognized for what they are, basic human rights. All people, regardless of who they are or who they love, deserve to lead authentic, safe, healthy, and meaningful lives. Planned Parenthood is committed to fighting for the bodily autonomy of our patients and our friends and neighbors in the city of Lincoln and across the state. Part of this effort includes voicing opposition to and acting to dismantle systems that seek to coerce and undermine an individual's identity, expression, and sexuality. Planned Parenthood proudly supports City Council Member Bowers' proposed ordinance to ban conversion therapy, as everything about conversion therapy is hateful, unscientific, and it's a dangerous practice that flies in the face of our core values. Planned Parenthood is a trusted healthcare provider for the LGBTQ+ community. In fact, Nebraska's Planned Parenthood health centers were some of the first in the country to offer gender hormone affirming therapy. And we do that because people know we're a trusted place to go when there may not be other places that they can seek that care. We offer that care no matter what. At Planned Parenthood, we know the LGBTQ community faces higher rates of discrimination, including external efforts to try to fundamentally change or deny who these folks are. We also know that LGBTQ+ folks living in states without protective policies, like Nebraska, are 5 times more likely than those in states with protective policies to have 2 or more mental health disorders. And when LGBTQ folks experience prejudice-related major health events, such as attempted or actual conversion therapy, those individuals were 3 times more likely to have suffered a physical health issue in the year following that event. And this fact transcends age, gender, health, history of employment, etc. It's true across the board for all LGBTQ folks. Practices with such quantifiable and negative health outcomes have no place in Lincoln or, frankly, Nebraska. And we pledge to offer our neighbors the good life here. And you have an opportunity to do that. Nebraska historically has been a hostile place for LGBTQ folks to live, work, and raise their families. But Lincoln has the opportunity to lead on this important topic and to do better, particularly for the young folks living here, who deserve to be safe and free from this coercive and emotionally violent practice. The City Council should support this ordinance to ensure that young people who live here are no longer subjected to practices that are peddled as healthcare and science, but are actually not supported by mainstream medical professionals, including, and you've heard these probably several times tonight, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Counseling Association, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Psychological Association, the American School Counselors Association, the National Association of School Psychologists, and the National Association of Social Workers. Conversion therapy exploits negative feelings that LGBTQ folks or their parents may already have. And the negative health outcomes for those subjected to them can include depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation. You've heard that several times tonight. The Youth Mental Health Protection City Ordinance is an important step forward for Lincoln, and it could push the rest of the state to do what they need to do for Nebraska youth. Conversion therapy is not medical. It is not scientific. It's not ethical. It's not moral, and it has no home here. So thank you, City Council Member Bowers, and I hope you'll all support his efforts with your vote.
Thank you, Meg. Any comments?
Oh.
Waving.
No question.
Thank you for coming down.
Okay, nice to see you all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Buffy Cranford, Buffy Cranford, and I'm here on behalf of Star City Pride as the president. Star City Pride is known as our annual Pride Festival usually, and we've been hosting that every year since 2006, 2020 being the exception. But we also have been working behind the scenes to provide community support, partnering such as with our community action program during the holiday season, sponsoring our local performers at the national levels. And in 2019, we invited a gentleman who had experienced conversion therapy as our keynote speaker during our annual Community Recognition Award ceremony. So Star City Pride is welcoming of all. We strive to provide a safe, family-friendly event every year. And safe is a key word, because Pride in Lincoln is where you can go to be your true self. The festival has always been a safe place for our youth, but in the last few years, we have seen an increase of youth participation and interest in volunteering. And there is nothing quite like witnessing hundreds of kids letting down their walls, dancing and laughing with kids just like them in a safe environment. And with every festival and event, we know, though we may not talk about it, that Pride is the only opportunity for some of these youth to be themselves, because they may not feel safe coming out to their family. They fear rejection, being kicked out, being sent away for mental health issues. But you know, Lincoln has made amazing progress just in the last 10 years. But our underage youth still don't have a voice if their parents or their guardians decide they need conversion therapy. You know, being bi, gay, queer, non-binary, it's not a mental health issue. But the trauma resulting from rejection and being sent for conversion therapy, that's really what starts resulting in mental health issues. I consider myself lucky in the fact that I came out as an adult. But I was offered conversion therapy with an ultimatum. Either you agree to this or we can no longer be part of your life. And you know, as an adult, I had the power to say no. Thankfully, at the time, I had an amazing partner who could talk me through that process and who helped me understand the religious guilt that I felt. You know, our Lincoln youth may not have a support system like that, much less an option to choose to attend conversion therapy. And in some cases, you know, that rejection still resonates because, and I'm not alone in this community. Many of my friends were kicked out for being gay in their youth. Some have relationships with their families, others don't. Some were sent to conversion therapy. And those are the ones that have the external physical scars and the internal trauma contributing to mental health, dependency issues. One particular friend endured an intense camp, complete with physical restraints, extensive exercises, isolation, and then think of military boot camp. You're tired and you're exhausted. And that's when the mental conversion started taking place. And those included some extreme methods just to find attraction in the opposite gender, I have a letter from this person and their spouse that I've provided to Councilman Bowers. You'll find in this testimony that this adult is still experiencing horrific flashbacks, memory loss, and self-harm 20 years later. In this particular camp, is that my time or 1 minute? Okay, I'll talk faster. This particular camp was actually advertised as a fun camp, horses, swimming. So perhaps what parents and the children thought they were going to be attending was completely incorrect. As a parent, I do want to say, I can understand the societal pressures for raising the perfect straight child, even as president of Star City Pride and someone who's been active in our community. We have dreams and expectations for our children. I'm lucky I have a relationship with my own kids that they can come and say, I prefer to use they, them pronouns. I want to transition. I don't know if I like boys or girls. Because as a parent, I know how hard it is to be different. So you are initially torn between wanting to fix them, fearing for their safety, and worried about their future. But although parents who choose conversion therapy may have the best intentions, we don't always understand those long-term effects.
Can you wrap that
Thank
up?
you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Buffy.
Hello, my name is Sarah Cohen Walker, S-A-R-A-H, Cohen's, and then Walker, W-A-L-K-E-R, and I live at 3912 Orchard Street. Dear distinguished members of the Lincoln City Council, I just introduced myself, but I wanted to tell you a bit about who I am. I came to Lincoln over 7 years ago when I started college at the university. Lincoln is where I met my wonderful wife. Lincoln is where I live. Lincoln is where I teach and I serve my community, especially through my activities with LGBT plus advocacy. But most importantly, Lincoln is the place I plan to make my forever home. I am a queer young professional in the city who teaches at the University of Nebraska and who also occupies space in the Nebraska nonprofit world. I wish to share my enthusiastic support for the Youth Mental Health Protections Ordinance today, and I want to thank the Council for their ear. While I have not experienced conversion therapy from a licensed provider as outlined in the proposal, I have experienced fear-based conditioning and attempts to change my gender identity inside the church as I grew up, and I want to share how those experiences affected me when I was a minor and well into my early adulthood. I was told on countless and explicit occasions from adults in power, primarily adults of spiritual leadership positions, including my youth pastor, that to be gay or lesbian was unforgivable, and it was a sin that defied God's plan for me and my future husband. That message was very clear. Gay people were not deserving of Christ's love, and analogies between being gay and being a sexual deviant were scripts that painted my understanding of love, attraction, and my understanding of sexuality largely. After years of experiencing this counseling from adults I trusted, I really hated myself. Despite best efforts to change and conform, I felt constant self-blame, hopelessness, guilt, and social unbelonging, even when I was in Nebraska. And that is how I would categorize the majority of my high school and beginning college experiences. Even after years of this conditioning, I was still very much queer, but a lot more broken. To be clear, this ordinance does not attempt to prohibit any practices of faith-based organizations. And I also recognize that there are many faith practitioners even here today that you'll hear from that condemn conversion therapy or any attempts of this kind to change a person's gender identity in the context of religious organization. I just share a small piece of my story to underscore how conversion therapy failed me and to shine light on the negative repercussions which rippled throughout my childhood, teenage years, and into some of my adulthood. We cannot control the scripts, ideologies, messaging, or behaviors in places of worship like the one I grew up in, but we can control what therapies we allow in our public spaces, which therapies we will not accept under the larger umbrella of licensed, certified, registered providers that have immense power and influence over youth and largely our city's public health. Allowing providers as defined by the proposed ordinance to use conversion therapy or any attempt to change gender identity through intervention on young populations underscores a very scary and unscientific negligence that we have the power to condemn right here and today. Young people do not learn their sexualities, and therefore young people cannot relearn, reorient, repair, or avert these sacred and fundamental aspects of their identity. I ask members of this council to consider the important opportunity of protecting the vibrance and inclusivity of our great city and voting in support of Councilman Bauer's proposed youth mental health protections ordinance. Lincoln is the capital of our state, and with that, the city has a high expectation to set an example by saying no to conversion therapy, no to unscientific methodologies, and no to medical interventions that are unproven and largely condemned through the various organizations that you've heard tonight. The closer we get to all of this, the closer we are to genuinely welcoming all people. I cast this vision for my city before this council, and I urge every member to support this important ordinance. I will share my fact sheet and my testimonies, and additionally, there were 3 mental health professionals that could not come because of the snow and cold, so I'm also going to share that for your reading later. Thank you very much for listening.
You bet. Thank you, Sarah. Any questions? Nope. Thank you for coming down. Appreciate it. You want to share that testimony with her, and she'll get it to us.
Thank you, Sarah.
Hi, thank you for having me. My name is Matthew Shurka. That's spelled Mathew. There's only one T in that Matthew. Last name is Shurka, Shurka. I live in New York and came here for the hearing. So I really appreciate your time and having me.
I thought you came for the weather.
Surprisingly, it's warmer in New York. I was like, wow, 30 degrees is going to be so great. So I am a conversion therapy survivor. I was in conversion therapy for 5 years, starting at age 16 to 21. I also am a co-founder of the national organization Born Perfect. It's actually a national campaign that was created by the National Center for Lesbian Rights. And I created that campaign realizing the impact that I've experienced by licensed professionals that my parents had, they themselves not understanding what I was about to go through. And so just to clarify, because I know there's been so much testimony today, conversion therapy, which is the term that we're using to describe this attempt to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity, it's not an actual practice that has been backed by any research. It's not grounded in any scientific basis. It's not taught at any curriculum at a university or college, and it's not something you can actually that a therapist is taught to do. So when we talk about conversion therapy specific to today's ordinance, it's the attempt that is being done by licensed professionals. And so when I was put into conversion therapy, like any other psychotherapist that anyone may be looking for, my therapist attempted to cure my homosexuality. So I come from a conservative family. I really had a great upbringing. I think that's really important to say because the theory that many conversion therapists use today is that something that, put it this way, how they believe that all people are innately heterosexual and cisgender, and that anything that is any person who's LGBTQ was caused by a childhood trauma of some kind, and you go to therapy, you find out what that trauma is, you heal that trauma, and you will overcome your same-sex attraction, or if you have a difference in gender. So I'm going to speak specifically for me. I'm a gay man, and so I had a same-sex attraction, and so they believe that I had some kind of trauma that caused that. And so, it's so important for me to say I actually had a really great upbringing. I think my parents did a pretty good job, other than, teenage years that I didn't get along with them on some things. But that was the basis of my therapy. And so I was quickly diagnosed being the youngest of 3 kids. I had 2 older sisters. I was a mom that was a stay-at-home mom, and my father worked a lot. I was quickly diagnosed with having too much impressionable relationships with females. And when I started my conversion therapy at age 16, I was not allowed to talk to females at all. And they prescribed this behavior because it's not a medication, but I was told to do this as a way, one, to not take on any effeminate behaviors, and to understand that women are not my peers, but they are my opposite sex, that I will eventually be ready to engage in a romantic relationship, and then eventually a sexual relationship, and of course marriage. Unfortunately, what that included was me not being allowed to speak to my mom and my two sisters for 3 years. And my father was very adamant and went along with this therapy and followed the guidelines of a professional. They wanted to see me have a better life, and to them that meant a heterosexual life. I can go through the list of impacts that it had, but I was a teenager who believed this was working. I wanted to change as a 16-year-old, and wanting to change was because I didn't want to lose my parents' love. I didn't want to lose the community I grew up in. I did not know a single out individual in my high school. I had no one to look up to. So becoming straight was a matter of life or death, and something I took seriously, and I was a quote-unquote good patient who followed all the rules. And so I became more popular with the boys at school. I dated girls, and I really thought I was the definition of a heterosexual teenager who is now becoming 17 or 18. But the older I got, the older I became, and I went through my puberty, my adolescence, my attraction for the same sex never got less. It was very clear that I knew what I was attracted to, and who I was always there. I was able to leave conversion therapy at 21. I was estranged from my parents by that time. I dropped out of school, and I had serious depression and suicidality. I had gone to a hospital maybe 6 or 7 times in the emergency room, having panic attacks, heart palpitations, not understanding what the cause was and why. Well, I say that because I'd go to a hospital where there's other professionals, and never once did it occur to me to say, help, I'm being told that I have to change who I am because I'm already being treated by licensed professionals. And I never knew who to trust. Is it my parents I'm supposed to go to help for? Was it the therapist I was seeing? Was it the hospital that I was in at that moment? And the fact that these so-called conversion therapists use their licensing and their credibility and make a false claim that is harming so many kids around the country is why this practice is so dangerous. So in total, I went through those 5 years. I experienced conversion therapy in 4 different states, all by licensed professionals. In that time, I also experienced one conversion therapy camp, which still runs today nationwide, called Journey into Manhood. When I left conversion therapy, I eventually came out. I helped start Born Perfect. Since we started, 20 states have now passed legislation. 85 cities have passed their own ordinances with bipartisan support. If you look at the 20 states, 9 of the governors who have signed those laws are Republican. This is not a partisan issue. It's a human rights issue. We want to protect families from the correct information, from getting correct information. We want to make sure LGBT kids are protected, and that includes here Lincoln, and I really hope Lincoln can join that list.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions?
Any questions for Matthew? With 1 T? Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you, Matthew.
Good evening, council members. My name is Lacey Bolte, Lacey Bolte. I am a social worker and representative of Nebraska AIDS Project, a nonprofit here in Lincoln at 127 South 37th Street, Suite A in Lincoln. Nebraska AIDS Project is a nonprofit organization that provides HIV supportive services across the state of Nebraska. I'm here today to request your support to amend Title 11 and to add the youth mental health protection in Section 1109 and amending Section 1101. Nebraska AIDS Project leads the community to overcome HIV and its stigma through supportive services, advocacy, and education. Our organization serves the entire state of Nebraska and works with many members of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer communities. Leaders of anti-LGBTQ movements have long used the threat of HIV and AIDS to recruit people struggling with their sexuality and identity. Additionally, parents of children who might be LGBTQ have been scared into sending their children to services, including conversion therapy. The incredibly sad truth is that this pursuit leads to far more psychological harm and elevated risks for HIV. From a public health perspective, LGBTQ individuals are greater burdened by psychosocial health disparities, such as depression and substance use, across their lifetimes compared to their heterosexual counterparts. These disparities are even more pronounced when accounting for intersecting marginalized status such as race, ethnicity, and HIV status. Individuals face experiences of interpersonal stigmas such as discrimination and violence, as well as internalized homophobia and sexual identity concealment. These experiences uniquely victimize same-sex attracted persons based on their perceived or known sexual minority status and often elicit chronic stress and poor psychosocial health, including depression and suicidality. Rooted in stigmatizing beliefs towards homosexuality, conversion therapies were developed to minimize or eliminate sexual minorities' same-sex attractions and are likely to co-occur with other sexual minority stressors like sexuality-related family rejection. However, there is no valid scientific evidence demonstrating their effectiveness. Common forms of conversion therapy include aversion, shock therapies, gender norm policing, individual psychotherapies, and religious-focused therapy, and frankly, this is often abuse. Though offered by a minority of counselors, therapists, and religious leaders, prominent scientific institutions, and I know you've heard this all evening, like the American Medical Association, the American Psychological Association, and the National Association of Social Workers have denounced conversion therapy as dangerous, ineffective, and unethical. Currently, legislative conversion therapy bans are in effect in 20 states, the District of Columbia, and in several local municipalities across the United States. Recent estimates indicate that nearly 700,000 sexual and gender minority adults will undergo conversion therapy in their lifetime, with about half of these cases estimated to occur in adolescence. I want to read a quote for you from a young man who received conversion therapy after his parents believed it could cure his sexuality. For over 2 years, I sat on a couch and endured emotionally painful sessions with a counselor. I was told that my faith community rejected my sexuality, that I was an abomination we had heard about in Sunday school, that I was the only gay person in the world, and that inevitably I would get HIV and AIDS. As a form of homophobic and transphobic abuse and victimization, conversion therapies have no place in Lincoln. I urge you to pass this ordinance and protect vulnerable youth in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Lacey. Any questions or comments? Thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bolton.
Hi, my name is Skyler Rising, SKYLER-REISING. I live at 8211 South 63rd Street, and I'm a school counselor in Lincoln. I'm here to share my own opinion, and what I'm going to share does not represent my employer. I'm here to testify in support of the proposed city ordinance banning conversion therapy. I believe it's especially important that we protect LGBTQ youth in our city from harm, and this ordinance is a step in that direction. I'm going to read part of the American School Counselor Association's, also known as ASCA, position statement on the school counselor and LGBTQ youth. The ASCA position. School counselors promote equal opportunity and respect for all individuals regardless of sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. School counselors recognize the school experience can be significantly more difficult for students with marginalized identities. School counselors work to eliminate barriers impeding LGBTQ student development and achievement. The rationale. Despite widespread efforts, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning students continue to face challenges that threaten their academic and social emotional development in schools. Students report feeling unsafe in school due to their sexual orientation, perceived orientation, gender identity, or gender expression,
and report experiencing homophobic remarks, harassment, and bullying. LGBTQ individuals often face multiple risk factors that may place them at greater risk for suicidal behavior. School counselors realize these issues affect healthy student development and psychological well-being. The school counselor's role. The school counselor works with all students through the stages of identity development and understands this may be more difficult for LGBTQ youth. It is not the school counselor's role to attempt to change a student's sexual orientation or gender identity. School counselors recognize the profound harm intrinsic to therapies alleging to change an individual's sexual orientation or gender identity and advocate to protect LGBTQ students from this harm. School counselors provide support to LGBTQ students to promote academic achievement and social emotional development. School counselors are committed to affirmation of all youth regardless of the sexual orientation, gender identity, and gender expression, and work to create safe and affirming schools. Any questions?
No.
Usually you ask that, right?
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yep.
Take this off because I'm a little windy.
Thank you.
I want to thank the council for being here. My name is Desiree Walls, Desirawalz. I am not someone who has experienced conversion therapy, but as a gay woman and as someone who grew up in an extremely conservative religious household, I have definitely experienced shame around my sexuality. Growing up, I knew I was gay, but I remained in the closet out of fear that if I came out, that my father and my stepmother found out that I was gay, that I would end up in conversion therapy. This was a threat in my Southern Baptist home and in our church that I was very aware of. I struggled with mental health concerns for my entire childhood and young adulthood. I had depression and anxiety, suicidal thoughts, and self-harm for the majority of my life. I remember being as young as 7 years old and praying that God would just kill me because that would be easier than going through the shame that I was going through. Now, I ended up spending time as a state ward in the state of Nebraska, and I was in residential treatment centers due to suicidal thoughts and self-harm. All of this was due to hiding shame because by the standards of my father and my church community, I was not worthy of love, belonging, or quite honestly, existing. This fear followed me throughout the majority of my life, right up until I was involved in a church here in Lincoln, one that many people have heard of at this point in time, working as an administrative assistant. And then upon coming out and leaving the church a year and a half ago, I had many members come to me in condemnation, as well as one person who I cared for a great deal try to guilt me into doing conversion therapy, which she herself was trained in, although she is not a licensed professional. I was an adult by this time. I just turned 29 a few weeks ago, so I was 26 at this time. And I was allowed to say no because I had no one in my life telling me I had to say yes. But I did have to leave my job that I loved and leave my church. I often fear for the children and the teenagers who are in some of those same types of settings that I was in. Thankfully, mine were run by the state, and so this not scientific practice was never in those facilities. The LGBT youth experience mental health concerns, suicidal thinking, self-harm, and eating disorders at far higher rates than the general population, purely because we refuse as a society to accept them openly. For myself, it has taken years of real mental health counseling to get to a point to where I have stability in my life and that I am thriving. But conversion therapy is not mental health treatment. It is abusive, and we know this because the science that everyone else has quoted to you proves it. I urge the members of this council to look at this important measure of youth mental health protections and do exactly what it says: protect the mental health of our youth. protect the next generation from the hatred of homophobia, and to prioritize mental wellness over religious indoctrination. Being LGBT is not a mental illness. It is just a part of who we are. It does not need to be changed. So I ask you to please think of this as you make this decision tonight, so that no child in Lincoln has to live with the shame and fear that I myself did. Thank you.
Thank you, Ezra. Any questions? No. Thank you for coming down. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
My name is Michelle Clifford, MICHELLE-CLIFFORD. I'm at 1130 South 14th. I am an art teacher at Lincoln High School. I have an incredible amount of pride in my job. Art making is a form of visual storytelling, so my role every day is to empower students to tell their stories and to listen. Each student's story is unique, but there are common threads of both joy and pain that reemerge. A far too common story is that of queer and LGBT+ students feeling unloved or unaccepted. In my classroom, students share their pronouns. I do not seek to counsel anyone on their gender identity, but to avoid making any student feel like they have to hide. Students do this in the same way that they all say their names out loud, not just those with names that look unfamiliar. Students learn not to fear or make fun of the unfamiliar and to accept people as they are. Though I speak only for myself today and do not represent Lincoln Public Schools, the LPS motto of all means all is embedded in my practice. I am here today to ask Lincoln to show this same acceptance to all of our city's children in support of Councilman Bauer's proposed ordinance to ban the practice of conversion therapy in our city. Conversion therapy does not just tell kids that they aren't accepted, it is active discrimination. No major medical association accepts conversion therapy as valid, instead naming it as a directly harmful practice. Kids trust and believe the adults around them, even when those adults are causing them trauma. We need to act in ways that are worthy of their trust and belief and to protect them. I've known multiple LGBTQ+ students who transferred to Lincoln High from schools in surrounding small towns, telling me that they made this switch in hopes of finding greater acceptance. I love being able to tell them that I truly believe Lincoln High is a place to find it, and then seeing it happen. All of these students have found friends and trusted adults to love them as they are. I want to know that the same can be true of our city. I was born and raised in Omaha, and as a high schooler, I always planned to move to an even bigger city. Loving Lincoln came as a surprise to me, but now I've happily made it my home. I want to see the talent, the energy, and the hope that is in my students remain in Lincoln. But if kids cannot find love and acceptance across our city, we have no reason to expect that they will continue to call it home. Lincoln has been changing, growing, and diversifying. Our laws, practices, and attitudes must do the same to retain our youth and protect our city's potential. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle?
Thank you, Michelle.
Hi, my name is Alec Duncan, ALEKDUNCAN, 1801 E Street, I'm testifying in support of the ban on conversion therapy. One of the more challenging aspects of writing this testimony was knowing where to begin. Legally, psychologically, statistically, morally, there is a wealth of evidence on our hands so great that I do not even know where to start. And you've seen the science. Our arguments have exhausted the science, the legality, the statistics, the ethicality. Children die because of this, yet we are still here advocating for the ban of a practice deemed torturous by the International Rehab Council for Torture Victims. Why? That is the unanswerable question. So I've chosen to approach this from the only other perspective I have, which is my own. To paraphrase, guilt is sorrow for what you do, shame is sorrow for what you are. Transgender is a thing that I am, a thing that I always have been. It is one thing I love the most about myself. Being queer was not always something that I loved about myself. I am no stranger to shame, to feeling inescapable remorse for who I am. During a quite rocky time in my adolescence, shortly after I came out, I was sent to Boys Town Treatment Facility. I was 15. I was not sent there explicitly because I was trans, but it was clear from the start that that would be on the agenda as a part of the problem, and they wasted no time. As soon as I arrived, I was told that I was to live in the girls' unit, I was to go by my old name, I was to be a girl. Obviously, that didn't work out very well. That and what followed marked the first point in my life where I felt a powerlessness and a terror so fierce that it shrouded my ability to foresee any way out. They began by going through my belongings, and I had to take off my clothes. First, they took my underwear because they were boxers. They took any other clothes deemed too boyish. They took my deodorant and my shampoo because they were men's. I was given girls' underwear and yoga pants. As I mentioned, I am no stranger to shame. My name, my identity, my humanity, they took everything that I was. I would just like to mention that what happened to me while traumatizing absolutely pales in comparison to what is done to people in conversion therapy. Not a single thing that happened to me at Boys Town could be construed as healing. Boys Town is a place that I've had to work tremendously hard to heal from. This brings me to my final point, healing. Healing that comes from affirmative psychotherapy and years of scientific exploration and rigor. Calling this conversion therapy is disgraceful in and of itself. I would liken it to calling waterboard torture truth therapy, except that sometimes actually works. After Boys Town, I started work with my therapist. Because of her comprehensive understanding of psychological science, as well as her extraordinary emotional gift, she was able to help me rediscover the personhood, the humanity that Boys Town had stripped from me. This ultimately would save my life. Through my emotional growth, self-acceptance, the science of the brain, and a lot of unconditional positive regard, working with my affirming therapist has allowed me the chance to live beyond shame. Working with her has allowed me the chance to live at all. All of the information necessary to inform your decision on this ordinance has been laid out for you today. I ask you to consider the lives and futures that will be ruined and lost as long as conversion therapy exists. I dedicate this testimony to the many kids whose lives and futures have already been stolen because of it. Thank you.
Thank you. We will be taking a break here probably in about 10 to 15 minutes. So.
Bring people 15 minutes, right?
Hello, my name is Wendy Huynh, W-E-N-D-Y, last name H-U-Y-N-H, and I'm at 5025 Vine Street. And so, distinguished members of the Lincoln City Council, my name is Wendy Huynh, and I am a resident from District 1. I speak not only as a concerned citizen, but as a young professional and PhD student in the field of behavioral neuroscience and psychology. The practices of conversion therapy, which utilizes what is known in the behavioral field as counter-conditioning, is inhumane and ineffective. In practice, counter-conditioning is predominantly used to treat aggression and phobias. Sexuality or sexual orientation does not fit under these categories. This is because, unlike aggression and phobias, sexuality is not an acquired or learned behavior. It is an inherently innate characteristic. Simply put, we are born with our sexuality, and attempting to forcibly change our orientation through counter-conditioning is at best ineffective. While I have not personally experienced conversion therapy, I understand that many of the techniques utilized during these sessions specifically involve fear conditioning. This is cruel. I hope we can all agree that intentionally inducing fear and anxiety to a person is cruel. Furthermore, there is an abundance of scientific evidence that shows how fear-based conditioning can negatively impact behaviors aside from the original target.
Fear and anxiety can easily generalize or spread to other parts of one's lives and fundamentally change their personality. Consider how the pandemic has changed your mental health or the mental health of those closest to you. While the fear and anxiety induced by the global pandemic was largely inescapable for us, we do have the ability to decide whether we facilitate the mental suffering mediated by conversion therapy. I am proud to have made Lincoln my home. Lincoln is where I received and am still pursuing my higher education. It's where I teach as a statistics professor. It's where I met my husband, and it's where I've built my small business. I am invested in this community because it has invested in me. Therefore, it is my civic duty to ensure that I share my voice and expertise. For that, I hope you vote to pass the city ordinance and advocate for the mental health of our community's youth. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the next 3, and then we'll take a hold. Take the next 4. You want to do the next 4? Okay.
Thank you, Andy.
And then we'll take a break.
Hi there. I would like to introduce and share a little bit about myself. My name is Leslie Siebold, and I'm a licensed independent mental health provider and a national certified counselor here in Lincoln. I've been practicing in Lincoln as a therapist since 2015, and I currently work in private practice with adolescents, adults, and families. My areas of specialty and focus include eating disorders, LGBTQ issues, and anxiety disorders. Since moving to Lincoln in 2015, I have truly grown to love it here, and Lincoln has become my home. I have established my career, gotten married, bought our first family home, and had our first child. I foresee myself and my family living out our lives here, and I am invested both personally and professionally in making Lincoln a wonderful and safe place to call home. With that said, I strongly support the ban on conversion therapy. For both personal and professional reasons, I support the proposed ban. In my personal life, I'm an advocate and ally for the LGBTQ+ community. Loved ones, friends, and family members I hold close to my heart are part of this community. But today I would like to focus on the professional reasons I support this ban. As a practicing therapist, I am appalled that this is still a debate. Conversion therapy has been proven to not only be ineffective, but actively harmful to those that have been subjected to it. All legitimate mental health related associations and boards denounce its efficacy and names it as an unethical and harmful practice. It has been brought to my attention that opponents of this ban state that cognitive therapy and mental health practice are not medical practices and interventions, and therefore conversion therapy should not be banned on grounds of being unethical, as if that is an opinion versus a fact. This claim is simply untrue. Counseling and mental health treatment are an invaluable for the management and treatment of mental health diagnoses. The connection between the mind and body has been well established, and often mental health concerns have physical symptoms. Counseling interventions are subject to research just the same as medical treatments. Our field at large is founded on following a code of ethics, and part of that code is providing evidence-based interventions for our clients. Regardless of a clinician's personal views or religious affiliations, our youth deserve to be protected from this harmful practice and provided quality, evidence-based mental health care. Professionally, it is upsetting to think a clinician would provide a client care that is non-evidence-based, has zero research support, and is actively harmful. I take pride in being a counselor, and that pride comes from providing evidence-based interventions and care for all of my clients, including those that identify as part of the LGBTQ+ community. At times, my work with clients does include topics such as sexual orientation and gender identity. LGBTQ+ youth deserve to have these conversations in a safe, affirming environment. Not only do they deserve this, but it is necessary for their mental health and well-being. Evidence has shown that LGBTQ+ youth are more confident and resilient, less likely to be suicidal and depressed if they have even just one supportive, affirming adult in their life. I struggle to see the downside of banning an antiquated practice that has no evidentiary backing, has been discounted by all reputable counseling, psychological, and psychiatric associations, and has been found to inflict trauma and harm on an already vulnerable population, our youth. Thank you for taking the time to hear my opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry.
You can
It
go
was
ahead
me.
if you want to.
All right, thank you. Hello, I am Camie, C-A-M-I-E, Nitzel, N-I-T-Z-E-L. And I'm here today to speak to you in support of the Youth Mental Health Protections Ordinance, which explicitly bans the harmful practice of conversion therapy. I'm a licensed psychologist in the state of Nebraska, and I've read the statements that were submitted to you earlier by the Nebraska Psychological Association, the Nebraska Counseling Association, and my psychologist colleagues, Drs. Gina Furr, Allison Bitts, Chelsea Clance Davis, Megan Watson. And rather than repeating the science and the ethics that we've all heard multiple times at this point, I just want to say that I concur with the following bullet statements. Agree that all major mental health and medical associations have expressed explicit opposition to conversion therapy as harmful and abusive and as being a practice that should never be practiced by licensed health or mental health providers. These same associations have advanced empirically supported best practices for working with LGBTQ+ community members, none of which mention conversion therapy as a recommended practice. The outcome studies don't support that sexual orientation and/or gender identity can or should be changed, least of all, by conversion therapy. And providing such therapy with a treatment goal of changing sexual orientation and/or gender identity is a fraudulent practice. 4, any reasonable interpretation of any of our codes of ethics should guide clinicians away from the practice, even if their personal beliefs did not align. And lastly, LGBTQ+ community members are at heightened risk for mental health difficulties, not because of inherent psychopathology, but from living in a hostile world in which full acceptance and equality are not provided for diverse people. Subjecting already vulnerable people to a type of treatment known to be harmful is predatory and it's cruel. These guidelines are, in fact, for the most part, undisputed. Most of the medical and mental health providers that you've heard from today will tell you that. And every reputable professional that I know agrees with these statements and practices. So if these professional association position statements, best practice guidelines, and formal ethics codes are in place, then why do we need a ban, right? We need a ban because conversion therapy is still happening, and it's still happening in Lincoln. In addition to being a licensed psychologist, I'm also the founder of Kindred Psychology. We are an inclusive and affirming mental health practice. We have 8 clinicians who specialize in serving members of the LGBTQ+ community. Each of us, all 8, have worked with clients who have experienced harm from substandard mental health care related to gender identity and sexual orientation. And this has occurred on a continuum from having worked with clinicians who are ignorant, ill-equipped, and not affirming, all the way to survivors of conversion therapy at its most awful. So for us, we've seen the outcomes that people earlier tonight have listed. We've sat with youth who've lost all hope that they will ever be loved, accepted, or held in safety as they heal. And for us, this ban is connected to the very real faces and the very real lives and real survivors and some who did not survive. A moment of silence for them. So despite those protections that one would think would be in place with those position statements, best practice guidelines, and ethics codes, conversion therapy is still happening in Lincoln, and it will continue happening until there is an explicit directive that says you may not. Finally, we are living in a time where we need explicit statements about embracing diversity, and our statements must also be supported by tangible actions and policies. Members of the council, I strongly urge you to follow the lead of other vibrant cities and pass the Youth Mental Health Protections Ordinance. Doing so is a tangible action that says, yes, we support the safety and the flourishing of LGBTQ+ youth in Lincoln. Thank you all.
Thank you. Yep, good to go.
Okay. Hi, my name is Isabel Salas, Isabel, I live at 665 Sumner Street, and I'm here to share a story from my friend Trevor, who couldn't be here today. And Trevor is a survivor of conversion therapy, and I just love that this beautiful human is still here with us, despite the hardship that he went through. So here's his letter. Hello, my name is Trevor Obermueller. I grew up in Lincoln, went to Lincoln High School, and got my degree from UNL. I heard my first anti-LGBT message when I was 6. I was told at a formative age that being gay was a sin, mental illness, and needed to be cured. These messages continued to intensify in my church as I advanced through confirmation in middle school. During this time, I was awoken to the fact I was gay and loved men. Hearing these messages that it was a sin and mental illness, while also needing to explore and understand myself, wounded me. This caused me to fall into fits of despair where I would curse myself and cry myself to sleep. In an effort to stop these feelings and reconcile myself with my family and my God, I reached out to my pastor. He recommended that I begin conversion therapy. He initially said that I lied to my parents. When I expressed I was not ready to tell my parents that I was gay, he pressured me to tell my parents to pursue the therapy. I reluctantly complied. I was 15 when I began conversion therapy. The therapy was an assault on who I was. The so-called therapist critiqued my effeminate behavior, encouraged me to leave friends that were pro-LGBT, and taught me to form masculine traits in friendships. This, in turn, isolated me from my friends, created distance between me and my family, made me repress and hate myself, instigated suicidal thoughts, and developed anxiety and depression. During conversion therapy, we were discussing different options on how to cure me. He said the only thing he was unwilling to try was electroshock therapy. I remember feeling lucky. I knew that if he would have wanted me to undergo it, I certainly would have submitted to it. I was 17. Throughout my experience, I was in social media groups with thousands of other people going through similar things as I had. Some did not survive their therapy. My darkest days consisted of being frozen in fear that God would condemn me to hell, that I was an abomination, and wishing I never existed or was dead. I left conversion therapy when I was 20. I was in therapy 5 years. I left only 4 years ago. I am 24. I was a child when adults pressured me to go into conversion therapy and taught me to hate myself. My mother, reading the article, which came out in the Journal Star, on my experience, was heartbroken over what I went through. No child should ever be taught to hate something about themselves or be in a therapy that has had the far-reaching consequences that I went through. No child should be put in a situation where they want to die or feel like they are not loved by their family or God. No one should know someone who ended their life because they experienced the trauma they also went through. Ending conversion therapy is not only merciful and humane, but the only moral option that protects LGBT children from grievous psychological harm. My experience was not that long ago, and certainly there are children today going through the therapy. I urge you to do the only right thing and disallow any conversion therapy to occur in Lincoln. So that's the letter from Trevor. And I just wanted to say thank you for letting us take this time to speak on this issue. Many of my friends are LGBT. I'm LGBT. And when I go home, my girlfriend's here, I'm gonna go home and tell her that I love her, that I love our lives together, and no amount of therapy is gonna be able to erase that beautiful part of ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Any questions? No? Thank you for coming down.
Thank you. Wait,
we said downtown, coming downtown. Okay.
Hello, thank you for your patience. My name is Elena Salisbury, ELENA SALISBURY, and I live at 665 Sumner Street in Lincoln. I'm here to testify in support of the ordinance banning conversion therapy for minors. I am a licensed clinical social worker, and I'm also a member of the LGBTQ community. As is clearly stated in the proposed ordinance language, and as you have heard this evening, every major medical and mental health organization has rejected the outdated and cruel practice of conversion therapy. There is no ethical way for a licensed professional to attempt to change a client's sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression. The fact that the word therapy is even included in the name of this torture is an embarrassment to the field of therapy. Conversion therapy is deeply damaging to survivors' mental health and well-being. Youth who have survived conversion therapy experience high rates of depression, anxiety, substance use, self-harming behavior, and suicidality. According to the Trevor Project's 2020 National Survey on Queer Youth Mental Health, youth who had undergone conversion therapy reported more than twice the rate of attempting suicide in the past year than those who did not. Irresponsible is not a big enough word to describe the atrocity of a licensed mental health professional attempting to shame and coerce vulnerable youth into rejecting a core part of themselves. As therapists, we hold an enormous responsibility to act in the best interest of our clients who are trusting us with their most intimate hopes and fears. We hold space for each individual and honor their unique beings and identities. We support and encourage people through some of the most difficult and the most amazing times in their lives. It is truly a privilege and one that should not be taken lightly. I've worked with both children and adults, and I will tell you that it feels different. The weight of helping young people navigate their mental health feels heavier. I don't mean that in a negative way, but the responsibility somehow feels larger. The therapist in a young person's life needs to be a source of unconditional care and support, not of manipulation and coercion. We need to be a source of guidance and perspective, especially at the times when no one else in their life is able to fill that role. Young people are brilliant and motivated, and they are also too often vulnerable and insecure, especially when they are questioning their sexual orientation or gender identity. Conversion therapy sends the message to LGBTQ youth that something is wrong with them. It is a perverse attempt to change the very essence of who they are. Each and every person is beautifully and wonderfully made and should be treated as such. Conversion therapy has no place in Lincoln. I hope that you will support this ordinance and take an important step in protecting LGBTQ youth. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for coming down. We're going to go ahead and take a 15-minute break. We should be back here before at 7:25. Thank you, everyone. We'll reconvene the meeting of the City Council for February 8th, 2021. We have more testimony on our items coming up. So I believe we could start with our first testifier, if you'd like to come up. You can decide which one you want. They both work.
Hopefully. Good evening. My name is Mike Wooten, W-O-O-T-E-N. I live on the north side of Lincoln. I want to thank you for taking, as the gentleman said, being here extra long. Appreciate it. I'm speaking out against amending Title 11. As an ordained minister of Christ, I'm compelled at the beginning of this to remind this council that the power that has been granted to you to govern was given and authored by God, who is holy and he is righteous, and he will call you into accountability as stated in the scriptures, whether you choose to believe that or not. Also, as a minister of Jesus Christ, I believe that every human person is valued and loved by God. In 1992, Newsweek magazine's cover pictured a baby's face with a question superimposed on top that said, "Is this child gay?" The article inside was titled, "Born or Bred? The Origins of Homosexuality." The next year, Time magazine featured a cover story titled, "Born Gay? Science Finds a Genetic Link." Researcher Dean Hammer had published an article demonstrating that there might be linkage between DNA markers on the X chromosome in male sexual orientation. Also in the 90s, the Wall Street Journal and the New York Times trumpeted the possibility that people were born gay because of a gay gene. Now, more than 25 years later, a great deal of research has been done, and despite the hype from different news outlets, there is no gay gene. The scientific conclusion was people are not born gay. According to the National Library of Medicine, in research with 942 non-clinical adult participants, gay men and lesbian women reported a significantly higher rate of childhood molestation than did heterosexual men and women. 46% of the homosexual men, in contrast to 7% of the heterosexual men, reported homosexual molestation. 22% of lesbian women, in contrast to 1% of heterosexual women, reported homosexual molestation. This research is apparently the first survey that reported substantial homosexual molestation of girls. These are clinical research facts that cannot be ignored nor denied. Research has repeatedly shown that child sexual abuse can have a very serious impact on physical and mental health, as well as later sexual adjustment. Depending on the severity of and number of traumas experienced, child sexual abuse can have wide-reaching and long-lasting effects. Those who have suffered multiple traumas and received little parental support may develop post-traumatic stress disorder, depression, and anxiety. Homosexuality is a behavior, a lifestyle, possibly chosen, possibly induced or forced by various means. Those individuals who have suffered the trauma of sexual abuse are entitled to seek out help. Not all who are living the homosexual lifestyle have been sexually abused, but many have. And I'm against discriminating against those who are questioning, seeking information, or seeking to discuss their feelings or fears. As a minister of Christ, I believe every person is valued and loved by God, the God of the Bible. the God who offers forgiveness for our sins, deliverance from bondage, when we humble ourselves, repent, and surrender our lives to Him. The God that I've heard mentioned here thus far is a God made in the image that people prefer, rather than the God that He declares Himself to be in His Word. There are currently many males and females who have left the homosexual lifestyle, many who have married those of the opposite sex and are living well. To tell someone living the homosexual lifestyle that that's it for you and that's the way it will be your entire life is unjust, is a lie, and is wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Wooden. Any questions?
I got a question. I was not the victim of child sexual abuse, and I had two parents who loved me more than life itself. So if I had a supportive family who loved me, and I did not experience sexual abuse growing up, what other explanation is there?
Your own choice. I mean, what if
that was the end of my question. Thank you.
Okay, no more comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you very much, council members. I appreciate everybody's going overtime tonight. Thank you for that. My name is Brad Reinke, R-E-I-N-K-E. I reside at 1200 North 100th Street, 68527. Just to tell you a little bit about myself first, I do oppose this ordinance. I am a father, a grandfather, a pastor, a husband, and a man who loves people very much. I've had the opportunity to meet upwards of 2,000 clients from 40 states and be able to work with them. And I see and I hurt for everyone that testified here today that hurts like they've been hurt. I'm sorry that pastors, that churches, that parents have hurt each one of those. I think of Psalm 56, verse 8. It says, I know your sorrows, I've bottled your tears, and I've recorded each one in your book, in my book. So He knows every one of us and the hurts that we've had. I too have had many hurts. Out of my mess comes my message, but it's a healed mess. And there's one that healed it, and that is Jesus Christ. I don't believe that this conversion therapy is even necessary if we go back and teach the truth of God's Word. As we learn from God's Word and meditate on it and spend time in it, we learn who we are supposed to be, what we are supposed to be, and God made each one of us. It was said earlier in Psalm 139, it talks about how fearfully and wonderfully we are made, that God knows our thoughts, that His thoughts towards us are as the sands of the sea. And so He knows everything about us, and I'm glad that He actually does. I love people, and I love to help them come to an understanding if there was something that did hurt them early in their lives, that we can go back and invite Jesus into that. Jesus is real. He's alive. He rose again from the dead, and He is the only founder of a religion that is alive. I mean, any old ones, as far as that's concerned. Then it's necessary for me to speak the truth humbly, but speak it out, because my employer is from heaven. And he's the one, as a pastor, that holds me accountable for what I say to you and how I treat each person, including everyone that we talked about today. So I thank God for doing that. As a parent, I have responsibility, and this would take some of that responsibility or that right, because there isn't real language on conversion therapy. And so how will I know what I'm saying is against the law or not? And so I think we need to take time to really describe what it is so that we don't do that. I don't want First Amendment rights taken, nor do I want any people's children hurt. And this is what we're talking about, is minor children. And so I just ask that you would really consider what you're thinking about as far as that's concerned. The Bible does talk about the origins, has already been mentioned, and also it calls sin slavery. There's a slavery there also that comes with that, and the only way that I have found freedom from slavery is that when I admit that my sin hung my Savior on the cross and dripped his blood, that's when the power of sin is actually broken. That's when joy overtakes me. That's when a love for people actually happens for me. I believe that if we were to, the avoidance of speech, speaking the truth on the subject is actually abusive. This traps a person in pain or confusion for which there is a solution. And we don't want them trapped that way. Confidentiality is most important. Explanation of pastoral advice given is also very important. And then also speaking or asking the person for permission to share further. My success in pastoral advice is by a willing audience of child and parents unless otherwise permitted. And that they can walk out at any time that they want to. So I want to teach the truth in love and care for them. So thank you for not advancing this ordinance.
Thank you, Brad.
Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Justin Reed, R-E-E-D. Appreciate your time tonight. I'll be brief. So, ladies and gentlemen, I've heard a lot of difficult stories here tonight, a lot of sad stories, a lot of pain, a lot of challenges that people have had in life. I appreciate that they're willing to share with us those things, and I acknowledge that those pains and hurts are real and have actually occurred. I also want to come here tonight to voice my opposition to this ordinance, maybe with a little different angle. I don't think we've thought this through. See, as I've read through the ordinance, what I look at here is I see that this bill, or this ordinance actually has really no definition in it that allows us to be certain about fair enforcement. You see, there's nothing in here that really is defining what is conversion therapy. Mr. Bowers, you put forth some compelling information with regard to what's going on historically, electroshock therapy and so forth. Of course, that's compelling information, but that's not here in this ordinance. We're not defining that. We're not coming up with what are we really talking about. In fact, I want to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that we've got a substantial problem with this ordinance in the fact that when we look at the way that it's worded, and I'll read to you your own words. It says, sexual orientation or gender identity change efforts, also called conversion therapy, shall mean, and I want to have your attention for just a moment specifically because this word's very important, shall mean any counseling. Let me say that again. Any counseling, practice, or treatment. I'm no proponent of electroshock therapy. I think that it's barbaric. And as we heard from many of the people testifying earlier, it really is a thing of the past. But ladies and gentlemen, this says the word any. And how are we going to define that? Okay? That applies to any professional. that says anything that might be contrary to that decision-making process being completely in the pro for people making these difficult decisions in their lives. And I think that when we want to consider this, the difference of opinions is sometimes very important when people are making big decisions, to hear different ideas, different ways to consider that. But if we outlaw a particular opinion, a particular point of view, then we've outlawed the ability for people to make informed decisions. And I want to ask you this important question. Where will this stop? Because today it might be an opinion that I have that you don't like and don't want me to talk about. But what about when it's yours? What about when something that you hold dear or important or value is suddenly considered? We're not going to talk about that because that's against the law. So, ladies and gentlemen, I leave you with this evening. This is an unconstitutional activity. This is an ordinance that cannot be considered simply because it has not been considered. And you're making decisions that could impact people well beyond what you may have thought about so far. I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Justin. Anybody else? Comments? Okay. Let me go with the next.
Come this way. Thank you, Mr. Ray.
Hi, my name is Connie Reinke, Reinke. My husband was the one that was not the previous, but the one before that. My concern is that very, very good counselors are not allowed to help people that are hurting very much. I'm concerned that the limitations that are stated in this ordinance, the way it's stated, that might stop some people from being helped in a way that would really be beneficial. My husband, Brad, who you met, he's a biblical counselor. He doesn't charge for counseling. He was an auto mechanic for years and felt the calling to counsel individuals. They usually come for 4 full days. He learns all about their life, all of their hurts, all of their pain, and works through each issue with that individual. Many times throughout the counseling, he actually goes to prayer and they ask Jesus, what is it that you want me to do? Brad is a very gentle spirit and doesn't force anything. He's very compassionate. He loves people. And, he doesn't charge for anyone that comes. And that kind of heart is not the type of person that is doing these horrible things to people. There are very, very good counselors that have a heart for people and want to genuinely help. And I know that churches, religion has done things that have hurt people very badly. Counselors have hurt people. But don't limit the good counselors from helping people change their lives, whatever happens. Those clients that come and he visits with and counsels, they can choose to accept the things that are discussed or reject it. They can choose to not come back again or to go to another counselor. And I pray that all those counseled, I too have a heart for all those people that have come here today and shared the experiences and the pain that they've had. And I pray that all those counseled, no matter their problems, hurts, or injustices, be counseled in compassion, and professionals and clergy continue as they have in the past without any changes. And I just thank you for hearing my thoughts.
Thank you, Connie. Any questions? Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
To her and she'll.
Good evening. My name is Michael McHale, and I am legal counsel for the Thomas More Society. We are a nonprofit national public interest law firm with a focus on defending life, family, and religious liberty. We are centrally located in Chicago, but we have an office in Omaha, which is where I'm from. I'm here today to discuss the legal implications of this proposed ordinance, which would prohibit so-called conversion therapy for minors. Because the ordinance would prohibit even benign talk therapy on one particular viewpoint, therapy which is initiated at the behest of patients, it would blatantly violate the First Amendment. Indeed, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit, just last November actually, recently held as much in considering a nearly identical ordinance in Boca Raton, Florida. The 8th Circuit, which oversees Lincoln, Nebraska, would likely come to the same conclusion for reasons I'll discuss. Therefore, if the City Council adopts this proposed ordinance, Lincoln taxpayers will likely be on the hook for up to hundreds of thousands of dollars in attorney fees, if not more. So to begin, we agree that so-called conversion therapy can have problematic dimensions, such as shock therapy and aversive techniques that are plainly inconsistent with human dignity. But this ordinance goes way beyond that. The ordinance would apply to, as one gentleman just said, any counseling that seeks to reduce attraction toward a person of the same gender. In other words, it would apply even to benign patient-directed talk therapy, such as to a high school senior who voluntarily wants to reduce their own romantic feelings toward a person of the same sex based on, say, their personal interpretation of the Bible. The ordinance basically considers that minor incompetent to seek such treatment. But under the plain terms of the ordinance, the same minor would be deemed competent to seek therapy helping to affirm and strengthen their same-sex attraction. So the minor cannot be incompetent for the one purpose and competent for the other at one and the same time. The Supreme Court has declared that governments have no power to restrict expression because of its message, its subject matter, or its content. But just this past November, as I said earlier, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the 11th Circuit invalidated an essentially identical ordinance in Boca Raton, Florida, on the ground that it violates the First Amendment. The court held that talk therapy for minors is indeed speech, and that banning so-called conversion therapy forbids therapists from communicating a particular message. The court also acknowledged that while the 9th and 3rd Circuits have both upheld similar ordinances, the U.S. Supreme Court expressly ridiculed these decisions in its recent case, Nifla versus Becerra, opining there that the 9th and 3rd Circuits wrongly believed that so-called professional speech is less deserving of First Amendment protection. That position is now debunked under NIFLA. The 11th Circuit also held that the Boca Raton Ordinance failed strict scrutiny, which is the extremely stringent standard the Supreme Court requires of content-based speech regulations. The court observed that the scientific literature purporting to show the harms of sexual orientation change efforts, or SOS, merely, quote, offers assertions rather than evidence, end quote. Indeed, the American Psychological Association admits there is a, quote, complete lack of rigorous recent prospective research on SOS, including on, quote, non-aversive and recent approaches to such therapy. Finally, the 11th Circuit observed that if a ban on SOS is in fact constitutional, so would be a ban on in a conservative city on therapy that seeks to help clients maintain or increase same-sex attraction. So you have to kind of be careful what you wish for here. Just moving down my letter quick, the 11th Circuit's decision is especially relevant in Nebraska, which is situated in the 8th Circuit Court of Appeals. That's because the 8th Circuit is one of the only ones in the country that has already held that a government's interest in stopping discrimination based on sexual orientation, gender identity, does not justify regulating speech based on its content. Specifically, in Telescope Media Group versus Lucero, the 8th Circuit held that Minnesota's ban on sexual orientation and gender identity discrimination in places of public accommodation violates the First Amendment to the extent it would force Christian wedding videographers to film same-sex weddings. And just my last section notes that New York City actually repealed its own conversion therapy ordinance after a challenge by Alliance Defending Freedom, which I believe has submitted a letter in opposition to this ordinance. And we just urge that in light of the fact the 11th Circuit has held this exact type of ordinance violates the Constitution, the 8th Circuit has already held that SOGI, sexual orientation, non-discrimination, doesn't justify First Amendment violations. We'd urge that you follow New York City's lead and withdraw this ordinance. And while it's true, one last point, that many cities have this same type of ordinance, many of those cities passed them before the Supreme Court's decision in NIFLA, and certainly before this past November, striking down just this ordinance. So we'd urge you to oppose this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sean Swihart, and first of all, thank you for being here and allowing me to share my concerns. This evening, my comments are not necessarily directed exclusively to any particular practice of conversion therapy, but rather on this ordinance as it's written, which in my opinion is much too broad. I'm confident we all agree that we are, as mature adults and members of our Lincoln community, have a responsibility to the next generation to lead today's young people in lives of wisdom, responsibility, and health and wholeness. So, members of the City Council, I am confident that you all have more wisdom than the average 12-year-old, right? More experience than a 15-year-old, and more foresight than a 17-year-old. Now, I don't say that in any kind of disrespect of all, but rather simply intending to state the obvious. As a mature adult, we have a responsibility to invest our lives and our experience into tomorrow's generation. I believe in the next generation, but I also know that wisdom is found in experience and maturity. We have a responsibility to help shape the minds, hearts, and lives of today's young people. If this ordinance passes, we will be legislated to keep silent on half of the topic of one of the most complex issues young people are facing today, sexuality and identity. We would then be told that the only appropriate and legal response is support for and encouragement for how the minor feels at the time. What would that look like if applied to other areas of human life and development? If applied to growing in areas of financially, I want to spend what I have right away, and obviously that's immature thinking. So we train them in the areas of finances. Relationally, have friends that are bad influences, and they're all getting drunk and high and breaking into places. Clearly, as a responsible adult, I don't sit back and watch that happen. I bring somebody in and I lead them in an appropriate way. Educationally, if I got a young person who wants to drop out of school because I just don't feel like this is going to... Now, obviously, this is a much more complex issue than some of these things here, but if we were to take the approach of how are you feeling about it right now, that must be right, we would end up with a generation that is bankrupt, incarcerated, and uneducated. We don't exclusively take that approach because our young people need our voice to help them think, reason, consider options they can't see in the moment. That's what maturing is about, and that is our role in their lives. Do I believe there's abuse of this role out there? Absolutely, for sure there is. But to legislate that we all remain silent because of a few who are out of line is dangerous. That brings me to my second concern. This ordinance, as it is much too broad. As a Christian and a follower of Jesus, I believe that sex is designed by God to be experienced by a husband and a wife in marriage. No, I don't hate people who disagree with that stance, but I do believe that is God's intent for human sexuality. And because we are here in the United States of America, we have the right to hold different views on this. However, if this passes, it puts us in a really interesting spot. As I read it, this ordinance would mean that religious leaders with biblical views on sexuality, such as the ones I've shared, would be prohibited from encouraging minors away from homosexual behaviors. Now, I'd still be able to counsel heterosexual young people to abstain from sex until marriage. But if I discourage homosexual intercourse from the same perspective, I could be guilty of discrimination. That just doesn't seem right. And it seems like a violation of my First Amendment right. Also, it's unclear to me who this applies to directly. Can I talk to my own kids about these issues, or is that off limits as well? If someone gives a group teaching, such as in a church, talking about human identity and God's design for sexuality, there's a homosexual minor present, am I at risk for discrimination charges? This ordinance seems too broad and unclear. Like, I love people. I really do. I love people who agree with me. I love people who disagree with me. And I hate that some have done emotional damage to others through obscure psychological tactics. I hate that some have been targeted and hurt because of hate and discrimination. But let's address those issues. This ordinance reaches too far and is too open-ended, and it silences the valuable voices of those looking to guide our young people into a healthy future. That's all.
Thank you, Sean. Any questions? Thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Julia Kircher, and I am a licensed therapist in private practice here in Lincoln. I am opposed to this ordinance, but I am also opposed to conversion therapy in theory and practice. I believe that it is unethical and unprofessional for a therapist whose duty is to do no harm to attempt to change their client's sexual orientation or gender identity by force. It is vitally important for therapists to do what is in the best interest of their clients at all times. And this is particularly true when it comes to working with our most vulnerable clients, children and adolescents. As we know, sexual orientation and gender identity are sensitive and controversial topics. Some therapists already choose to avoid discussing them for that reason. But we must understand them in the context of our client's experience if we are to truly help them, particularly if they could be related to the client's reason for seeking therapy. So I'm here today to ensure that therapists' freedom to explore these topics is not hindered in any way. Now, I specialize in treating trauma. The majority of my clients have histories of sexual abuse or assault. Many have also suffered from physical, emotional, and/or spiritual abuse, as well as parental attachment wounds. It has been well studied and documented that these types of trauma can lead to sexual orientation and gender identity issues. As they explore their history of trauma, these clients often discover that the origin of their same-sex attraction or gender dysphoria is related to their trauma. Once the trauma is resolved, many of those clients come to accept their biological sex and/or no longer experience same-sex attraction. My concern with this ordinance is that therapists might avoid exploring or addressing these issues at all, opting instead to ignore them or simply accept them as normal when for some clients, they could be a symptom of an underlying problem. Therefore, the therapist might miss important connections and end up doing more harm than good. I'm also concerned for clients who have religious beliefs that are in conflict with their sexual orientation or gender identity. They need to feel free to explore that in a safe environment, free from judgment, but also free from therapist anxiety. Now, in addition, it is important to consider the developmental stages of our minor clients. An important part of childhood and adolescence involves establishing a sense of identity, which often involves trying on several. When a child tries on an identity and a trusted adult, like a therapist, affirms that identity, we could inadvertently disrupt that child's developmental process. A temporary identity that would otherwise have been discarded could end up being embraced. And this can cause psychological discomfort and confusion, quite the opposite of what we want for our young clients. Now, for some clients, same-sex attraction is unwanted and causes distressing symptoms. That was the case for my former client, whom you will hear from shortly. Therapists, of course, must be free to assist those clients in exploring and overcoming this attraction, if that is their desire, and not to have to fear potential retribution for doing so. So in summary, I believe that there is far more potential for harm than good that might come from this proposed ordinance, and therefore I am not in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I am the aforementioned client. My name is Ben Foree, Foree is how you spell that. And I just want to say that if Julia hadn't been able to speak freely on the topic of homosexuality to me, I would not be able to live such a happy life as I now enjoy. I know very little about the world of psychology, still less about practices like conversion therapy. However, I do know that I was helped a lot by Julia because we were able to discuss this sensitive subject candidly. With Julia's help, I was able to walk out of a very uncertain period of my young life with hope. I was able to work through fears and questions about my sexuality and my purpose in life with her assistance. I asked the council to be careful, not to do damage to those with similar experiences of unwanted sexual desire by impeding their only means of help. I asked the council to ensure that therapists like Julia can continue to do their good work in this city. And I also want to advance the notion that an affirmation-only approach can be imprisoning and kind of fatalistic. People, even young people, should be able to get the help that they want. And if they intend to work through these desires in a way that if they want to live free of their own sexual desires, they ought to be able to get help to do that. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Julia. Any questions?
Ben, how did you hear about today's public hearing?
Say that again?
How did you find out about today?
Julia told me.
Just check. Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Julia.
Hello, I'm Eileen Douglas, and thank you for letting me share my views with you. I'm objecting to the adoption of this ordinance on the basis of the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution. In particular, this ordinance puts into jeopardy a provider's free exercise of religion as well as their freedom of speech. The definition of provider under the ordinance may include professional counselors of faith or any other person who performs counseling as part of the person's professional training, which would include clergy trained as counselors. The U.S. Supreme Court has found professional speech has the same constitutional rights as any other speech, and that speech is not unprotected simply because it is professional speech. The ordinance aims at limiting the expression of religious counseling. It would prohibit people of faith providing counseling that incorporated biblical values and biblical view of sexuality. Thank you for letting me share my views with you.
Thank you, Eileen. Any questions? Okay. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you, Eileen.
Hello, my name is Seth Browning, S-E-T-H, last name B-R-A-U-N-I-N-G. I thank you so much for your time here today. It's been a long night And I hope that we will be done soon, but I hope that you'll be able to listen to me for just a couple moments. I'm going to begin with some scripture. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Genesis 1:1. I'm sure we have all heard this. Another scripture. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. Genesis 1:27. Councilman Benny Shobe. Councilwoman Sandra Washington. Councilwoman Tammy Ward. Councilman Richard McGinnis. Councilman James Michael Bowers. Councilman Roy Christensen. Councilwoman Jay Raybould. You all know the rest of this story. The first humans that walked this earth freely chose to rebel against their God that created them. I ask you now, if I stole what was most precious from you, or if I lied to you, would you clap me on the back? Would you say, good job? No. You would be mad and rightly demand justice. Have you ever lied to anyone? Have you ever taken anything that didn't belong to you? The Lord knows I have. If you honestly answered yes to any of these questions, you'd be condemning yourself like I have, as a thief or as a liar. This life is not the end. There are only two options: eternal life, suffering. If God the Creator were to ask you why he should let a thief and a liar into his perfect heaven, how would you respond? Would you say that you are a good person? Would you say that your deeds outweigh your good deeds outweigh the bad deeds? I tell you, that is not enough. Romans 3 says, as it is written, there's none righteous, no, not one. There's none who does good, no, not one. Yet God provided a way of escape. 1 John 1:9 says, if we say that we have no sin, we deceive ourselves, and the truth is not in us. If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us from all unrighteousness. This is the good news. If we repent and turn to God, we will be saved from eternal suffering. Now you might ask, what does this have to do with this ordinance? I'll tell you. I've just shared a gospel presentation with you. The gospel is not a gender identity neutral intervention, as described on page 9 of the bill, line 11. The gospel demands that our identity be found in Jesus Christ alone. The gospel alone is conversion therapy. This bill is so vague in its language that it would effectively ban the gospel from the mouths of Christian providers as defined by this bill. This is discrimination. I ask you, is this the world where you want your children to grow up? Let's pray. Father God, pray that you would use these words to convict the hearts of each one of these individuals, of their brokenness as well as mine, and our need for a Savior. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you, Seth. Any questions? Okay, thank you for coming down.
Very welcome.
Good evening. My name is Patty Eibel, E-Y-B-E-L, and actually I'm here as a Christian woman, Christian mom. I believe in God as our creator. I believe he loves us in spite of our flaws. I believe his word is true, and I believe it's right. I also believe that as a loving God, he would in no way condone some of the things we've heard here today. Abuse, bullying, shunning, even more extreme than those things. A loving God does not condone that, and neither do I. However, what I believe, if we pull back the layers of this ordinance, we will find a very subtle attack on freedom of speech and freedom of religion. And I say this because in God's Word it says, and this is an example, God's Word says in Deuteronomy, love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength. These commandments that I give you today are to be on your hearts. Impress them on your children. Talk about them when you sit at home and when you walk along the road, when you lie down, and when you get up. So if I love God, I believe in His Word, how can I do anything less to the best of my ability than to live by His Word and teach His Word to my children? Freedom of religion, freedom of speech. So again, if I believe God's Word is true, and I do, and that He loves all of us and wants what is best for us, why wouldn't I want my children to know what God's Word says? My children will ultimately make their own choices and decisions. And that's the way it should be. But God has given me the responsibility to teach them His Word. And of course, I'm hopeful that the truth of God's Word will take root in their hearts. Again, I believe this is about freedom of religion and freedom of speech. I believe it's a small, subtle step towards taking those away from us bit by bit. So that's why I'm opposed to this amendment, this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Patty. Any questions? Okay. Thank you for coming down.
Welcome. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ivan. Can this be distributed to each one, please? Danke.
I'm just going to read from it, so if you'd like to follow along, it might make it easier for you.
Okay.
Good evening, folks. My name is Bruce Eibel. My wife just preceded me. We live at 1500 Garrett Lane, Lincoln, Nebraska. Why do we have basic laws that govern our lives? For our protection. Why do we have natural physical laws that govern our lives? For our protection. Why do we have individual rights? For our protection. What happens when our bodies are denied oxygen for an extended period of time? We die. What happens if we fall off a 10-story building onto the sidewalk? We die. What happens if we are texting as we walk down the street and hit a light pole? We get hurt. What happens if we are denied food and water? We die. What happens when babies are denied love and affection? They die. What happens when children are denied the understanding of right and wrong? They are lawless and unruly and potentially harmful to society and themselves. All of these outcomes have and will take place whether we believe them to be true or not. Just because a person doesn't believe them to be true doesn't mean that they don't and won't happen. So what am I trying to say? We as humans have limitations and boundaries within which we have to live. So each of us will be protected and able to peacefully coexist with others. Where did these limitations and boundaries come from? It is extremely evident that mankind didn't and couldn't have created them. So where did they come from? Our entire world history has acknowledged that they came from an eternally higher power. Most of the world call that higher power God. I, for one, believe in God. Since the time I was given the foundation of belief in God from my parents, I have exercised my free will to learn more about God and experience God for myself. It has brought me to the point where I trust God and have faith in Him. Why do I trust God and have faith in Him? Because of the love He has shown me. And also, unfortunately, like most of us, we can't trust mankind. Why can't we trust mankind? Because mankind is selfish, greedy, power-hungry, and inherently evil. Mankind promotes evil onto others to fulfill their own selfish desires and wants, no matter the consequences to others. Just read human history and that'll prove it. I choose to believe in God because He promotes love for ourselves and for one another, and not hate. I choose to trust in God because He wants us to think on what is true, honorable, right, pure, lovely, admirable, and things that are excellent and worthy of praise. God has also given us the capabilities of love, joy, gladness, peace, patience, an even temper, forbearance, kindness, goodness, benevolence, faithfulness, gentleness, meekness, humility, self-restraint, and self-control. With these things in mind, He has also given us discernment and the ability to see things that are false, dishonorable, soiled, impure, and harmful. Can I take some of my wife's time?
You have 1 minute.
Wow. Question is, why has He done all of this? Because He loves us and He wants us only to have the best. So I will skip to the last page, page 4. As it says in the Declaration of Independence, paragraph 2, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Down a little bit further. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be charged for light and transient causes. Parental rights to privacy are unalienable, and government has no right to infringe upon them without just cause. Okay.
Wrap it up.
I'm asking you not to take away these rights and freedoms. If you deny adults the rights to parent, teach, and give guidelines to and instill discipline in our children, you are inviting chaos into our society. Ask any teacher in school which type of child they would want to instruct and would give the child the best chance for their success. They would all say the child who knows who they are well-mannered, respectful, and obedient, versus those who are not. It would be 100% the former rather than the latter. So I suggest if the system is broke, then fix the system. Don't legislate against those who have the responsibility for raising our children.
Thank you, Bruce. Any questions for Bruce? Okay, thank you for coming down. Appreciate it.
Hello, I'm Robin Calcara. I live in Northeast Lincoln, and I today speak as in opposition to the. Hello, Richard. I knew Richard when I was young, but anyway, as a young child, I was confronted by homosexual behavior. It's not something that I run from. It's not something that was wanted, and it wasn't my choice. Today, I'm a common man. I'm a volunteer police chaplain, prison chaplain, and pastor speaking in opposition of this ordinance of my own accord and my own choice. As a chaplain, citizen, husband, father, grandfather, and a son of God, I am also a Christian, a Christ follower. His mandate to me, as you've heard it a few times already, is to love God and love other people. As a chaplain, I've recognized that my biggest job is not conversion, but moreover, a call to love and encourage pro-social behavior and not to pass condemnation on anyone. For me to use the word abomination, as I heard it in a good deal of the different testimonies. I'm sorry that I heard that. I'm ashamed that people would point a finger in somebody's face and say something about them being an abomination. But it does not, in judgment of another human being, is not from the platform of love. But to be a listening ear, and at times I'm asked about how I see moral implications on various issues. But God's love is always the foundation. I realize that loving people only to get the right result does not fulfill the mandate of love. Because of this, I and many faith-based leaders, openly to love those of whom we disagree with. And my second part of that opposition would be, it would be a very difficult road to police. In a he said, she said world, this opens up the revolving door of all sorts of legal issues of which I don't think that we're here today to tackle. The First Amendment, of course, to start off with. And even though we speak today regarding our state's capital, it should reflect the acceptable opinion of Midwest family values. I stand opposed to the overreaching mandate to muzzle the compassionate, caring individuals that happen to be people of faith. The word conversion is out of place here. I dislike it being a part of the proposed law. You see, conversion is a choice of the heart and will, not of inclusion. In God's perfect plan, all humans are invited. Some to choose to follow. My job is not to judge, but to invite. God bless you. I pray for you. Your authority is it's not taken for granted, not in my house. And I thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Robin.
Any questions?
Yeah.
Oh.
No.
Good.
Thank you for coming down.
Thank you, Chaplain.
Are y'all getting tired yet? I probably don't need to speak because there's a lot of good things have been said that I'll piggyback on a little bit. My name is Lance McCord. I live in Northeast Lincoln. I've been a resident of Lincoln for 50-some years. Anyway, I'm in opposition to this ordinance. I testified several years back with the fairness ordinance, and I see the same kind of issue going on here with this ordinance. It's presented as a shield to protect a certain group of people, LGBT community, but it actually is used, I think, as a sword against free speech, religious liberty, and things like that that people have testified about. And I think if we look at things going on around the country, that's certainly how these kinds of ordinances are used to silence views and beliefs that people have, especially biblical teaching. And obviously, the Bible's been formative for our country, the United States of America. We're endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights. And, you know, when ultimately the issue is, you know, what God says about sexuality and humanity. There was a scripture read earlier. I'm going to read from Genesis chapter 1, that God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. God blessed them and said, let them be fruitful, increase in number, fill the earth, subdue it, and so on. But ultimately, God created mankind. He created male and female. He created marriage between a man and a woman. He created us as sexual beings. So that was God's idea. The state doesn't create marriage. The state doesn't, we don't create sexuality. God does. So God has something to say about a lot of issues, a lot of behaviors, murder, adultery, a lot of issues that we would all agree on that are bad. Murder, the 10 Commandments, murder, don't commit adultery, don't steal, don't lie about and slander other people. Well, God has things to say about sexuality a lot. He cares about sexuality. God sets limits and boundaries to sexuality because obviously there's a lot of sexual behavior that people engage in and have engaged in throughout history that a lot of us would disagree with. In ancient Greek civilization, it was acceptable for men to have sex with boys. In India, if a woman's husband dies, she's burned at the stake. So there's a lot of behaviors, I mean, that's not sexuality, but there's a lot of behaviors we would all agree on that are not acceptable. And how do we decide what's acceptable or not? Well, ultimately, God has revealed his purposes for us. I know a lot of people don't believe in God, but God is real, and I think as we look at life and the planet, the universe, there's a lot of reasons to believe that God is who he is, as he says in the Bible. So again, I'm concerned about the ordinance because it infringes on free speech, religious liberty that is protected by our United States Constitution, and it also really runs against biblical teaching. I think and ultimately it's saying that what God has revealed and said about human sexuality and so on is not allowed to be spoken about. And that's really destructive, I think, ultimately to understanding who we are as human beings and what God's plan and purpose for our lives is. I want to read one passage of Scripture in 1 Corinthians chapter 6, where Paul says, he's writing to these believers in the city of Corinth in the first century in the Roman Empire, and he says, he's talking about a lot of behaviors that exclude people from the kingdom of God. He says, the wicked will not inherit the kingdom of God. Do not be deceived, neither the sexually immoral, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor male prostitutes, nor homosexual offenders, nor thieves, nor greedy, nor drunkards, nor slanderers, nor swindlers will inherit the kingdom of God. And then he says to them, that's what some of you were, but you were washed, you were sanctified, you were justified in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ and by the Spirit of God. So many of these people were engaged in all sorts of sexual behavior, prostitution, male, female, but they were called to repentance and faith in Jesus Christ. They found God was offering them forgiveness and a new life in Christ that people embraced from all sorts of backgrounds. There's nothing discriminatory about that. It has to do with the purposes and plan of God for our lives. So we shouldn't have laws that are trying to silence people from saying things that offend us. I've worked in the prison system for years. I hear people say all sorts of things to me that are offensive. But that's what America's about, free speech, religious liberty. I mean, people say things that are offensive. But discerning what is, I guess, protected from what is truly harmful, it's a fine line we have to be really careful about. Thank you.
Thank you, Lance. Any questions? No. Thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Jeff Collins, Collins. Thank you again for serving our community. Thank you for your time and giving me a voice this evening. Although I don't reside in Lincoln, I live near Raymond, but I am employed here in Lincoln. Again, coming to you this evening, expressing concerns about the proposed amendments to Ordinance 2118. First, I would object to the wording on page 9 of line 22. It says, quote, contemporary science recognizes that being lesbian, gay, bisexual, or transgender is part of the natural spectrum of human identity, unquote. These lifestyle choices are not normal, as God created men and women with distinct differences. If a person chooses to go against their natural, God-given design, that doesn't necessarily make it part of the natural spectrum of human identity. one's choice of how they identify sexually does not give them special or protected rights other than the ones guaranteed to all people. Second, I disagree with the conclusion found on page 10, lines 7 through 10, and part of that says, quote, sexual orientation or gender identity change efforts or conversion therapy lead to critical health risks, unquote. The same could be said of those who have chosen an alternative lifestyle. Depression and suicide among transgenders and lesbian and gay individuals is alarming. To say that attempting to counsel or inform those individuals who are confused or questioning their sexual identity causes critical health risks is a presumption rather than a factual, data-driven conclusion. Third, and maybe most concerning, is the slippery slope that this legislation could lead to. On page 9, lines 1 through 5, the word practice could be interpreted quite loosely to refer to any teaching or instruction about sexual identity and gender issues. I'm especially concerned with how this might impact our church that I attend and its ability to communicate the truth as found in the Holy Scriptures regarding these topics. Churches and pastors across our country have been the targets of censorship, including the requirement of some to submit sermons and teaching materials to government officials to review. This is an obvious violation of the First Amendment, which safeguards not only free speech, but the free exercise of religion. Also, the phrase, quote, including but not limited to, is also concerning. This leaves the door wide open to a number of other practices that the Lincoln Commission on Human Rights could in the future deem discriminatory. Would my pastor be in violation of this ordinance if he taught what the Bible says about sex, marriage, homosexuality, or any other issue that might be considered offensive? Would I, as a father, be silenced by this ordinance if I was unable to instruct my own children about these sensitive issues? In conclusion, I would say that I see no need for these amendments to this ordinance. I'm not sure how common this practice of conversion therapy actually is, but I can't imagine needing to include it in the growing list of discriminatory acts. I'm fearful that this will just be an initial step leading to other practices to silence those in our community that are counterculture and seen as a threat to a more progressive agenda. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. Any questions for Jeff? I don't see any. So.
Okay. My name is Julie Collins.
Okay.
And this is my husband, Jeff Collins. And so I just wanted to show that we come together and we have similar beliefs. Do I need to spell my name? Juliecolins. We live at 12801 Northwest 56th Street, Raymond, Nebraska. My husband, as he said, he works here in Lincoln, and we attend church here in Lincoln. Today, I'd like to read to you something about Walt Heyer. Married for 19 years, successful in business, and the father of 2 children, Walt Heyer's life looked like a success. Since childhood, however, he had struggled with the desire to dress in women's clothes and to be a woman. This obsession of his was becoming stronger. After a divorce and a short visit with a psychiatrist to refer him to have a surgery, Walt endured a number of procedures: electrolysis, breasts and buttocks implants, a nose job, facial surgeries, skin peels, hormones, and finally, sexual reassignment surgery. Walt tells his story in a book called Trading My Sorrows, where he says that even after spending all that time and money on becoming a woman, he was abusing alcohol and drugs, still wrestling with depression and thoughts of suicide, and confused about who he was. And this is what he writes: my bad choices had destroyed my identity, my family, and my career. The surgeon's knife and resulting amputation had not changed me from a man into a woman. And now I knew that. It was becoming very clear that the surgery they call sex change or gender reassignment is not a sex or gender change at all, but a means to living a masquerade through the destruction of a perfectly good sexual organs. But God was at work in Walt's life. And that's the way God is. He knows every part of us. He cares about every aspect of your life. He designed you. He made you. He wants to have a relationship with you. He wants you to live in eternity with Him. That's the change that was happening in Walt's life. And that's the change that can happen in our lives. When we reach out to Him, we need Jesus. He wants to give us that eternal life. It was a long, painful road for him, not without relapse and failure. But he was headed toward healing. And through support from friends at Alcoholics Anonymous, pastors, counselors, neighbors, and church members, he found grace. He found that love and that acceptance. He found it there. Most importantly, his relationship with God began to bring forgiveness, integration, truth, and healing into his life. He was able to face the depths of childhood abuse, his self-hatred, the shame that he had, and his own sinful choices. Today, Walt is a man who reaches out to men and women struggling with transgendered issues and to men and women who deeply regret their choice for sexual reassignment surgery, which is fairly common and it's not an easy road, but there are those who leave transgenderism behind. A key element to healing is working through the delusion that changing genders is possible. He says it gets much easier to recover when you acknowledge that surgery cannot perform a gender change. Nothing can. You are as God made you to live, just the way He designed you. Live it and love it and celebrate it. I wanted to tell you, Jeff and I have been married for 30 and a half years. We have 9 children, and what a joy it is when they're born and you hear the baby cry, and it's a girl. Our first one was a girl, the next 2 were boys, then we had 4 girls in a row. And you know what? Those boys wanted a brother, and they were waiting, when are we going to have another brother? And they were so celebrating when they had that little brother. And I want to say that that is so important. I am opposed to this proposed amendment. And one thing, as a parent, I see it as a threat to my parental rights to raise my children in the training and admonition of the Lord. Thank you very much for your time. God bless you. And you are in my prayers.
Thank you, Julie. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you, Carla. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Brenda. Thank you for your time. To do what is right for our children means giving them information, giving them perspective, and giving them a clear understanding of consequences of their choices and actions. And that comes from bestowing our wisdom from those who have had more experience. They don't see consequences on their own. We need to guide them. We need to help them see what they can't see as their brains are still developing. And so our experience as more mature adults is so invaluable to them as they are just children and youth and teenage years. There's so much going on. So to deny and perspective from an adult's point of view, to deny that to them cheats those children. It cheats the youth. Where would they be without that? They would be lost. It's like you're expecting them to figure it out on their own, and you're cheating the adults from a innate responsibility and joy and honor to be able to bestow that wisdom and that perspective to the young people, to the generation. This is counsel in its purest form. It's not just from a professional in a counselor's room. It's counsel given from someone who cares about them, someone they might know in their volunteering work, someone they might know as a neighbor, a good friend of a family, an aunt, a grandfather. This is counsel from those who want to help the young people learn from their experience, learn from their mistakes, and be blessed. And to deny that, it just doesn't make sense. So I'm concerned with the wording in this. I haven't read it myself. I just learned of this last night. So I don't know all the details involved, but if it is as wide sweeping as it sounds, that it's not clear what's going to be restricted and what's going to be fined for, then that means this can be abused in ways that it's not meant to be. That needs to be corrected. The wording needs to be addressed here, because the people I heard earlier testifying about their experiences receiving what was called conversion therapy and the harm that was done to them, just it aches my heart so much to hear of their pain and sorrow. I absolutely cannot support that in any way. That is harm being done, and that is not something I would advocate in any way. These are children. They're not just adults who can say, oh, this counselor isn't vibing with me, they're not helping me, I'm going to leave and find something else, somewhere else, some other person. The children, they don't have that option. They're just children, they're just teenagers. They don't have the perspective that they can make a choice. So it really angers me and injures my heart for their sake, what they went through. I cannot stand behind that, such a thing. Change does not come by fear and shame. It only comes by inspiration out of a wellspring of love and out of hope of a better possibility. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Brenda.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, City Council members, for the opportunity that you've given us to speak this evening. It's been a long, drawn-out evening. And my name is Janet Rice, Janetrice. My address is 3721 Keith Circle, Lincoln, Nebraska, 68521. The reason that I felt compelled to come and speak, so that I can speak in opposition to this. I'm a parent and a grandmother, and I love my children, and I love my grandchildren. I deeply care about other children, and to hear the testimonies that was given tonight, and how they were hurt, how they were harmed by others, it grieves my soul. It grieves me to hear how others have been harmed, and it affects my family as well. And I will go into that as I close. But parents have fundamental rights to raise their children and to have the right taken. Our children, where they can get help for their children, whether it's medical or mental health. We don't need the government telling us how to raise our children. Children are not mature in making decisions that are life-changing. The medical community will attest that their brain is not fully mature until the age of 25. I have heard this countless times. This is a detriment to our children. Counselors should not be concerned about being forced to only do what they are told to do by the government. I know that this was something that was attempted by our legislative leaders, and it died. If the legislators deemed that this is not appropriate, then why are you, the 7 city council members who we elected to be our officials, why are we seeking to do this at a local level? I challenge you in this thinking. We have the First Amendment right. Many have attested to that. We have the religious freedoms, and this is infringing upon those freedoms. And our freedom of speech, we don't know how to speak anymore because we're afraid that we're going to offend somebody. We shouldn't be afraid to speak. Yes, everybody is offended by something each and every day, but are we going to allow that to change us? Sorry. I wrote a lot of this down because I knew I would forget everything that I wanted to say. I know of someone, a friend of mine, whose child was in therapy. The child was trying to run away from who they are because of something that this child had done. The child done something that was grievous. And the child thought, oh, if I could identify with this person instead of who God made me, then I wouldn't have to deal with what really happened. That doesn't work. Let me tell you why, plain and simple. Because we all have a memory, and we're all triggered by what happened to us in our life. We have triggers that, we can suppress our memory, but they're there, and they'll come back to us when something triggered us. And I'm thankful that I have taught my children that they can come to me and speak about anything. My children have a very open relationship with my husband and I that know that we support them in their success, aspirations that they have in this life. Children are being taught these ideas in our schools. It's an assault on our children. We can agree that children are curious, that they have created minds. What are you going to say to Matthew or Jane when that person is older and decides that he or she wishes that they could be who they were born? They could decide, well, Mom, why did you do this to me? Why did you let this happen? Why, Mom and Dad, didn't you fight for who I was born as? Parents love their children, and we desire what we want is best for them. And I thank you for hearing us this evening.
Thank you, Janet.
Hello, my name is Jeannie Sands, and I think the two of us together will not take 5 minutes.
Okay.
I don't think we need to repeat something that everybody else already said. So I just want to thank you for staying so late. I know you must be exhausted, and I'm sorry for that. You've had a lot of experts talk that are a lot smarter than I am. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not a doctor. My concern is for parents. I am against this ordinance, but only the way it's written, because I think what I heard about conversion therapy tonight was atrocious. I feel really bad, as everybody else before me, that people have gone through that at all, but it is heartbreaking to listen to. But I also agree that God does love everyone, no matter where they are in their life, and I feel bad for what people have been taught previously. The thing is, you can't legislate good parenting, and I know there's been a lot of abuse with heterosexual children, so to look at that, it doesn't make any sense. Again, you can't legislate good parenting. With the way this ordinance is written today, can parents even teach what the Bible says to their kids? That really is a legitimate question. I mean, with the way the law is written, I'm not sure if a parent can tell a child what the Bible says in regards to sexuality. So that's a little scary to me, and I'm afraid it's going to limit that. That's really all I had to say. Okay. This is Aletha. Go for it, Aletha.
I put it on my phone and my battery's running dead, so I have to hurry. So thank you for allowing us to say what we have on our hearts tonight. And I have to admit, I did not know much about conversion therapy, and I was appalled. So I do oppose that. It's obviously destructive and should no longer be in practice. It's truly heartbreaking to hear those young people's stories, and my heart goes out to them.
Could you give us your name?
Oh, I'm sorry, Aletha.
Okay.
Aletha Sands. like I said, it was heartbreaking to hear those stories, and my heart does go out to them, the emotional abuse that they experienced. My concern is, as Jeannie's was, my sister-in-law, is that on the parents' side of it, when the little bit I have read through it, because it was quite long, my concern, or my deep concern regarding the ordinance is its wording or the lack thereof. It is written with broad strokes, vague and undefined terms, and as a parent and a grandparent, I am fearful that it has the potential of removing a parent's decision on what is best for their children and grandchildren. I don't want school counselors or therapists to decide what is best for my children or my grandchildren. I think this is something that the parent has to be actively involved in. And again, like Jeannie said, there are a lot of bad parents. There's a lot of bad teachers. I don't think that you can do a broad stroke and just say, because these parents and that were bad, that they don't have a decision in the welfare of their children. I also believe that we are physically, emotionally, and spiritual individuals, and I think that if you do not address all three of those aspects, then there won't be true healing for that person. They might have some progress in their healing, but I don't think they'll have full healing. This ordinance needs further thought and discussion, and I absolutely hope that it's not voted on tonight. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down. Well, you might want to take your coat with you.
Yeah. I was going to come back. Hello, my name is Isaiah Ngega, and I speak on behalf of the people, all ages, who believe in America still, and also believe in God and the Bible. God made people, male and female, and He made them in His image, for us to identify as that. What a shallow way of thinking of yourself as only your gender. It's sad what some of these people have had to endure through so-called conversion therapy. But the science also holds up to what God has been saying for centuries, that there are only two genders within the human biology. This doesn't count for animals. But I've gotten up here to speak, not to repeat what people before me have said, but to show you that not just adults and parents, yes, I can see how you can have a problem with your children not being able to learn, but I have friends who are confused, and am I going to not be allowed to help them? If I know that Jesus is going to be able to save them from whatever they're going through, then shouldn't I be allowed to say that? It's kind of ironic, the people standing up here and saying, and using their right to free speech in order to tear it down. They want to get rid of the ability for people to show both sides. Thank you for allowing me to express my First Amendment right.
Thank you for coming down.
Thank you, Isaiah.
All right. Hi, I'm Brittany Bundy, and I live at 743 Northborough Lane. I love what he just said, is that I feel like what we're experiencing right now is you guys are wanting to turn on somebody else's free speech to turn off somebody else's. And that is my free speech to have a religious view. I just thank you for your time today. You guys are probably exhausted and hungry, unless you got the pizza that came in. Good for you. I was smelling that. I am here today to just ask you to vote no to this ordinance, or to reword it in a way where it does support everyone. Because I am a person I am Christian. I love everyone. And I think I heard almost every person who said that they're a Christian say the same thing. I do not condone the therapy that has been used for years. It breaks my heart to hear that people even thought that that was okay or even humane in any way. But I lost my train of thought. Anyways, so in the Constitution, the First Amendment gives us the freedom to practice our faith. However, we would like to. So I'm opposed to both this bill and the conversion therapy. This bill would take away my right as a mother of 3 beautiful children, that if I ever experience one of my children going down this path, that they would not be able to seek the help that they need. And I, as a parent, as a Christian parent, would be open to them seeking help with whomever they felt they needed to. But if they wanted to seek out someone who would give them biblically based doctrine, I would want them to have that option as well. My husband and I believe that our children can make their decision in the faith that they choose, but we also hope that and pray that we raise them in the way that they should go alongside the Holy Spirit. And so, speaking as a Christian in opposition, hearing these stories before us today, I find it really interesting that the majority of people that did share came up, they shared from their religious homes or religious backgrounds. A lot of the people came out of that, and I just find that really compelling and very interesting, that I think that there's more that meets the eye to that. I believe that there's a spiritual side to things, and I believe that a lot of that can be unseen. But speaking as a Christian that is in opposition to this ordinance, I want to speak on behalf of many Christians that believe that God created us with a specific intent. I want to apologize to anyone that has been hurt by the way that we as Christians have addressed this issue. It's an issue, the way that we have addressed it for years and years and years, and it's not okay. It was never our place to mistreat anyone with different beliefs. We are human too, and we make mistakes. I do not put myself on this pedestal thinking I am perfect. I make mistakes daily. It is our job to love as Christ loves us with the truth of his word, though. I think that's very important. So just as we would never come up with such a one-sided ordinance that would push Christianity on other people, I think that it's really interesting as to why we would find it okay to push the opposite agenda on us people of faith. It's very unconstitutional. So with that, I just ask that you would consider all people and not just one side. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bundy.
Thank you.
Well, I have a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old, and it's already my bedtime.
Mine too.
Oh, my name is Angie Klein, and I want to thank the City Council for allowing me to speak tonight. It's troubling that in the last few years in America, we want to take people's choices away. 20 years ago, I was in seminary, I was a youth pastor, and I was a lesbian. I was in a denomination that would celebrate me, but something so troubling on the inside told me to stop, and I sought counseling. And I'm glad that this ban was not in place during that time, because I wouldn't have found hope, I wouldn't have found a solution, and I wouldn't be where I am today. I believe a wholesale ban on conversion therapy implies that nobody could benefit from counseling based on biblical principles and prayer to find spiritual freedom for unwanted sexual attractions and desires. I am somebody that found that freedom, and I'm glad I did. As an elementary student, I struggled with same-sex attractions. I knew that these feelings were inconsistent with my religious faith, and after 6 years as a homosexual, I chose to explore my options with help from qualified health professionals and pastoral caregivers. In these experiences with these trained professionals, I was never forced, I was never pressured, and I was never abused in any way. I was listened to. Each individual honored and loved me where I was at, and I was given the power of choice, the very thing we want to take away, and the dignity to think for myself about the issue. 20 years later, I can look back and still look fondly on all the resources that were available to me at that time, all of which that have set me up to live the life I wanted and desired all along. In my choosing to live as a heterosexual woman, I have in no way felt repressed or unfulfilled sexually. In fact, just the opposite. I've been happily married for over 7 years, and I'm a proud mother of 2 children, none of which would have been possible if I did not have the freedom to choose my own counseling objectives, or if I was denied the valuable resources of books or conferences. Furthermore, as a pastor, I have worked with young people over the past 15 years who were questioning their sexual orientation or gender identity, who were, like me, wanting to bring their sexual orientation or gender identity into agreement with their faith. These young people were given the same love, honor, and dignity afforded me in my youth, the power of choice, and the dignity to think for themselves. If a young person did not want to meet with me, they simply would not meet with me, and I honored their choice. I still work with individuals who are coming out of sexual confusion, sexual perversion, sexual abuse, and sexual trauma. I know how important it is to make sure the individual is in charge of his or her own counseling goals. Please do not take away the yes or the no of a questioning youth. Let's be clear about one thing. No one on either side of the issue supports physical or sexual abuse, extreme shaming, forcing people into a therapy as a means to help people. These practices are wrong and are already outlawed. If someone is being physically or sexually abused by a pastor or a therapist, we have laws to protect them, to protect the victim. It has been my experience in 3 different states I have lived in as an adult that conversion therapy is not taking place, especially in our churches, according to the way that conversion therapy is really defined, and it has been redefined tonight. Nor is it happening in counseling offices. We cannot ignore the number of individuals that have transgendered, that have embraced their new identity. And when they embrace their new gender and identity, they have committed suicide because the deeper issues still exist in their life, and they were still struggling with underlying issues. I have personal friends who have transitioned to find out that they thought was going to bring them fulfillment in life, being the other gender, never brought fulfillment, and they transitioned back after years of pain. And let's not forget about the preteens.
Can you wrap it up?
Yep. Okay. Let's not forget about the preteens that right now in PACs are deciding that they're transgender. Many are not given a choice to their counseling, but only affirmed in their declarations about themselves. And the affirmation therapy and operating under the ban of conversion therapy, many of them enter into puberty blocker therapy that will make them sterile, not be able to have children for the rest of their lives. We have to consider this as a people. I want to thank you for your time, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you for coming down.
Thank you, Ms. Corning.
Hello, my name is Lindsay, and this is Liliana. And I just want to say that before today, I didn't really know that this amendment was going to be happening. So I did my research, and I'm just going to kind of speak from the heart, as well as kind of let the Holy Spirit drive me. For privacy reasons, I'm not going to state where we live, but I do homeschool 6 children, and there's so many things here that I just would like to address. City Council, I am here today to oppose the amendments of Title 11 to include definitions of provider in Chapter 1109 entitled Youth Mental Health Protection. Including these amendments are not only dangerous, but they are breaking the law and unconstitutional. Professional speech has the First Amendment rights as any other speech, and no specific research shows that talk therapy is harmful or ineffective. I urge you to look at line 23 of page 9, where it states contemporary science recognizes. This was something that kind of threw at me because through school I was considering law. Well, what is contemporary science, you might ask? The definition of contemporary being modern and modern science, according to Ryerson University, is based on theory. Theory, as we all know, but more a textbook definition, whereas on line 4, abstract reasoning towards the definition, a commonly known speculation, a decision based on experience. So we have to ask ourselves, is this amendment being passed for personal beliefs, personal vendetta, or agendas? If this is the case, we need to leave feelings out of it and base our knowledge on the facts. The facts are, and let me draw your attention to now line 3 on page 10, where it states the very citation of being proof for this needed amendment, the American Psychological Association. They have rejected change efforts or conversion therapy. But I am here today to tell you this narrative is false, poorly written, and downright full of lies, propaganda, and possibly even libel. I have researched from that exact citation from the American Psychological Association that has a handbook, same-sex orientation and gender dysphoria are not innate, meaning not natural. And most of these professional organizations that were listed as being in support of have the opposite to say. The American Psychological Association's Handbook of Sexuality and Psychology says there is no gay gene, same-sex sexuality, and is not simply biologically caused like skin color. Always has psychological causes and may be caused by childhood sexual abuse. These same professional organizations say gender dysphoria is not simply caused by biological factors, but psychological causes. This is the same APA handbook the World Professional Association of Transgender Health, or WPATH, standard of care, say there may be pathological causes. Sounds to me like they're really rejecting speech therapy. We all know that gender dysphoria is a thing. We all know that is not natural. So why would we want therapists to be able to talk to why wouldn't we want therapists to be able to talk to their patients about these severe issues? One common misconception, and I feel too, because we are friends with those who classify as having same sexual preferences or transgender in general, is that the misconception on us that we aren't recognizing these kids aren't people, but we're just realizing the issue at hand. And as parents, how are we supposed to ignore the fact that they may need help? We're supposed to sit by and let our children go down this destructive path and be castrated because one day they may dress up as a girl. In fact, more research linked to suicide is a direct correlation of transgender or because of gender-altering surgeries, and more research found talk therapy as a safe and effective tool while they grow up. And when you put a ban on talk therapy, these kids aren't getting help they may need. You're closing a door accepting something very serious like child abuse that may be going on, especially when the research is there that gender dysphoria may be linked to childhood sexual abuse. There's no harm in people simply walking out of the therapist's office, but you are taking this right away from them altogether and not a caregiver to give an option to help. This amendment, in my belief, is ludicrous. It's an abuse of power, and it goes against our very right to practice religion. For example, the way this amendment was written. And with that, I'd like to draw your attention to page 5, starting at line 18, where it adds provider on the line 23. The way this was written states licensed professional conservators or guardians, naturopaths, or any person who performs counseling as a part of a person's professional training, interns, trainees, or apprentices who provide medical or mental health services are under the supervision of a licensed medical or mental health professional are included. Well, I'm a guardian. Like I said, I'm also a homeschool teacher, and this goes directly against my right to practice freedom of religion. And it also falls under pastors, priests, and anyone else whose professional training is to counsel those kids who may come in with concerns or behavioral mental health. So to the concern, the general public is well warranted. Because the way this amendment was written, it does indeed include them. It goes against our rights and infringes upon them, and if you don't see that, I'm sorry. Everyone, yes.
Your time's up.
Okay.
Been enjoying this, but.
Yeah. Sorry, I had a lot more good information, but
Okay.
thank you.
If you have more, if you want to submit it in writing, you
Yes,
can
I
do
do.
that at a later.
Okay.
Or
Thank
you can
you.
give it to her, or you can submit it later on our website.
I think I'm going to submit it later.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Carol Travis, and I live in Southeast Lincoln. And I'm a mom, grandma of 11. I was a chaplain for 8 years at the City Mission Clinic. And I pastor a church of elderly people who have not had church for almost a year now at their residence. So that's who I am. And I don't really have a whole lot here to say. Everybody has been very, very good at expressing exactly where I stand. I love people. I have no personal agenda, but I really feel like I am against this ordinance that is being suggested here. And I was shocked with what conversion therapy was described as by some of the people that went in the pro group. But I really feel like you have to do a little more work at defining what conversion therapy is. Because what they were saying and what I'm thinking that this bill is advocating are two different things, and that's kind of what everybody else has been saying here. Is this going to take away parents' rights to just talk to their kids about what they think is right, what their religious beliefs are? Is this going to take away my right as a pastor to talk to anybody about what I believe the Bible says? Is this taking away my rights? Is that what this is designed to do? Is this the first step? I have been to one other city council meeting, and they were talking about residences, low-income residences, and the streets and everything, even just to the tiniest little detail. They had everything down to a detail. This is just a blanket statement. I couldn't believe that they use this conversion therapy, this blanket statement. It could mean anything. It could go one way, it could go another way. If we're talking about electric shock therapy, let's just say conversion therapy by electric shock, or shaming, or having a mock funeral or something like that. But let's be specific, because this is just a blanket statement, and it really scares me to think that my rights would be taken from me as a parent, as a pastor, as a grandparent. I just, I can't imagine that. The other thought that I have was this. Kids are vulnerable. Somebody says something to them, other kids call them a name, they think that's who they are. They go to the school counselor, well, that's who you are, that's the way you are. Thinking they're affirming this kid when and then what, nobody can come against that? Plus, next week, he might be something else. And the other thought I had was, what gives a school counselor or a teacher the right to talk to my children about these issues and takes it away from a parent or a pastor or people who really care and know that child? It's really, I think this is a very scary bill. And I think the first thing that needs to be done is just to go way back and discuss what is this, if either just totally get rid of this bill or go back and redefine this conversion therapy in a way that is so detailed that we know exactly what it means. Thank you for listening to me. I wasn't even planning on going that long because I know you guys are really, it's been a long day. Thanks again.
Thank you, Carol.
Thank you.
Well, I sure admire your stamina.
So far.
It's part of the job, right?
You might hit a wall.
I am Dr. Connie Dawson, and I'm a lead pastor of a church here in Lincoln. And I appreciate the opportunity to share my heart with you today. First, I'd like to say that I love people very much. And I'm against any form of medical therapeutic practices that would harm anyone. And if we listen to these testimonies today, you would have to be inhumane not to have a broken heart for how some of these people have experienced some very painful things. I also agree that everyone should be treated with dignity and respect regardless of their sexual orientation or their gender identity. But yet, for various reasons, I do oppose the banning of talk therapy. And one of the reasons is, as Carol said just a moment ago, it lacks clarity, and it is a ban that is too broad. And so I'd like to address this as a pastor from my pastoral perspective. I understand that as a pastor, I'm permitted to speak from a biblical worldview regarding human sexuality. But my concern is that if I have a member from my church who wants counseling for unwanted same-sex attraction, and that member is a minor, this proposed ordinance, as it is currently written, would not allow me to counsel that person. In other words, my concern is that minors would not be permitted to talk about their feelings, their experiences, or their gender dysphoria issues with maybe a licensed counselor that I would refer them to a youth pastor, or to a Christian counselor on my staff. Again, as a pastor, if a 16-year-old girl came to me to talk with me because she's experiencing confusion over her gender identity and has concerns about the unknown health impact of hormone therapy and surgery, and I believe that the best care for her would include a licensed counselor, then under this present ordinance that you have put forth, it would be illegal to counsel that young girl to embrace her biological sex. It seems to me that such counseling should be protected if the counselee desires to identify with her God-given gender. We should all agree that individuals and families have the freedoms to choose the counseling goals that best fit their own needs, rather than for us to dictate that. But ordinance like this demonstrates hostility towards the world's major religions, including Judaism, Islam, Christianity, and all which teach the sacredness of sex, that is, in the context of one man and one woman in marriage. All individuals and families should have the freedom to choose the form of counseling and professional therapy that is in harmony with their own moral convictions or their own religious convictions and goals. In a tolerant society, which I believe that we are, a progressive society, people deserve the right to make their own choices. But the problem is that we're now living in a cancel culture where we're becoming intolerant of different views. If we don't like it, we criminalize it. And I believe that's heading down a wrong path. Just like I believe a gay affirming therapist or a teacher has the right to share their perspective of what they believe is right, a gay lifestyle, a Christian counselor should also have the right to speak their worldview. It's not good to criminalize a perspective. Dialogue should be invited so that the individual can receive an informed opinion. In closing, I'd simply like to say the New York City Council passed a ban on conversion therapy, but they repealed that because they realized it would not be upheld by the Constitution. Because in addition to the things that I have mentioned, this ban is, above all, a violation of the First Amendment and freedom of speech. Therefore, I highly recommend that you follow the suit with New York City and end this ban on conversion therapy that this council is proposing. Thank you so much for the opportunity and the privilege to speak with you this evening.
Thank you.
God bless you.
Good evening. My name is Amber, A-M-B-E-R, last name Parker, P-A-R-K-E-R. And I want to first say thank you. You guys have shown great patience for a very long evening. I have a couple areas that I would like to address of concerns with the conversion therapy. However, there's a verse, I believe, in the Bible that says reliable communication permits progress. And so let's permit progress and agree that any form of abuse or torture or torment is something that we should all be standing up against. But what I want to talk about today is the conversion therapy that is out of a heart to love the person and walk through them, share in tears, listen to their heart and the cry of their heart, and give them truth. In doing that, if one was to do these things where an ordinance in a city, 6U would have passed, it would take away that opportunity. Sorry, I can't believe, I got to pinch myself that I'm even here. You know, we live in a constitutional republic, and we know our country is greatly divided. But there is one thing that brings us together, and that's God's love, and God's love covers over a multitude of sins. I thank my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for what he had done of taking the punishment of what I deserved as death and giving me new life. For my righteousness, my good things are all like filthy rags. And I know what God has done and brought deliverance in my life. With that said, I just want to encourage you guys, because we live in the United States of America, that these amendments are so important. Every American should know them because it sets us apart from communist governments that take away freedom of speech. And what I want to address is what I've seen in talking to people across the United States and being across the United States with sexual orientation and gender identity laws. It has been the door opening to infringe upon the good people who love people, want to have conversation, not try to tell them who to be, but that God loves you and God gives us all a free will. In Amendment 1 of the Constitution of the United States of America, it says, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion, or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech, or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. I want to give you a scenario. If a pediatrician had this book in his office, according to this conversion therapy band, if the pediatrician would have given a parent or a counselor would have handed their a child, a minor, this book, I now, as the author, in every city or where I go and travel and do those things, that will cut off my livelihood. And this is something that is so important to address because the heart and the purpose is to share truth. And I want to go bigger than this. The Bible says in Genesis, 1:27, that God made us in his image, and he made us as either a male or female. This conversion band therapy, we don't know what it is. I'm against the abuse. I want to be clear on that. But what I'm not against, what I am against is the freedom of speech, infringing upon freedom of speech. And to be able to say if this conversion ban would ban this verse, well, then that is saying it is banning the whole entire Holy Bible, which means Jesus was the Word made flesh, and infringing upon a way that does not go with the Constitution of the United States of America. And this is very important that we stand up and address this because it is our constitutional republic that can only remain a constitutional republic as those in governing powers and governing authorities respect our First Amendment rights. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Peter Kolozzi, Kolozzy, and this is my first time to City Council. Thank you for having me. So I'm the third of 8 kids. I was an Army brat growing up, and then I was a veteran. I joined the Army, moved around a lot. I've lived in about 11 states, and Lincoln, Nebraska is my favorite. I've lived here since 2013. And when I heard about what was going on tonight, I felt compelled to come down. Most people have already spoken to you about Jesus and God, and that's their basis for standing against homosexuality. And they've expressed how they're a fan of freedom of speech because this is America, and we like to be able to say what's on our minds and how we feel, and I think that's fair. So there's not really much to say other than I'm opposed to this. I'm actually surprised that you put it forth, and I definitely think that you should not go forward with voting for it 2 weeks from now. I think that you should reconsider what the bill's actually saying, especially when you consider the potential attack on freedoms of America itself being a very real threat. And just to speak candidly, when I was in high school back 20 years ago, you didn't have to be a Christian to enjoy going to youth group on Wednesday nights. It was just fun with your friends. You can go and have a good time. We had What Would Jesus Do bracelets. They were cool. Just, if you're being rude or something, you look at your bracelet and you're, okay, I shouldn't be rude. you know. And nowadays, 20 years later, if you talk about Jesus Christ, you know, you kind of get shunned. And, you know, back 20 years ago, you know, premarital sex was kind of discouraged. Of course, it still happened, but it was discouraged, and they were encouraging abstinence and, you know, wholesome living, and I think that was good for kids. But these days, it feels like, you know, from movies to music to TV shows to commercials, I'm just feel like I'm being bombarded by a specific homosexuality agenda being pushed upon me or our society. And I kind of feel like, well, I guess the tables have turned. It used to be like, hey, come on, be a Christian, let's go to church. And now it's like, hey, come on, be homosexual, don't go to church. And so I think we need to find some common ground and realize that, you know, what's our creed? E pluribus unum, you know, out of many, one, you know, the states united, Estados Unidos, you know, the United States, you know, we're all different. You know, this is the melting pot of the world, you know, every language and every tribe, and you know, we are all together as one big family. You know, we're not going to agree on things. You know, I disagree with myself sometimes. We're definitely not going to agree with each other on everything, but we cannot push a bill that is going to cut off one of these voices and disallow an opinion to be said, especially to a kid. You know, I remember I'm an adult, I'm 35, and I still am influenced by my peers. I still am influenced by my family or friends, people I don't even know, can influence me. And so a kid is going to be influenced. And so if the society in school is, hey, it's okay to be gay, got to be gay. And if you're like, well, I think a man and a woman are the way to go. I think it should be a heterosexual lifestyle. And they get shunned for that. You know, so I just think that, you know, we need to allow these kids to be able to hear all the voices and all the opinions, you know, especially when it comes to something that maybe they're confused with, maybe that they're struggling with. And that's all I have to say. So thank you for listening to me, and I hope you have a good night.
Thanks, Peter.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for your patience. It's been a long night, hasn't it? My name is Donna Stell Lane. I reside at 415 South Broad Street, 68366. It's almost just ridiculous that we're here having to address this sort of thing. This ordinance title, the amendment to Title 11, is simply an unconstitutional ordinance in regard to our freedoms, yours and mine. There's wording in it such as just any practice, any counseling, any treatments. How dangerous is this? How limiting is this? That will be opposed on you as well in your posterity. We need to really think about the poor wording of such an amendment. We must be cognizant of what precedents we are setting here today. The shock wording of conversion therapy is antiquated and barbaric. It is agreed. We've heard that all night long. But haven't we moved way beyond that senseless approach? That point is simply moot. Sorry. I believe in a divine creator, and he tells us his name in Genesis 2:4. In Hebrew, it's the tetragrammaton Yod He Vav He. Please remember that name. It's the name that we will all bow before someday. We will all bow before that name someday. He is our creator and our designer, and he knows best how we each should function. Simply look at nature. You see male and female pairs are everywhere. This same God gives us the law of love. His law is love. It's not limiting. It's not repressing. If you truly come to know him, you see that he truly is love. He gives life and freedom if you look into it. This same God created the rainbow, of which, sir, you were wearing on your mask, I noted earlier. He loves you so much, as he does myself and everyone else here. He's our designer. He's our creator. He tells us in his word best how we should live. His love for us is incredible. His love for each one of us is so much so that he sent his only son to die for your sins and mine. And we've all heard much preaching tonight. My degrees are in theology and psychology and counseling. It was for freedom that he came to us. This amendment takes away that freedom. It's that freedom that many need to get the help that they need, and many truly want. When they would come to me in practice and want to know more, if I were then to be shut down from giving the true and only hope that I believe that there truly is, we must think about these things. It's truly a precedence that we are setting here today. Would you want all of your wording to be shut down as you as you go and seek out votes? Would you want to be limited? Would you want your children and your grandchildren to be shut down and getting the help that they would need? This amendment takes away any choice of getting that true and genuine help that they truly need. I moved here because I wanted the freedoms that Nebraska seems to still afford. This is the heartland. Please do not pass this limiting, unloving Amendment Title 11. Please don't let me down. We vote you into these positions to speak for us, to stand for us and our children and our children's children. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Donna.
Have a good night. I hope it ends soon.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, Samuel Lyon, Lincoln, Nebraska. I'm here tonight to give you the testimony of another person who could not be here to speak with you personally. I'm giving my time to him. His name is William Noel, and he lives at 644 North 32nd Street in Lincoln. He says, I am writing this to express my personal opposition to the proposed Title 11.9 of the Municipal Code pertaining to the youth mental health protection as currently placed for this meeting. My opposition stems from my own experience, my own personal experience, and I would request that this written testimony be submitted for the record. As a former practicing homosexual and former advocate for the LGBT community, I am well aware of the content and agenda within the manifesto as put forth by both the local and national LGBT task force. In essence, the manifesto declares that each human person should have freedom to become who they are in every aspect of their lives. As I was a naturalist and secularist, at that time I felt sincerely that I and my compatriots in the LGBT community should be able to live without restrictions placed upon our personal identity. Moving forward a few years, I experienced an unforeseen turn in my life journey. I encountered an aspect of the universe previously unknown to me, the spiritual realm. I learned about the message of Jesus Christ and became an adherent of traditional Christianity. Because of the teaching of Jesus and its underlying fundamentals found in the law of Moses, forbade sexual behaviors contrary to traditional marriage, I decided to pursue a life of celibacy. For support and guidance to assist me in the pursuit of my new lifestyle of choice, I sought help from faith-based counselors. My fellow advocates within the LGBT community challenged my change of belief. and worldview, claiming that I had allowed myself to be intimidated by advocates of hate. For I had once unabashedly claimed that the Christian gospel was hate-based. How was it that I would now devote my life to spreading such a message? My answer for them, and also for members of the city council, is very simple. I encountered a deeper truth of who I was as a human person and what I was created to be. So in accordance with the manifesto of the National Task Force, I am seeking to live without restrictions placed upon my personal identity. As a citizen and as a person of faith, I would challenge the agenda that is being promoted by the aforementioned amendment to our municipal code. All individuals and families should be free to choose those forms of counseling and personal therapy that are in harmony with their moral convictions and their life goals. Since government is self-acclaimed as amoral, it should not be given the authority to sanction the moral beliefs of its citizens with regard to human sexuality. The essence of religion is the concept that human persons can experience change in their lives and find true joy in embracing a higher spiritual calling for their existence. Government should protect the rights of individuals to practice their faith. The majority of human cultures respect the concept that morality must be taught. Training in moral sensibility is a primary aspect of counseling and therapy approaches. We should not enforce initiatives that dictate which moral values may and may not be taught. Thank you for giving consideration to my testimony. Sincerely, William M. Noel. And now I would like to add my own 2 cents.
You have 1 minute, yeah.
Today you have before you a proposal that would allow you to enter licensed therapists' offices, sit down on the couch with them and the family they are helping, and restrict the words they can use with their patients. Indeed, professionals that have spent years in training would be handcuffed to speak freely to their patients in the way that the client desires. You could now go and insert yourself into the relationship between a doctor and their patient. I would ask you to decline from inserting yourself into that position. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Anybody else like to come forward at this point? Seeing none, I'd like to call recess for 5 minutes. We will recess for 5 minutes. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the City Council meeting for February 8th. Still February 8th, isn't it? It's not February 9th yet. 2021. Sonia, I guess we're on to the next item.
7A?
Item 7A, Street and Alley Vacation 20005, application of Lincoln Federal Bank Incorporated to vacate South 34th Street from Treeline Drive south to its terminus generally located at South 34th Street and Treeline Drive, introduced by Christensen.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded by Councilperson Shob. I don't think Brad Marshall stuck around for this one. Do we have any questions for staff or anybody at this point? We all remember what we're voting on. I do. Okay, without any questions or anything, please call the roll.
Washington,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Shob,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0. Item 7B, amending Title IX Public Peace and Welfare of the Lincoln Municipal Code relating to setting maximum fee for third-party food delivery services by creating a new chapter numbered 9.60 entitled Third-Party Food Delivery Fees During an Emergency to prohibit excessive profiteering during times of emergency. Introduced by Christensen.
So moved.
Second.
But it should be her.
She did second.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for it. That's all right.
Been moved and seconded by Councilperson Ward.
And Mr. Chair? Oops.
Yes, go ahead.
A motion to substitute.
Second?
Thank you. I didn't want to get ahead of our clerk. But, so, if I may?
Yeah, sure.
Before you, I think you had a copy distributed to you many hours ago in our director's meeting. But the only change from what we discussed at the public hearing last week that's now incorporated in this substitute amendment is something I hope I've mentioned to most of you, which is on page 6, which gives the city council also the ability to terminate the state of emergency, declaration emergency, I should say, once the governor does. We also have that authority, which it states in writing now on page 6. So with that, that's the only change in this substitute amendment from what we discussed at last week's public hearing. So I appreciate everyone's forbearance and happy to answer any questions. And Mr. Connolly is still available as well for questions this evening, should you have them.
Does anybody have a question on the amendment? Correct? Which
Correct.
is substitute.
It is. It is.
Okay.
Substitute ordinance.
Wish I could have gotten a copy of it.
Here.
Can I get a copy to read?
Benny has a question here.
Yes, Benny. Got a question for Mr. Conley?
Yes, please.
Chris Connolly, City Law, and I'm glad I didn't wait 7 hours for nothing.
Yeah. Thank you, and I appreciate you coming forward, and I appreciate the work you've put in on this for several hours, weeks, months, years. And thank you, Ms. Ward, for your efforts to do this. The 3 lines that are here on page 6, this isn't really new, is it? We, as City Council, have always had the authority to do this, to end the declaration.
That's correct. That's correct, but it wasn't spelled out in the first draft.
This just actually makes it clear that we can do this, and at the point we do that, this ordinance would vaporize.
It would not be exclusively, though, at the action of the council. It still has to be in conjunction with termination by the governor as well.
So it has to be 2 out of the 3 on the list?
If the governor does it and then either the mayor or the council terminates, then it is done and it does go away, and you'd have to reenact if you wanted to do it over again.
Thank you.
As long as you're here, a procedural question. So this is a 2-step process at this point. We vote to substitute and then we vote on the main, or is it just a 1-step?
I think you do it the way you normally do it, and I think that would be to adopt the substitute first, and then vote on the main motion to
Right.
adopt the ordinance.
Just to be clear.
Yeah, just the way it would normally be done.
Okay, so I've got a quick question. The city council could not terminate this agreement without the mayor or the governor also agreeing to terminate.
This ordinance would not go away. Certainly, the council can decide to terminate the emergency.
But we couldn't decide to terminate this third-party agreement without terminating the emergency.
Or unless you voted to repeal it. I mean, you could do that too.
We can vote to repeal this.
Correct.
Same thing. Okay, so we don't have to wait for the emergency action to be declared
That is correct. You could
non-emergency.
decide-
We could repeal this when we,
In 3 or 4 months, yes, that is
That was-
a legal
okay.
option for you, that you could decide that the circumstances don't apply anymore, and you could vote to repeal it at that time, just like any other ordinance.
okay. Any other questions for Mr. Conley? Okay, thanks. Any other thoughts or anything from anybody? Yes, Ms. Rabel.
Well, first of all, I have to commend Councilwoman Tammy Ward. You have worked so hard and involved so many entities, getting their input, their feedback, trying to make it as clear to all involved what the intention was. And thank you for using and incorporating some of my suggestions as well. It's a difficult proposal as business people, where we think that certain things could be imposed on other business people. And so that raises a sense of caution and a red flag. We have to be careful. But I think the one thing that is the most convincing thing of all is that these are not ordinary times. They are highly unusual times. Dealing with the pandemic, watching businesses have to shutter and close. And we understand that we have to do everything we can in our power to help drive economic recovery in some form, in some fashion. And I am willing to support this, because we know that it's a limited time period. We want to help our restaurants survive, and the bars that serve food, because they're a big part of our community and our economy. And so with those parameters on making sure that it's only during a declared state of an emergency, and I really encourage and hope that all the businesses that use all the third-party delivery services reach out and have the wherewithal to organize and to better negotiate terms and conditions that are not so onerous and burdensome to that business. But that's not our job. That should be their job. And I think this is a tough lesson that these businesses have to go through. I mean, we've heard from other constituents. I've heard from other business people saying, like, well, wait, why is the restaurant paying for the delivery? Shouldn't the people that are receiving the goods and services pay for that service of having it delivered to their home? So with all these things that I'm rambling on about, I like the fact that it's a limited during an emergency only. We want to help our businesses succeed, thrive, survive during these challenging times, and I will support it.
Okay. Yes, Councilperson Christensen.
That's good. I have been really torn up about this one for the reasons Councilwoman Raybould said about being a business person and not wanting to impose restrictions on businesses. And I was almost there. And I appreciate what you've done to make this a better piece of legislation. But it seems to me that the people who are going to suffer the most are the delivery drivers themselves, because the Uber Eats, the Grubhubs, and the other delivery services are going to find a way to make their money, and I think they're going to do it off the back of their delivery drivers from the evidence that I've seen.
You go.
May I?
You gotta, I know.
Yeah.
Go ahead, answer that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks for that question, Councilman Christensen. There's actually a provision in the ordinance that prohibits the third-party delivery service from doing that with delivery drivers. So we took care of that in the ordinance because I did not want that to happen, and neither did the restaurants.
Okay.
And quite frankly, neither did the third-party Uber service that I worked with during this. So good point. It can't happen the way the ordinance is written. So they're protected, the drivers. So thank you.
Councilperson Washington.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When this idea first came forward, it was interesting to me, but I wasn't sure it was a problem until I started to look around, not just the United States, what other was happening in other cities, but also in Lincoln. I called a number of restaurants and asked them if they used this service. I told Councilwoman Ward that regardless of how this might turn out, I really think it's the end customer's business to pay whatever they want to pay to have food delivered to their home. If they want to pay $15 for delivery, that's their prerogative, and I'm not going to get in the way of that. That's their own business choice. I do care about small businesses and restaurants who were being asked to pay a great percentage of their food cost to the delivery service, because I think that puts a big burden on small businesses. And as Councilwoman Raybould said, at this point, trying to help small businesses, I am willing to be creative and reach out and do different things that we might not want to do, and I might not want to do during regular times, but during an emergency, I certainly feel like we need to do everything we can to help small businesses. I really appreciate the clarification of the new language that describes that our ability to vote to end the emergency, but I also like the fact that we have the ability to repeal this should we believe at some point in the future that this is no longer needed for the economic stability of restaurants. And so for that reason, I am going to support this ordinance.
Okay. I really haven't said much. And again, I've got good friends and know a lot of people that own restaurants, and I know how they're hurting, especially the local owned. And a few of them have reached out to me also. But I still have a philosophical problem about putting maximum fees businesses can charge each other. Again, they don't have to pay these fees. I've talked to a few businesses that don't pay these fees. Some of them actually, if you drive down the street, you can see banners, please call DoorDash or Uber Eats and have your food delivered from us. And so businesses are advertising that. We actually had one here that we called and they said, well, our delivery service isn't working, so go ahead and call DoorDash. And go ahead, and I didn't know how to do the app, so I did the app because it was the only way we could get the food. So that's why I don't know that it's such a burden on all the businesses. It may be on a few of them, but I'm just having a tough time putting more regulations on private businesses on how they interact with each other, and not with the city. There's a lot of other ways to help these restaurants and such. We could quit charging them property taxes. We could, that would save them a lot of money. Could quit charging them fees, food handling fees and such. So there's a lot of ways we could handle it instead of getting in the middle of two private industries in their transactions amongst each other. And that's a slippery slope I don't want to go down at this point. But
temporary slippery slope.
A lot of snow on that slope. Okay, any other comments? Yes.
I think the way that I look at this is, we are taking steps to protect the city and encouraging people to find ways to still support local business and still keep people safe. And at the end of the day, the choice for me, as I see it, is do we support something that is supported by our local businesses and our local restaurants that they're asking for, or do we defend this multi-billion-dollar companies, these party like Uber Eats and DoorDash, do we support them, and who do we stand with? And I'm going to stand with the local businesses and local restaurants that are asking for this.
Okay. Any other comments? We're voting on the motion to amend.
Just substitute ordinance.
Substitute. Go ahead and call the roll.
Ward,
Yes.
Schob,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
McGinnis.
No.
Motion carried 6-1.
Okay. We'll move on.
No, we just
No, no,
substituted.
main
Just
motion.
substituted the one.
I thought
the
you
other.
said as soon as we voted,
No.
do the motion to substitute. Okay.
Yeah.
We'll go ahead and vote on the main motion then.
Okay.
Got
Schob,
misunderstood.
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
This is where your no should have been.
Bowers,
Yes.
Christensen,
No.
Ward,
Yes.
McGinnis.
No.
Motion carried 5-2.
Okay.
We're getting close.
Turn the page.
Okay, we have resolutions. First readings are items 8A through 8C.
This is not Z.
This first reading and related resolutions are items 9A through 9G. Pending list is items 10A through 10D.
Okay.
We go.
Here we go. We're at that point of public comment, so anybody wishing to address the council on a matter not on this agenda and not plan to appear on a future agenda may do so at the open mic session. Individuals are allowed a total of 5 minutes to speak, regardless of the number of topics. And tonight will be one of those nights. So we could start, if you would like, on our open mic. Start, if you like, on the open mic. Okay, like quite a poet.
Honorable City Council members, my name is Tara Toms. I live in North Lincoln. I'm the founder of Juniors for Jesus. We started by adopting a park. Now we are starting a new educational center for homeschoolers. I have a business outline if you would like to read it. The exciting new things for our center include a full motion flight simulator. Youth can actually learn how to fly. We are partnering with Performance Aviation for flight instruction. We also plan on having a culinary student intern to help us provide our meals. These are just a few things planned. Thank you for your time. Do you have any questions?
What was the name of the center? Or the school?
Juniors for Jesus, JRS.
Okay. And you're in North Lincoln?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes.
How many students or participants are in the program?
The max will be 80, but for starting will be 20 students.
And you said you have a business plan?
Yes.
Could you maybe send it? Is there a copy that you can leave with us? Or I don't want to take your business plan.
Take all of them?
But
You can hand it to the clerk.
But is it something that we can keep, or do you
Yes.
need it? Oh, okay, great.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, we'll take a look at your business plan. That's exciting.
Yeah. Sounds like fun.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great.
So just so you know, I met with Tara on Saturday.
Okay.
And it was a good experience.
Well, thank you. Any other questions for Tara?
I have one question. Ms. Tom, do you plan to come before us again with a change of zone or request some zoning or planning? I mean, or is this just to tell us this is a new addition?
Just to tell a new addition.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect.
I got one question. Would you ever want to, we do these Northeast citizens meetings. Would you ever want to come to one of our Northeast citizens meetings and talk for about 15 minutes or 20 minutes or however long you want?
Say yes.
What you do?
Yes.
Awesome. Yeah. Let me write down my contact information for you to give to.
She's on there.
Oh, I'll reach out to you. I'll send you an email.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. You did the good work.
I want to start off by apologizing for keeping you here later than you already have been here. I understand the fatigue. A rumor has it there may be some people that are going to attempt to persuade you into making a no eviction policy for the city of Lincoln, and I'm here to oppose that before it even starts. My name is Jerry Trahan. I've served 27 years as a police officer and sergeant with the Lincoln Police Department. When I started in the 1980s, I followed my Depression-era parents' advice about saving for retirement, our children's college, or making life a little bit better for ourselves. I chose to do this by investing in real estate. In 38 years, I've never gone to court to evict anybody. Although I have given people 30-day notice to move out because of their refusal to pay, engaged in illegal activity such as noise nuisances, drug sales, prostitution, and just failure to maintain the property. As a landlord, I've always felt my responsibility to maintain my property and tenants to the level which will make the neighborhood a better place and the neighbors pleased with who lives next door to them. I thoroughly interview, do house visits, background checks for potential tenants. I give my phone numbers to the neighbors so if they have problems they can contact me. All my rental properties are registered with the police department. So if the police are called, I know within 24 hours and I'm over visiting the tenant to find out what the problem is. With all this, I sometimes get a problem tenant. If we get a tenant that is not abiding by the laws, such as hosting wild parties that disturb the neighbors, start leaving abandoned junk vehicles on the property or selling drugs, the police first attempt to remedy with them. If all else fails, they cite them. If that doesn't work, they come knocking on the landlord's door. And then I become criminally liable for what the tenants are doing if the city chooses to pass a no evict policy. They are preventing the landlord from doing what is right. This goes against everything problem-oriented policing is about. This city already has a policy, a procedure, and has for several years on how to deal with problem housing, which includes multiple government agencies putting their input on how to deal with this. But the number one resource to make this happen is a good landlord. You are taking the biggest part, the most important part out if you were to pass a no eviction policy. Sorry about that, I get pontificating. If you pass it, you're telling the police and the neighborhood you don't care because you're not going to fix the problem. I do not know if I have the exact figure, but once upon a time I heard that approximately 40% of the houses in Lincoln were rental properties. If landlords cannot evict, then there's no purpose to supply houses for anybody. Investing in real estate will stop, prices will plummet, tax base will fall, and the city will be deluged with nothing but squatters. The federal government freeze on eviction is already hurting landlords. I have a tenant that moved in August 2020, contracted COVID-19. She still has the same full-time job and still working it that she has for several years, working in a retirement home. She's received all of her stimulus checks, but yet she has not even paid the full damage deposit and has not even paid December's rent. She's not paying rent. She has applied for help with Lincoln Family Services. Family Services first contacted me in November and advised me they were going to help her if I do not try to evict her. I still have not gotten any payment from Family Services for December rent. It is now February. This is supposed to be the COVID aid they were distributed, but it's nowhere to be seen. 3 times an employee, who I believe is a manager or supervisor, has told me the check is in the mail. It's never happened. I still have not seen December's rent. When asked when and where it's coming from, I am told they do not know. That's scary. So it is obvious the social program to distribute COVID funds rent is broken. If a tenant can continue to live in my 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom townhouse for the duration of the 2-year lease without paying, my son's college fund will be shy $20,000. Additional $6,000 in insurance and taxes, another $1,000 in water not paid. If you plan on passing a no evict policy, the city should be responsible for paying landlords rent. but this does not solve the problems that go with it. I was handed this out in the hallway today. It has about 10 phone numbers, 10 agencies that are supposed to help. Ironically, Family Services is right on the top, the one that hasn't paid me squat and has told me 3 times they're going to. It is not, if you pass this eviction policy, you're going to add my phone number to this list, because then I'll be the one who's having to help them out. That is not why I got into the investment world. It is to do what's right for my family first, not everybody else's. So please, let the federal stimulus money do what it's supposed to do. You guide people to this stuff. Don't dump the landlord's numbers on here. Thank you for your consideration. Any questions?
Any questions? Yes.
So you were working with Family Services, and you said that they told you 3 times that the check is in the
3
mail?
times. I have name, phone number, the whole 9 yard. And I asked her, where's it come from? She goes, I don't know. And this is because I actually went to the office after I was beginning dissatisfied. And they said, well, let me look into it. They look into it. We got to call manager. And then I look into the window and I see the same person I'm dealing with, name and number as to who to call with problems, which suggests she may be one of the people in charge. But that's who I've gotten. Then they say, and I sent her a text 3 days ago. I've got nothing back. Very, very disappointed with the way the process. Now, there's been other agencies that have come through with other tenants. LPS has said they're going to send a rent check this month. I haven't seen it yet, but this one here, the Family Service, I've been very disappointed with. And this started in November, is when they first contacted me to see if I would accept it. And as early as middle December is the first time they told me the check is in the mail.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jared.
I appreciate your time.
Yes, Councilperson Show.
Jerry, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good to see you again.
Thank you very much.
That answer just confused me a little bit. It sounds like you've had 2 different experiences with the stimulus money.
Yes.
So the one for Family Services sounded horrible to all of us.
Correct.
But there are some good experiences too?
LPS LPS is what it's under, like public schools, because she has 3 children. It says a check is in the mail. I talked to her, and they told me it's going to take 10 days to 14 days.
But you still haven't seen that money yet?
No,
either,
but I'm still in that duration. I've gotten smaller checks for 300 from other agencies that have come through. Boom, boom, boom. One, St. Vincent de Paul, one of those came through, and I think that would be more private than public. Would I be correct in saying that? But the Family Services, I would not recommend anybody at all to go to them from the experience that I am encountering. And it's my understanding by what she told me, she is not the distributor of the funds. She is the guide to get you to those funds, is the way this lady has explained it to me. It's not like they get to write the check. They guide people the different directions. Does anyone know any more about that as far as, am I giving it the wrong? But that's the impression I got from the lady that I've spoken with. And once again, I believe she's to be a supervisor, because when her name's on the wall in the office to contact that's a clue. That's police work.
Thank you. I appreciate the additional information.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Once again, I'm sorry to keep you up so late.
No. Good information.
You have a good evening, folks.
Leave the bag.
You want to take the trash bag with you?
Just drape it and run away. Yet
What?
close enough. Run away, run away.
It's easier to walk at this point.
Do I have that? Oh, yeah.
I think everybody tonight's probably going to apologize for keeping you guys so late, so at least this late in the day. My name is Jeff Jackson. I'm the owner of Midwest Towing and Recovery here in Lincoln, Nebraska. I've been in the towing profession for over 27 years in the Lincoln area. I've been a towing company owner for over 20 years in the same area. Our company began with one single tow truck and has now grown to a large fleet of trucks and equipment. We're members of the Professional Towing Association of Nebraska and many other industrial professional groups. We've won multiple national awards for our service and dedication to our industry. I've also been a bidder on the towing contracts for the city of Lincoln and Lancaster County since the early 2000s. I've participated in every bid process that's been available in this arena since 2003. Almost every single bid that we have submitted has been a battle. We've been through Rebids of contracts that were unnecessary. We've been through rejections of been through rejections of some of the most stringent requirements. We've been the lowest bidder at times and still been disqualified for unjust reasons. At times, only for the purchase department being uninformed on standard pricing for services in our area. Some of these bids were between the people behind me in this very room, all of whom are tired of the way that these bids are evaluated and awarded. Purchasing seems to be able to rewrite bids for those that they favor and find a problem with anyone who isn't on their buddy list. This is the second time I've stood before this council, different members, and asked for a fair bidding process. Other companies and I have been before this council over and over to speak about the City of Lincoln towing contract and the bidding practices. This bid's been a problem for both the councils and for the towing community in the past, and it seems to be continuing unchecked. This time I stand before you as the owner of the company that was once again the lowest bidder and was even awarded the contract on January 21st of 2021, only to have it taken away and put back up for bid. Midwest Towing ordered $500,000 in equipment in order to provide excellent service for the City of Lincoln, and again has been denied the contract. Over the years, the towing professionals in Lincoln have watched this process take place every 8 years. Every time there seems to be some problem or issue that purchasing either latches on to when they want or tries to push bids through that are fraught with issues. It seems like these bids become moving targets with stipulations that change, evaluation methods that waver, and consideration given to some but not to others. I've prepared yet another protest to give to the purchasing department. And I believe once again it demonstrates the bias of the purchasing department and preferential treatment to one bidder that receives more receives while others seem to have to battle even for consideration. Each time these contracts come up for bid, more and more free services are demanded from the bidders. Each time that a predetermined vendor is not the lowest bidder, purchasing declares a rebid and drives the prices down and pushes our industry further back. Our industry is no less important to the inner workings of this city than the plumbers, the construction companies, or the trash companies. What has happened on bid number 20-266 is nothing but another example of preferential treatment and manipulation of the bid system. I've prepared some packets for any of you that are interested in looking at this process. I intend to turn our protest of bid 20-266 into the purchasing department tomorrow. This is the only time available that I could find to speak with all of you and ask you to look at the fairness of the bidding processes in this city. Thank you for your time.
Could you give the clerk the documents?
Yeah. You want 7 of them? Figured so. You bet.
Yes. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Jackson, would you say the name of the bid again?
20-266, it's the City of Lincoln towing contract.
Thank you. 20-266. Thank you.
Yes. Go ahead.
I got a quick question for you.
Yeah.
So you said that you were awarded the contract, but then they later took it back?
Yeah.
Did they give a reason for that, or can you walk me through like what happened?
Yeah. Okay. So a lot of this is in the packets I just gave you. We were told that because we had added a fee that was requested that for credit cards, that they were removing it, even though they asked for. So 2 different things happened. One, they said that they asked us for a fee in the bid specifications that said what you will charge to collect the city's administrative fees and the parking tickets. We, of course, put a fee in it. That was against city charter, so they cited that, which you asked for a fee. What more would you like me to do? They also asked they requested that we accept credit cards. The current vendor refuses to accept credit cards from the public. They have an ATM in there. There's been complaints that I know people have heard it. We get them all the time, that they won't even accept credit cards. But the current vendor went in and protested and said, we said we would take the credit cards. They again bid saying they would not accept the credit cards. And then purchasing has turned around and said, we've asked for a fee of what you're going to charge to accept the credit cards, but we're not going to accept it because you said you were going to charge a fee for taking credit cards. I don't know how to win, guys. I've been here 25 years, and I've tried everything I can. I got more documentation than you can shake a stick at. I've got the 10-3 city council meeting where we had the same discussions, and it goes over and over and over, and it's always the same vendor. It's always the same vendor. So it's in the packets. You got any questions, my contact information's in it. But this is just this bid. There's an outline in here that shows you the last 20 years of what's happened. And I have all the documentation to back it up. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, if you'd like one.
Okay, we'll look this over. Thanks.
Thanks, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dan Habel. I am a co-owner of Mike 66 Towing here in Lincoln. I would like to report the utmost disgrace with the purchasing department. Seeing what has happened here is just, it's upsetting. If you look at the purchasing department's website, they talk about being clear, being fair to everybody. What is not fair to hear is to sit there and have Capital Towing get special treatment in the bidding process. And that is exactly what has happened. My history is Jeff and I were bidding against the LSO contract. My bid was $55. His bid was $95. He got the winning bid over a technicality of me not giving pictures of my trucks. When it came time to arguing about it, Capital Towing turned a letter in saying that Jeff's bid was fair, and that's why they got the contract. Capital Towing is given special treatment in this bidding process. It is not fair. The whole bid is designed to give Capital the bid. The amount of trucks that's needed is 9 trucks. Omaha's bid requires 5 trucks. Omaha's a lot bigger than Lincoln, so why are 9 trucks needed? And Jeff has outlined in there all of the history of abuse. Bob Walla is I believe that he's being paid by Sarah. And I truly believe that. I'm a man of principle. I will not bid on another city contract because of how the purchasing department is corrupted. And so my support is for Jeff. If the city found it, if the purchasing department gave Jeff an acceptance letter that said that his bid was the best, they should honor that and they should continue through with that. The other complaint I have is about the current person, the Capital Towing. As Capital Towing, they are a representative of the city. They represent the city. And I have been on the phone with customers that are trying to get their car out, and on the other line in the background, I can hear Capital Towing yelling and screaming the F word at these people. If there is any city employee that is going to sit there and yell at somebody the F word, that city employee is not going to be there anymore. And so why is that accepted from a vendor that has the city's seal of approval on it? The other thing is, I'm going to get retribution for being here. When I go to Capital Towing to pick up a vehicle, they will require me to show my insurance, to show my registration, to show my driver's license. It will take me an hour and a half to get that vehicle out of their lot because I'm speaking out against something that I feel is corrupt. And so, and there's another tower out there that he has experienced the exact same thing, because he's offered his trucks as backup to show that Midwest Towing has enough trucks to take care of what the city has done. The city has had, Capital Towing has had this contract for 25 years. Every time it comes up, they have given something away. They've given something away. They've given something away. They've given something away. In the last renewal that they gave to Capital was allowed to raise their rates. How fair is that? That's not fair. I called the purchasing department and said, I'll do it for, instead of $54, I'll do it for $50. They said, well, that's too late. That's my point, is it's not fair. If you renew a contract, you renew it at that cheaper rate. And that's why I'm saying that the purchasing department is corrupt, and something needs to be done about it. Something needs to overlook and oversee this, because it is not becoming of the city of Lincoln. I appreciate it. Thank you for your...
You bet. Thank you.
Mr. Habel, thank you for being here. We've known each other for a while.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been in this business?
I bought Mike's Towing 8 years ago.
Okay.
And when I purchased Mike's Towing, it came with the with the county contract. And I felt that we did the county contract. We served it very, very well. In fact, a lot of the sheriff's department wanted us to retain the contract. And when it came up, I looked at it and went, that's a good thing for me to let it go, because his rates were $95 for a contracted rate. Now my $125 to show up isn't outrageous, because it's not that much more. And so I'm working less and making the same amount of money. And so Jeff's his argument is he just wants a fair shake. And if the purchasing department says that they're fair and they're consistent, then and they gave him an award letter, that award letter needs to be honored. Not putting semantics over credit card charges that they say he can't charge, when credit cards are a way of life. I mean, as a business owner, as a service that the city provides, you have to accept credit cards. If there's a fee involved, there's a fee involved. You go down to the DMV. If you want to pay with a credit card, yeah, there's a fee. Okay. If you're okay with the fees, pay the fees and move on. I believe that with Capital Towing being a cash-only business, that there are taxes there that are not being paid. Anytime you have a cash-only business, that's exactly what it is. You are hiding money from the government. You are not paying your full fair share of taxes. And that is if you look at the numbers, the amount of tows that they do, it is absolutely huge.
Okay. Thank you for coming down.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Good evening.
Good evening. Hello. Samuel Lyon from Lincoln, Nebraska. I don't know the people who just spoke to you, but I have heard that allegation actually from other towing industries here in Lincoln, unaffiliated with them, and they just waited 7 hours to express that to you tonight. So it does seem serious to them. I'm here to speak to you tonight about the unending emergency declaration declared on this city. A few months back, I asked you...
Pardon me?
It's a piece of legislation that is on our pending, no date certain list, so...
Are you referring to 21R9?
The pending?
Yep.
Yeah, so I'm speaking about the unending declaration. I didn't speak about this specific resolution, but if it's your intention to prohibit someone from speaking on 21R9, I would. Is this due to the planned appearance on it to a future agenda?
Yeah.
So
because it's on an agenda.
So I guess the wording that was given tonight was, anyone wishing to address the council on a matter not on this agenda and
planned to appear on a future agenda.
and not planned to appear on a future agenda. So I guess my question to you is,
It's
if
on, it's actually on the agenda for tonight, and it is on a future agenda. because
Which
it's
agenda?
listed.
Yeah, so.
It's pending, no date certain, but it's
So it's not on a future agenda.
But it's on our agenda tonight. It
Well,
was-
so in essence, you guys have passed a gag order on the community of Lincoln to talk about this subject.
No,
No.
Sure you have.
Can I ask just a procedural question?
Sure.
Now, you come and you'd like to talk about the unending declaration, and it was put on pending, which I thought meant that it was on a future agenda. So if our attorney could tell us if that is the case, that would be helpful, because if it's on pending, and pending doesn't mean future, I'd like to know that.
Okay, yeah.
I just think it's fair, because we've had other
Need to
things
have
on
this
pending
discussion.
that do come back to us for discussion, but I don't know if here he comes.
Thank you for doing this, Sam.
My pleasure.
Mr. Christie.
Yes.
The question is an item on pending on a future agenda, and I'm quoting, is an item on pending on an agenda sometime in the future?
Well, I would say two things, at least two things. I would say that it is on the agenda right now. I would say that it is
So if it's
on the agenda now.
Okay.
By the mere fact that it is on the agenda. Now, it's not being heard right now because it's pending with no date certain. So I would say that two different things. Number one, is it on the agenda? Well, I see it on the agenda. Now, it's not at any point in time. And the reason I say that, just to be clear, is I think when this agenda comes out, everything that's on pending is subject to a vote to come off of pending, right? So once the agenda starts, we don't really know whether the pending list is going to be brought up until you guys meet. So in that sense, I would say when the hearing starts, it's on the agenda. Once you make it through, and it doesn't get brought off by the council, right? Even though it doesn't have a date certain at this time, it is still on the agenda, subject to the council voting for it to be taken up. That's how I would answer that question.
Anything on the pending list is always up for a vote.
Well, I know
Correct.
I've put
But at the
things,
year end, we usually take everything that's been on the not planned for a certain date or not planned to be brought forward.
We kind of vote on it.
Yeah, you have a vote on it.
Vote to get rid of it.
So I mean,
It is on the agenda. I agree that we can vote to take it off the agenda, inherit, and vote on it if we wanted
Correct.
to.
yes.
That night. So it is on the agenda for that night.
It always will be.
So, okay, because I just wanted to clarify, because I put things on pending, and I've taken things off pending.
But it is on our agenda, so people would be aware that it could be brought off agenda.
So, for instance, if I wanted to speak on this declaration of emergency, or just the declaration of emergency, maybe not even as it relates to Councilman Christensen's resolution, I would need to be here every Monday from now on and wait for 7 hours in the hallway, potentially to not miss my one chance to talk about it, since this rules were suspended the first time this was enacted.
Well, I think,
Those weren't
Mr. Lyons, you
Yeah,
can
the
always
first
talk
time-
about, Mr. Lyons, you could talk about the governor's declaration of emergency if you'd like. I mean, that's not on our agenda. So, I mean, if you want to talk about things like that, I think you should feel free to do so.
Well, I said the declaration of emergency. I didn't reference which one. But as I was saying, the first time when the declaration of emergency was extended, the rules were suspended. That was on March 16th. The rules were suspended. There was no public hearing on it. When Councilman Christensen,
I guess, did
Let
we have
finish. Let him finish his question, please.
Okay. The question?
there was no public hearing on March 16th about the emergency declaration extension. When Councilman Christensen introduced his resolution that would talk about ending, or how the ending of the emergency declaration would go forth, there was no public hearing. And in fact, the matter was tabled, some would say, to avoid a public hearing. And now, because it's on pending, the public is not allowed to talk about it at all. So in essence, the public has never been allowed to talk about the emergency declaration extension that happened over 330 days ago, and I guess is never allowed to talk about it in the future.
Okay, well, thank you for the information. But at this point, we're not going to talk about ending or the declared state of the emergency, because it is on pending. You could talk about the emergency clause if you wanted to, because that's all we're talking about is ending it. We're not talking about the emergency clause.
I'm standing up, I just don't know if that's the question you're
Well, our resolution was to end the clause. So that's what our resolution, that was going to be the discussion, to end it. It's not about it.
And I guess without, what I would say is the way that the rules are such that you cannot talk about an item that is on the agenda, right? And so if you're talking about something that is not the item on the agenda,
Could I withdraw my motion, my resolution?
No, you can't.
Why not?
well,
Why
it's
not?
on.
Why not? If it's my resolution, I submitted it to the council.
You submitted it, and then it becomes an element or a piece of legislation for the body at the point in time.
That is true.
I'll give you the rule.
Thank you.
We seem to be stuck.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to give you the rule. I think Rule 3.31 outlines when, in order to take a bill off of pending, it requires votes. It's Rule 3.
I would be able to take it off.
If we vote to
Correct.
take it off.
But if I were to, since I submitted it, could I withdraw it completely from consideration?
And so the way that and I guess what I'm trying to say is the way that the rule is written is that once it's placed on pending, a bill without a date certain may be returned to the agenda for public hearing or action only after providing a 2-meeting notice unless the council waives the rule by 5 votes. However, any pending item may be withdrawn at any meeting by 4 votes.
By 4 votes.
4 votes.
So,
Or 2 weeks
For
notice.
2 weeks' notice, which would give everyone who wants to discuss this a chance to discuss this with notice.
But we can't discuss it anytime soon.
Well, 2 weeks.
Can we set it to
If
do it in 2 weeks?
I'm reiterating what Mr. Christie just said were the rules.
Mhm.
Now, that's, we, the body. I think that once it's been acted on, and I'm not an attorney, but I think that once a
that's what
bill
I'm
has
trying to
been
figure out.
submitted and acted on by the body, it is the rule of the body. It's our
Yeah.
thing. It doesn't belong to you.
Mhm.
I'm so sorry.
And that's why it
Councilman.
takes 4 votes to move it off of pending. But it's not, to move it off of pending, it's not a public hearing to do something like that.
the bill will remain on pending until the council removes it by a motion adopted by 4 votes.
Yes.
Right, but that sort of defeats Mr. Lyon's opportunity to address the body on that matter because it's not subject to a public hearing. It's just an administerial action of this body here to remove it from the pending status. So, again, I would say, I'm not the attorney here, but having done, parliamentary procedure for a number of years, if it is on agenda, you may not speak on it. But I would encourage you to speak on the governor's state of emergency, declaration of emergency, if you'd like. But when it comes to what this body has done, then you cannot speak until it gets taken off pending and put out there for the public to comment. I can tell you that we have received a number of emails from concerned constituents about the state of emergency. And I don't know how many, but I know that we have received several. And I encourage you, if you do want to weigh in on that issue, we do read our emails. And I would welcome an email from you addressing your concerns on that matter.
So would the email, like all the other emails, become part of the public record?
Yes.
Because his comments today can't be.
This is public comment during our meeting. It's different than receiving comments via email or getting a phone call to have a nice discussion with Mr. Lyon about his concerns on this matter. It's a totally different thing when you take it through public comment period that is set up for people to discuss matters that are not on our agenda or not on a future agenda.
Sam, I agree with them that it is on our agenda for tonight, so you won't be able to speak on it tonight. But let us work on this a little bit and see what we can do. And maybe we find a way that we can get a chance for public hearing on this. And I think you had a chance to say, why it isn't.
Sure, yeah. And I would just say I've waited 330 days to have an opportunity for public hearing, and I guess I'll have to wait a little longer due to it being
right.
Due to the resolution being in the position that it is.
Let us work on this for you,
okay,
and see what we can do. Figure this out.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the work on allowing the public to speak to this, because it is an important issue that needs public hearing that has not had the opportunity as of yet. I did prepare, I am prepared to speak on a different subject. As I had mentioned, we've been waiting out in the hallway for about 7 hours, as you know, because you've been in here for 7 hours, and I applaud you for your stamina and your attention with so many speakers speaking. There was a lot tonight. I want to talk to you about an issue that I witnessed here, a very concerning situation out in the hallway. When I arrived, the hallway outside the council was filling quickly, and there were not enough chairs for many of those here to speak. You obviously were not aware of it because you're inside, not out in the hallway. I asked if I could sit in the council chambers as we have before, and was told that you, the council, have passed new rules effectively banning the public to the hallway, and that the reason was in order to facilitate social distancing, and that this was for our safety. Some people who had come to testify before you this evening, after seeing the crammed hallway situation, decided to, instead of waiting to testify, instead leave and go home, not being afforded the voice that they had come here to give. Some were not here to testify, but instead wanted to watch the hearing live, but found no place to sit. Deanna was one of those that I spoke with that was turned away, and her friend. I asked them if I could bring their plight to the council and express that to you, since they were leaving and were not afforded a place that they could watch, and they agreed. When more people arrived and what looked like over 100 people were crammed in the corridor, I took action. I spoke with LPD officers in the crowd and asked if I could speak with someone who could address the situation, since it was obviously beyond their control, and they explained it was city council rules. I noticed Pat Lopez standing in the inner room, and I asked if the health director would be one that could maybe address the situation in the hallway. They agreed to ask, and after speaking with her briefly, came to reply that she had to testify before you, and so therefore would be unable to address the situation. After testifying, I waited outside in the hallway, but she left through the side door and was apparently busy with other matters and could not address the situation happening in the hallway. Even to survey the situation, she left to the elevators. I assumed that you, being concerned with the current pandemic, would want to know the dangerous conditions that your new rules were causing, and that's why I interrupted your agenda to bring this to your attention. When I did, I noticed the 146 chairs in this chamber, every one of them empty. Not even the almost 20 socially distant chairs were used. Imagine how much less crowded the hallway could have been for those 7 hours if we, the people, had been allowed to sit in the chairs at the county city building.
Mr. Lyon, I seldom, if ever, interrupt our folks who come to testify before us, but I feel the elements that you're presenting are completely misleading. When you raised your concern and we took a break, we all looked out into the hallway. We saw all these people bunched there, but no one was there, no one was there, no one was there. This is a huge hallway, and no one, for reasons we don't know, chose to bunch up together. And I thought with your concern, you would have said, hey, everyone, please spread out for your own safety and concern. But I didn't see any action of yours to do that. But there was plenty of room in that huge hallway for people to safely, socially distance.
We have sat through all sorts of people saying all sorts of baloney here, and nobody says anything. He's at least talking sense. So I think we should listen to him.
There's been a lot of things said tonight that maybe weren't right or truthful.
I appreciate the question. Thank you for bringing that up. And actually, I was getting to that in my testimony. If I could be allowed to continue.
Finish that.
Certainly, I apologize for interrupting you, and I hope that you can continue. And please, Sonny, add on the time that I have interrupted him, and I apologize.
Thank you.
Stop this time.
Thank you. Maybe it's just me. I think this is the third time that I've been interrupted, but it's okay. We're all learning this together. So to answer your question, I think the reason that they were bunching up is because there's only one television there, and they wanted to partake in the meeting happening here. It's all plain to see for you. It's front row seats, but for us, the common people, it feels like maybe there's no place for us in the inn, so to speak. And so there's the television, the main television there, and that's where they were bunching. And also they were waiting for their turn to come in, because at one point, as it was expressed, you would wait in line and then first come, first served. And then the word came down that instead it would be proponents first and then opponents. So that's why they were potentially bunching, because they weren't allowed into the public meeting, and there was no television there for them to see. After I was encouraged when I spoke to you that you would take a recess, and I was encouraged to see Congresswoman Ward and Washington come out into the crowd and see, and Congressman Bowers look through the window and see. I did take photos that I will forward to you to your emails so that you can see the documented evidence of the situation that I saw in the video, and also that the officers were subjected to out in the hallway, and the lady at the door, who all of them did everything that they could to accommodate us and get chairs, and just went overboard to try to accommodate the mass of people in the hallway. But there's only so much they could do. It was a little discouraging to me that Pat Lopez, after being offered the opportunity to solve the problem, having encouraged social distancing for months and having even shut down and directed citations to businesses for not following her guidelines, I'm confused as to why she today turned a blind eye to this problem being allowed to fester right outside in the hallway. And in any case, I plead for you and for the safety of those who come here to avoid future issues like the one that I witnessed and was subjected to today in the hallway, and open the chambers back up for social distancing here in the chambers. That's what they're here for. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I look forward to your determination on the other issue.
Okay. Thank you, Sam.
Good evening. My name is Cheyenne Hartshorn. I am here to speak on behalf of my husband, Brian Hartshorn, who owns We Star Towing, about the city contract that Jeff had mentioned. My husband, Brian, has been the owner of We Star Towing since 2004 and done business with the City of Lincoln, Capital Towing, and members of this community for almost 20 years. As you are aware from Jeff's testimony, Midwest Towing placed a bid for the city towing impound contract in late 2020. My husband's business was included as a backup for Midwest during contract negotiations. And since the bidding process, Capital Towing has continually discriminated against his business and harassed his employees as an effort to prevent them from doing their job. On December 28th, 2020, one of my husband's employees went to the City of Lincoln impound to pick up a car for Insurance Auto Auctions. IAA is a large insurance auto auction located in Springfield, Nebraska, which supplies services to many insurance companies. We Star Towing does subcontract work for both IAA and Copart. They have picked up vehicles from the city impound for many years for both IAA and Copart auto auctions without incident. On the morning of December 28th, both our truck registration and proof of insurance was demanded before the employee could enter the facility to pick up a car for IAA. The driver produced these items and then was informed by Capital Towing, quote, maybe you should not allow the driver to pick up the vehicle due to the fact that the check for payment was written by the auction. The car was being picked up for IAA and payment from IAA is normal procedure. My husband brought this incident to the attention of Robert Walla on December 30th of 2020 via email. To his knowledge, no action was taken. He did receive an email back that said without him stating that my husband's business voiced the complaint, that nothing could be done. In addition to the incident above, in the last 2 weeks, We Star employees have continued to have issues when conducting business with the City of Lincoln impound. His employees have gone to the City of Lincoln impound to attempt to pick up cars for Copart, another auto auction that subcontracts my husband's business to transport their vehicles. Each time, the employees have been told by the city impound will not accept the credit cards provided by Copart to his employees as payment for the vehicles. Yet, they are accepting the same credit cards from Copart for other subcontractors who work without hesitation. Prior to the bid for city contract, this has never been an issue for the impound to accept payment in either form. These kinds of difficulties have never happened previously, and We Star Towing is under the impression that this would not have happened if We Star had not agreed to help Midwest Towing in performance of City of Lincoln towing contract, which is clearly available to the current vendor through the bid portal. The contract that the city has with Capital Towing for the city impound lot means these instances are a reflection of the City of Lincoln as well. Such interactions with the businesses and community of Lincoln is not in coherence with the procurement guide or policies displayed on your website. The procurement guide clearly states the city counties shall purchase from suppliers who have adequate financial strength, high ethical standards, and a record of adhering to specifications and providing full measures of services requested. Yet the interactions that my husband's business have documented above with the City of Lincoln is in direct violation of those city guidelines. As a business owner and stockholder in this community, we expect a level of transparency from our city government and its appointed and elected officials. There needs to be transparency in the bidding process for announcing a new city contract with Midwest, and then reneging on it is not transparent, as well as transparency in the complaints brought to the attention from my husband. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down.
Thank you.
Any questions? Okay. It's been a problem for 20 years. Oh, yeah.
Good evening, Chair McGinnis and council members. My name is Vic Klafter, Vicklafter. I'm speaking tonight on behalf of Collective Impact Lincoln, which is a collaborative of Nebraska Appleseed, Civic Nebraska, and the South of Downtown Community Development Organization. As a collective, we are urging you to take initiative within your authority to enact a local eviction moratorium to protect our entire community in the midst of this ongoing public health crisis. Despite the pandemic, evictions in Lincoln have never stopped. A patchwork of federal and state actions have provided some relief for renters at risk of losing their homes. And while the federal moratorium on evictions for non-payment because of lost income offered some hope to tenants and advocates when it was first announced, that hope has been significantly tarnished, if not completely eroded, as it has played out. The federal moratorium was extended on January 20th, as I'm sure you know, but it has significant shortcomings, including that it only covers eviction for non-payment. It is a simple business to find a different reason to evict a tenant in a state like Nebraska that allows no-cause evictions. The requirement that a tenant proactively assert the moratorium as a defense is also a major pitfall in its effectiveness. Over the past months, I have talked with dozens of tenants facing eviction. After leaving a job with a seriously hostile environment, one person had been paying the rent with friends' help, but was getting evicted for breaking a window frame in the process of trying to fix it after their landlord had ignored their request for months and she had made a complaint to Building and Safety. She feared being homeless again after finding wonderful stability for the last 6 years. A family with 2 kids and a new baby got behind on already unaffordable rent when the infant developed health problems that required many doctor's visits and missed shifts. Another individual shared how she left her job at the beginning of the pandemic because she was pregnant and her doctor advised that she was high risk and her job was unsafe. She was denied unemployment insurance. She didn't know rental assistance was available, but by the time I was speaking with her, she owed thousands of dollars and the hearing was in 2 days. Another person was being evicted for an outstanding utility bill of a few $100s after losing her job in April and getting it back in November. Someone I talked with, after telling me about losing her job and her partner's paychecks getting cut significantly, said, "As long as my kids eat, I don't care if I eat." Food and shelter are not mutually exclusive needs, yet people are deciding between them when they get an eviction notice on their door. There are hundreds of stories I haven't heard because the tenants have already left by the weekend before their hearing is scheduled, fearful of the impending legal proceedings and unaware of the legal help available to them. They are used to a power dynamic in rental housing in which landlords have a strong upper hand, and the tenant has little power to challenge the eviction. Even if they have already vacated, an eviction is usually still entered on their record, making the quest of signing a new lease much more difficult. You have the power to provide this much-needed protection for the people of this city who are at risk. You have the authority to enact an ordinance or support an executive action that is far more effective and can stop the eviction process from being initiated, with few exceptions. For evictions that are not, I heard a testifier earlier describing some of the evictions that he was concerned about. We're reasonable in our demands here. This would spare hundreds of Lincolnites the trauma of navigating a threat to their shelter in court and being displaced as our community continues the battle against COVID-19. And make no mistake, without doubt, evictions have led to increased cases of COVID-19 in our community. One study shows up to 12,000 new cases in Nebraska because of lack of eviction protections and potentially 130 deaths in Nebraska because of a lack of eviction protections. Whichever path you choose, either an ordinance or support for executive action, the people of Lincoln need you to take leadership and take action now. We understand that you've heard concerns from landlords, but allowing landlords to move forward with evictions will not put money in a landlord's pocket. And increasingly, landlords are not seeking an eviction due to non-payment, but are pursuing no-cause evictions. Is that my end time? 1 minute, thank you. Losing money in a business, I've been testifying online before, so didn't get the button. Losing money in a business is not the same as losing housing in a pandemic. When someone's business model involves a human need, such as shelter, and that need is heightened because of a crisis such as a pandemic, there must be changes in the business to preserve life and well-being. The entirety of the eviction process, from notice to removal, can happen in 14 days. Millions more of federal rent assistance will become available in the near future, but still takes weeks to be distributed, or months. Stopping evictions now buys critical time to keep people housed while direct service providers tackle the tremendous task of distributing the assistance to landlords. There was a family that I met recently whose story basically summed all of this up, in which they spent out their security deposit savings in a hotel. They had gotten evicted, were spending those security deposit savings, trying to find a place that would take them with their eviction, and their 2 high-risk kids could not be in a shelter. And that is exactly why people are hurting, and we really need you to act. I do want to engage. If you do have any questions, I know, yeah, I'll stop there. Do you have any questions?
Do we have any questions for Bit? Okay.
Thank you.
We'll keep this conversation probably going at some point. Yes.
I hate to confess that I'm just getting a little tired, but I do want to have this conversation. I know that people are asking for a moratorium and people are asking for not a moratorium. And it feels like it's not so complex that it can't be dealt with, but it certainly feels like it's too complex for me to deal with tonight.
I understand, and I respect that, and I say back, I think the people you need to be in conversation with is the mayor and the city attorney at this point, and I really just, the collaboration, because we've been talking, and the landlords, and we have been talking, but I think the conversation needs to happen above us now. So I really respect that, and it also is an exhausting night, so.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Thanks, Vic.
Mr. Chair, I have 3 things. One, tomorrow's National Pizza Day, which we began celebrating early.
Tomorrow's National
Pizza Day.
We almost,
So,
we got 45 minutes. We can,
yeah, we can hang around. And then, remember the golden rule, and I move adjournment.
Second.
been moved and seconded by Councilperson Ward. Please call the roll.
Schob,
Yes.
Ward,
Yes.
Washington,
Yes.
Bowers,
Yes.
Raybold,
Yes.
Christensen,
Yes.
McGinnis.
Yes.
Motion carried 7-0.
Are we
And adjourned.
Are we
That was
adjourned
a
yet?
cool.